too. 그래서 이거 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet. 여긴 닿을 수 없는 거 올려놔 버스. 하늘 위로 떨어지는 별을 느낄 like demons. 자식 날고 기는 것들은 전부 천했지. 왜처럼 증오들은 나의 밑거름. 꽤나 좁아져도 눈의 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여. Hey you, better you turn when I pull up. Can't slow me down, down. 나 끝이 없는 ride. 멈출 수가 없잖아. 안 돼. 소리로만 소림없이 주사 위로 여전히 예상 못한 곳으로 향하지 like we to go.
Told myself I'm so bossy, I'm so bad. I told myself I'm so bossy, I'm so bad. I told myself I'm so bossy, I'm so bad. I told myself.
We ain't the same. Get in your lane, stay in your lane. Wait, this ain't a game. Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same. Put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it. Look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease. To you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That witness degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Bad with a vengeance, killing the ops, I'm leaving no remnants. They all in attendance, gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind, it's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm nashed up in TT, hey. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts.
틱틱 문을 차고 있던 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아 I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당 해골로 채운 옷잔 전부 덱스탁 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌리지 마치 red hot
Broken and bruised, what's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never win, I'll never fight. Win or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower. 할 말 있음 어서 말해봐. Tough guy 된 혀꼬여서 도망가. 이제는 시시해 gunfight. I brought it blade. They forgot your shade. I just said wall 맛보게 fade. 끝이 보여 네 bandits. 끝없는 내 rampage. 이게 나니까
run until I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Straight to the top like a new fade. Come for your neck like a hoop chain. Wish all you want like you blue cakes. But I'm on the road like I move skates. Settle to the top like it's due date. And I'm never gonna stop like LeBron James. Big dreams, yeah, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop. Oh no. Dream big, live large. Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard. Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard. Wearing them out like a bootlace, rise to the top like a souffle. I bring the heat like Dwayne Wade, dishing them out like a food tray. Big bars like I move weights, and I'm serving them up like a food plate. Yeah, big dreams, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop. Oh no. Dream big, live large. Work hard, play hard, go hard,
clock a butterfly. I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me
Hello everybody and welcome to day 3 of VALORANT Challengers playoffs. It's such a good day to be here. We've got a best of 5 up for you. It's the lower bracket finals to decide the second grand finalist for this stage 1 of VALORANT Challengers. I'm Twiggy, I'm your host for today, and I'm joined on the desk today by two two gods of the scene, MP and Mitch. It's so nice to have you here, guys. How have you been? MP, is your voice doing okay after yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, I'm doing good. Other than, I think I'm balding, but other than that, I'm great.
Great. We'll have a chat to somebody. Well, I mean, maybe the Misa players will have some tips for you. I don't know. Either way, Mitch, how are you doing?
Not too bad, Twiggy. Not too bad. It's good to be back here with you folks. I'm very excited for what I think is going to be a jam-packed evening. A little 5-mapper on the horizon. I can feel it.
All right, well, let's set the stakes for today. Let's see where we're at in the tournament. Obviously, I mean, there's no surprises if you've been watching so far. We are very nearly done with the tournament. 1 day left to go after this, but 2 best of 5s. Lower bracket first, UCAM versus Mandatory to decide who comes up in the finals against Enterprise Esports. And here's the thing, no matter who wins this one, that upper finals against UCAM, the score may say 2-0, but that does not tell the whole story. It was a ridiculous game, 2 very long overtimes between those two teams. So I mean, whoever wins this one, I feel like it's going to be a great grand final either way, and we do get plenty of Valorant in that best of 5. But let's talk about today's match. Of course, UCAM versus Mandatory, 2 teams who have been really fighting their way for this one. I feel like Enterprise has very much risen above the rest, but Mandatory have fought so hard to be here. I think not the favorites against Misa when they drop down to the lower bracket, but they are making that run happen, MP.
So I do completely agree. I think Mandatory were the underdogs in that matchup. Misa were quite strong in this tournament. I think they had great showing against Enterprise Esports, but somehow that felt slacking yesterday. Mandatory were able to kind of climb themselves back. Obviously, Sevier on the front line of that. Basically, it's saving his teammates. I think we're going to talk about Sevier a little bit later, but I do love the look of Mandatory, how they looked yesterday. On the other side, you have UCAM, who is such a strong team, especially against Enterprise Esports. You highlighted it. That was almost a best of 5. To me, I think I have a clear favorite in UCAM here, but I wonder what you have, Mitch. Is that the same favorite for you?
Listen, I have to agree with you. It does look like, especially between UCAM and Enterprise, where we're destined for that rematch in the grand finals. But what I can say about Mandatory, aside from my own personal biases for the team, this is a squad that has adapted really well. And I think we saw that against Misa. We saw it even in the game up against UCAM last time these teams were clashed in the upper semi-final, where this is a squad that's now adapted to a sort of second phase defense. They're allowing these teams that like to be punchy and get aggressive early on to fight for map control, and then they flood back in afterwards. I think they've learned a lot over the last couple of days, and to be honest, though, we always say the hardest thing isn't to beat a team once, it's to beat them the second time. And as they've already shown us that they're willing to adapt, I'm not going to say Mandatory are favorites, but I wouldn't be completely surprised if they did take it here today.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot you can learn from that first time playing up against a team, and UCAM are probably fired up, right? There was a world which ended 2-0 to UCAM yesterday because it was just that close between them and Enterprise Esports. 2 very long overtimes that could have gone either way, but they find themselves here in the end. Look, this is a team with plenty of talent. We've seen so many highlights from them, and it has just been marginal differences that could have found them in a different position. They are definitely my second favorites in the tournament. I mean, I after seeing what happened yesterday, I cannot see a world in which Mandatory could put up, 5 overtimes in the grand finals, but I could see UCAM doing it, don't you think?
Absolutely. But I think the interesting thing, when Bromas was asked the question whether there is a thing that people underestimate in their team, he said that I don't think people see as a team with stars, and I do kind of agree that. And that kind of makes people maybe underestimate them. UCAM, they have absolutely proved everyone wrong. This team can be on the level of everyone else in this tier 2 and maybe bridging the cap on the tier 1. I think maybe a bit ahead of myself, but I wonder if Mitch, you share a similar idea of UCAM, them not really having any star players on this roster, especially coming into this tournament.
No, look, I think Famsy's had some ups and downs, but when you look at Bisq, sure, when it comes to the new meta that's just around the corner or has arrived for some other leagues, this is somewhere that maybe Bisq is going to have to do a little bit of reinventing himself as a solo Yoru player. It's all he likes to run, but I don't think it's impossible to argue that this guy has got that star power behind him, that Famsy, when he hits his peak, when he gets to that ceiling, that he can be right up there as well. And how we've already seen Olizera in the main league, him and Jesse providing a very good backbone for this roster at the moment in terms of the strategic depth. I love Olizera's lurk potential. Like, I don't think that this is a squad that couldn't do that damage if they were to make it all the way, if they were to face off against some of those tier 1 teams. And it certainly wouldn't be the first time that those who are tempered by the flames of tier 2 come out looking even stronger than what we've got at the top already.
So I love you highlighting Bisq and Famsy as this duelist duo as well. Famsy obviously going back to that Neon role, and UCAM switching up their compositions into this new meta of Yoru and Neon. Well, a new meta is maybe too much to say, but the meta right now, that has given Bisq so much more freedom in terms of playing that operator with that Yoru, him playing Waylay in maps like Corrosion, kind of maybe shut that thing down. The operator is such a strong key in the hands of Yoru and especially in the hands of Bisq, and that's something that Bromas highlighted as well. Bisq, obviously a great operator player.
Well, speaking about Bisq on the Yoru one side, we can actually talk about a Yoru player from the other side, or maybe not a Yoru player, but somebody who did play Yoru to relatively great effect over on Breeze on the opposite side. Severe, 400 ACS. And keep in mind, this is not an isolated situation either. It was 400 ACS over 2 maps for Severe. This is just the stats on that Yoru for Breeze, but this is a consistent almost 400, which is just a ridiculous stat to think about. MP, like, can you contextualize that for anybody who does not really understand the full depth of ACS?
I mean, I've been here casting, analyzing. I can't remember the last time we saw 400 ACS. I'm sure there have been times here and there, but this is incredible. You don't see this every day. And Severe, I cannot underestimate the performance that he had yesterday. The key, or he was the key for Mandatory to actually survive in that lower bracket final. They were down on map. Breeze was quite hard for them in the first half. It was kind of messy match as well, but Severe, he thrived. He was absolutely a menace there.
And I think the most impressive thing you see towards the end of this, sorry to cut you off, Twiggy, but it's the flex factor, as it says down the bottom. You see him here playing a Tahoe. He's someone that will play the initiator. He'll play the controller. And then the Yoru, there it is. There's the numbers, right? The duelist is representing 2 of the many, many maps that he's played. I can't add all those numbers that quickly while talking. But the reality is, so for someone to put up that level of performance when this isn't their primary or their secondary role, this is a tertiary one we're going into. And then looking at the team that he's playing with, this is a roster who have all tasted the tier 1 themselves. And sure, Severe has played alongside Fnatic, standing in for Boaster at an off-season event, and he's had a small taste of it, but he hasn't existed at that level, operating with and against tier 1 teams, and yet he looks so comfortable and maybe even stands out ahead of his teammates.
Yeah, I mean, right now, we highlighted Takas over the course of challenges, but it has turned out that Severe has really, become the cream of the crop for that team over the course of this. And part of that, I think, Mitch, you mentioned it to me before we started the broadcast, is that it's the kind of player who will do anything to win, whether it makes him look bad in the server or whether he stands out like he did last time out. It's that factor where when your back's up against the wall, you're able to come out on top of everybody else, and Severe absolutely. Look, put the team on the back is one way to maybe put it, but sometimes you just need to.
I love
So
the
I'm gonna-
head that he has on his shoulders, to be honest. And this is the main thing I'll say is that, say the three of us queue up a ranked game. We're having a good time. I drop 400 ACS. I don't care if it's a Yoru, a Cypher. I'm playing whatever agent that is every game. I'm insta-locking it. You don't get to talk to me about comps anymore. But Severe ain't that kind of guy. He is a winner mentality, team above all else. So as much as I'd love to see that Yoru in every map we get here today, I'm not sure that's what we're going to see out of him.
I'm gonna drop a quick quote here from Mad C. He said his fundamentals and adaptability were on another level, and no wonder he's on this team. The absolutely desirable player. Severe has proven that time and time again already.
Well, the last time out for these two, because they have faced each other obviously in the tournament already, things went the way of Mandatory, of course, and you can't. Horrible. We were talking about Mandatory, and just lie. I'll just lie on broadcast. That's absolutely fine. No, it went the way of UCAM, but the thing is, two of those maps incredibly close, right? Things started out 13-11, they ended up 13-11, but there was that little brief interlude in the middle, and I think we can talk a little bit about that in just a second, but I think we need to first off just we wanted to take a look at Tak as his stats across the two sides, right? So why don't you talk me through this one, Mitch?
Yeah, so this is one I just wanted to take a look at, because while we have some players like, and I think Bisk is a decent example of this as well, that you take that little bit of a hit when it comes to the attack. With the way that they're taking space, typically when it comes to Mandatory, you're going to see that players like Severe, when he's on the Omen, on Haven, going in towards the backlines, double diving alongside Takas, and Takas sometimes takes the brunt of those first engagements to allow those second and third players in to really open it up. It's not something that's brand new, but it has taken a bit of a back seat in terms of primary duelists having that drop off on attack with agents like, for example, Waylay, where Takas does still do very well, but it's the Yoru that I think trips him up a little bit. It's when you see the Neon come in, but his defense, this guy is sensational, and I think has benefited so much from Mandatory's phase 2 approach to a defense, where they know, okay, you can't, they want to burst through, they want to send Bisk and Famzy to take space, they want to use their paranoia on attack to claim that space. Let's give it to them, let's let them burn the utility for the early fight, and then we'll flood back in, and that's where Takas has been able to find so much value. If they get off to a good defensive side start, I think he's going to be the reason for it.
Well, of course, a good part of that is going to come down to the stage that is set today, especially in a best of 5. So important, the map Veto. And last time out they played, there was one specific map which turned out to be a bit of a linchpin here for UCAM, a 13-4 performance on Bind. We noted this in the Veto. We were wondering why Mandatory allowed UCAM to take them to Bind, and it turned out that exact way that we kind of expected, because other than that, an incredibly close series, MP.
Yeah, and I was kind of, I don't know, I think Mandatory were probably spooked by UCAM winning against Job Life 13-4, and that's why they gone for the Abyss ban. I don't know why. In the end, I think that's going to switch up for today, especially thinking about it's going to be best of 5. You only have one ban. You have to put all your eggs in that basket of getting a good map Veto. You have to take out the best map of your enemy out. And Mandatory, they have a great thing. They don't have a permanent ban, so they can target something else other than maybe their worst map. They can go for that bind ban. I think that's probably something where Mandatory will look for. That was a terrible map for them. UCAM were incredible there. Great retakes coming from UCAM. I think they controlled the map perfectly. At the end stages of bind as well, UCAM were able to push on both sides of the map with a single player. That speaks to confidence that UCAM had in that map.
Well,
I guess the question, sorry, I guess the question then is like, do they move away? Like, why did they ban Abyss against UCAM the first time? They must have seen something that they didn't like. The question is, did they hate that as much as they hated getting 13-4? Because people say that you either win or you learn, right? And that was an opportunity to learn. I guess we'll find out what the learnings were.
Yeah, it's a very, very important Veto for the both of them. I think more so for Mandatory, who I think we were very clear lost to the Veto last time. And there it is.
Yeah.
The bind ban
Hats
from
off,
Mandatory, not wanting to take it back there. Well done, MV. Good prediction on that one. Look, and it was so important, I think. You know, it's a learning experience, that first game, and Mandatory do not want to repeat their mistakes.
I love this. I love this, what UCAM is going for. Obviously, they lost against Enterprise Esports yesterday in Abyss, but it was their pick. UCAM were comfortable there. It was a close feat. They're not disheartened in Abyss. They want to go for that again. Mandatory, I was kind of guessing whether they're going to go for Corrode or Haven. It seems like Haven right now, maybe they're feeling more comfortable in that map. Obviously, they just barely got there. Well, barely lost for the first time in Haven this year against Misa yesterday, so undefeated prior to that. Incredible map pull for the side of Mandatory in terms of Haven and Corrode split. No wonder. I think that was a great map for UCAM yesterday as well.
I think that in terms of the depth of map pool, right, Mandatory do stand a pretty good chance with Haven, Corrode, and Pearl, but that means they've got to survive till the end, at least pick up that Haven, because Abyss, look, it's not a terrible map for them. Hell, in Challengers, they've only played it once, and they won 13-7. Very good attack side displayed as well. So it's not like it's a death sentence, but in the back of my mind, they banned it last time, and I don't know why. That gives the edge to UCAM no matter what. They're coming in picking it first as well for that exact reason. They feel like they have the upper hand. A potential 2-1 in those first 3 maps, but to me that means if Mandatory stumble, if they can't find their footing, even if it's not on the first map, but if they can't find their footing on Haven, this series falls apart.
Yeah, I think Haven is going to be a crucial point as well. Like, that has to be win for Mandatory, because other than that, you're kind of lost in the sauce in terms of UCAM having so much better map pool in those first 3 maps. Mandatory, just have to. That's a must win. And to the talking about of this Abyss, I think the only place where they were spooked was because UCAM got that win against Job Life 13 for Mandatory. They know that that's their regional rival. Obviously, Mandatory have had some success against Job Life in this map as well, but I don't think they wanted to take it all the way there. Now they have to go for it in the first map.
You think back. So sorry, Twiggy. You think back to the match that they played, UCAM against Enterprise yesterday. This is somewhere that you might think, well, UCAM attack side's fantastic, so when they get there, they only need a couple rounds added up. But a lot of those came off of that 4-0 start. They then tapered off for a little bit. I think it's very important for UCAM to start strong because, again, this map 1 of a BO5 is normally your strongest map and normally one your opponents are uncomfortable with. Yes, Mandatory banned it last time, but they've played it. They looked good playing it as well. It's not a death sentence, and it could be a chance for Mandatory to completely turn the wins in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, right? UCAM, bad memories on this map, could not close it out. It was such a good situation for them at so many points against Enterprise Esports yesterday as well. And maybe there's a bit of nightmare going on in the brain, right? How are we going to be able to get it across the line this time? Maybe something will go wrong at some point. This is the thing. It's so on the edge. All 4 of these teams dominated their groups. They have been butting heads all throughout the playoffs so far. And it's all down to this game now to decide the grand finalists. So both teams are going to be hoping they get things off to a good start, and I'm going to head it over to your casters, Hazard and Kyra.
Thank you guys, a pleasure as always to hear your detailed breakdowns on the desk there as we head into what promises to be an exciting lower final, Cairo. UCAM and Mandatory both heading into this one with the hopefulness to pitch themselves in a grand final against the regional elite in Enterprise.
Yeah, it looks pretty decent between these two, and how they've looked so far. I mean, when I look at the rest of the teams, the top 4 that we currently have is probably my top 4 to play off in towards the distance, but between these two, to get the points that could potentially show some definition towards that later of Split 3 and EMEA Challengers. Between Mandatory and UCAM, they want to get as many points as possible. Dart misses an opportunity on the A side.
It's a deep dart, in fact, and that will just reveal the fact that Mandatory have already scaled into the A site. Takas in heaven, just probing away, trying to look for an opening here. Spike arriving a little later. Jesse's still on site with the smoke up, so a window for UCAM to try and flood back in.
They're trying to as well. You can see the smoke's going down the backside, but that's allowing Mandatory to scale.
Yeah, Takas with the hinder here as well, could capture a few targets if he finds the timing right, but it's a triple clear to come through, and Takas finds himself nailed to the wall instead. 5 versus 3 when the dust settles, and UCAM have walled Mandatory off in main. Post-plant tools to be used, but Famzy will give his life up for the cause. Mandatory able to get a couple back in the conversation here. In fact, one more from Severe in Heaven would have been enough, you feel, but Olizera's a safe pair of hands. And while Jesse's hands are busy working on the defuse, UCAM have another pistol.
Yeah, it's a fantastic pistol all in. Very safe and I guess confident from both sides. Not a lot of panic until the end where it looked as if Mandatory were going to be kind of losing it. You can even see here Famzy's happy to try and stick it and give his body to the cause. Severe, not kind of showing himself until absolutely necessary. Nice pistol from UCAM, nice pistol from Mandatory. UCAM just have the edge.
It looks like Mandatory are going to force a B play here in the follow-up round. UCAM were very good at their pistol rounds against Enterprise. In fact, not just that, but the bonuses afterwards. Won 3 out of 4 in total yesterday, despite falling 2-0. Promising start here from Olizera, but Takas just dives straight in and finds one back. So all of a sudden they've conceded another plant, and actually Takas doubles up.
Yeah, Olizera already low. That's a big kill from Shin, and now he earmarks the site with his own smoke. Plays within it, but does give himself away to Famzy.
Yeah, not given the support of Kadavra post-haste. Bald is closing in here, and if he can find one on the extremity, it could be huge. In fact, he's going to play Discipline. Famzy will know this. I'm just trying to line up that second target. Will he have a view to Savaya? He does! Brilliant from Bald. It was a cagey situation at best for UCAM, but the captain and smart thinker behind the team has pulled them out of a bad situation.
That he has. And it's not the biggest losses in the world. There's a couple of pistols in the mix, so the fact you get 2 into the next round makes things that much better for UCAM here. But Mandatory showing exactly what they can do on the post plant, and that's exactly what they'll be playing for. That's the thing that we need to take note of, is the fact that they'll be playing for the tail, playing for all the utility that they have in pocket. That's why you bring a Brim, right? So that's what UCAM need to try and stop. They can't be playing retake like they did in the last round.
Olizera with those leftover credits has brought up a rifle, and it looks like an early play here from UCAM in main. Flashed onto the angle is Famzy, but he drops shoulder to shoulder with Bald, and this double is promising, but that doesn't last for too much longer, so very quickly Mandatory takes site control again.
Yeah, they do. UCAM are trying to do exactly what we spoke about, trying to deny the post plant, but in doing so, Mandatory have expected it, and they've immediately countered it. So they go into post themselves now, waiting for the last 2 players to come. And remember, we had a flank last round, so eventually the French side will start to realise the position they're in.
Especially now whittling away at security as well. That is valuable information in the hands of the French side. Natank spearheading it, and now supported by Kada, they've got Takas for contact. It's Kada that's just going to go stick his own neck out though for the cause. Jesse TPing inside his own smoke can create problems here, and actually does manage to root out Takas on the first. Can't find the follow-up. That would have been everything. UCAM will concede as Mandatory get on the board.
Yeah, it gets a little bit too close for comfort for Mandatory, considering the emphatic start that they had at the beginning. And it will mean, as we head into the next round, that this becomes a little bit more worrisome than what you'd expect for both teams. A swing round, Bisk has his operator, so he has exactly what we would expect from him. I wonder now, with Mandatory actually playing UCAM, how do they counteract that? How do they filter that into the back of their minds? They've not played them on Abyss Hazard, but it's certainly always a problem that's going to come through that you need to consider.
Yeah, got to be thinking about the map pool in this one. It is a best of 5, of course, and we've already spoken to the strengths of UCAM here, starting things off. Bisk took the side grade to the Outlaw, but he is back on the op, as you say. Faced with a pack of light shields and already picking up the first. That's Kada gone. No null command to siege the B site, but Mandatory have managed to find themselves on spot here anyway.
Yeah, it's a nice scale. And the fact that they are contacted does play into the operator, but look at this, players already on the back line.
It's constantly limit testing here. UCAM on another forward line. Olizera in behind, and he snaps to the spray of the second there as well. Mandatory down to their last couple members. The tank will try and stand his ground. He does a brilliant job at it in finding the first couple. But he's on borrowed time now, and Bisk will bury him before the spike goes into the ground. UCAM back to winning ways.
Out of charges.
They are back to winning ways. Mandatory are playing exactly into how UCAM would expect them to. They see the operator, they play elsewhere, but contacting I don't think is ever going to be the play throughout the rest of this map. UCAM, as you said, always limit testing, always looking to be proactive on the defence. That's what you need to be on Abyss. So with that, how does the French side adapt? It looks like they're going to go mid with not a whole lot of weaponry, not a whole lot of bite. That's going to be to the detriment of their attack. And now UCAM have the perfect opportunity to springboard themselves and take control of this map.
It's a pivot from UCAM as well. They overloaded mid in the previous round. They were ready to fight it. This time it's back to those extremities and back to another aggressive position from Bisk. The operator rewarded Julie yet again. And now UCAM should have an idea of what this picture looks like.
Yeah, they're up mid though. How do they even try and get out of this position? Where do they try and go now? Which link do they take? It seems to be B, but unfortunately they've been denied at every opportunity.
It almost had to be because of Kada's position with the spike in hand. He's got to now cross this next line on B-Link if he wants to join up with the rest of the team, which are still making ground towards the A site, but no kills in the feed, Cairo. That's the biggest issue for me. Down to a 3 versus 5, and still just pistols for the most of them. That's with the exclusion of Shin, of course. He does get things off to a start at long last and find the spark, but Bisk an equal trade, and with Jesse waiting in the wings to just build utility off the back of this. There really is nowhere to go for Mandatory at this point in time. Kadabra trying to bolster his own smoke, but it's not happening. And so they continue as they started.
Yeah, I mean, UCAM, really well played. I don't think there's much else that can really be said about this round, right? Mandatory, they try mid to try and limit test themselves on a different part of the map that we've not really seen them do. But so far, it's been very deathbally, and I've not clearly seen them kind of default a little bit more as and test that. And I think that's because they don't want to be caught out by an operator of this. But I mean, I don't know. It feels like at this moment in time, Mandatory are still searching for answers, and their answer for this round seems to be hit B.
Very direct approach that they've brought to the table so far in this game. And UCAM happy to just soak up that pressure so far, it seems.
Strike chucked across, no command used. Plenty of ultimates to be thrown in the mix, but Bisk already showing the quality that he's got, and that's 2 kills. Still the KO up and ready to go, so that means it's a straight on 3 versus 3. A good flash denies Bisk his life. The rest of UCAM nowhere near, so that spike can go down.
Yeah, he saw what Bisk was trying to do there, but the suppression stopped him TPing out. Olazera's tried to follow this up. Low HP on the player's backside.
Yeah, he's found a gap. Jesse close by. This is like ships in the night. Which one bites first? Which one comes out on top? This could be round deciding, and Kadabra could have just done it. Olazera trying to play the discipline, but it doesn't work in his favour because now he's giving himself up. Onto the spike he goes. He's just managing to burn to a crisp. Spike can't for sure, but his chance is surely gone. The tank's falling off. What is going on? This round now on a knife's edge. Olazera with a chance, but can't quite capitalise. Kadabra wins, and Mandatory get their second.
What happened to the tank? He just misplaced his foot, and all of a sudden, the healthiest player on the Mandatory side in that 2 versus 1 has fallen into the abyss.
Last player standing.
I understand the play here from Bisk. I was saying he wanted to play Scorched Earth, give a platform for the retake to happen. UCAM, a lot of the time, have been quite happy to play back into those situations where Mandatory receive an afterplant. But value from the ults, that's all you can really say so far. If they're able to space these out, then there's a real possibility that this UCAM lead is chipped away at.
I think that's the big aspect to this, is whether the ultimates can be spaced, whether we do find Mandatory starting to chip away. At this moment in time, it's a lot slower, as Mandatory have been pretty fast. The execute's good. Jesse forced out to respect this, and Takas eager as ever to take the next duel. He looks to try and go in towards CT, but Hilton is ticking away because of the Viper's pit, and is even able to get one of his own. So the Viper forced out into the open, and Savire comes out on top. UCAM lost his sight and have lost two of their key players.
Yeah, a bit of a rash move there, and the tank with full post plant. Might not even need it if Shin carries on here.
Last player standing.
No, Fancy now trying to get close, and Shin is able to shoot all the heads coming his way. Fantastic run from Mandatory, and even to get the Viper's pit out of UCAM.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the ult economy between the two now, and I think Mandatory have got all the return that they were looking for.
Last player standing.
It's going to have an impact on the money as well. And I'm just sort of waiting to see when the first timeout is going to be called from one of these teams. Big aspect to UCAM's performance yesterday against Enterprise was how well they started. A couple of 5-round streaks to kick off a few of the maps, but still not able to win any of them.
So it seems to be a set play with the Hunter's Fury. They have caught Takat, but it's with an info dart. Famsy's rifle working, but an even trade of bodies.
Deploying drone.
Board will be looking to re-clear this with the drone. Did so in mid on the previous round as Mandatory really creating pressure through their double controller setup here. This time it's a face check from the tank in middle as Bisk isn't on an operator, but it's always something that you've got to be thinking about.
Well, Lizera's changed up the wall to aid his endeavours in mid. At this moment in time, though, looks like Mandatory have made the decision to start to head towards A. I don't know if this is the right one, though, considering how UCAM are so deep in mid, and you're starting to see all Lizera explore it. But the good thing for Mandatory is there's not a whole lot of bodies on this site, so it's just Bold and Heaven.
It's just Bold, and he's trying to see if he can get one off of the dart here. It won't scan.
30 seconds left.
Broken prematurely. Shock would kill, I think. Kada, no, survives on 8 HP, and now all eyes on the tank watching this flank, and he does find Olizera.
It's a massive one. Now time in the favour of Mandatory as well. They've got all the bodies and everything they could possibly want. And the tank has the orbital strike. The utility actually looking not as great as what you would think in a post-plant comp like this that Mandatory have. It's already the molly being used. It's coming at the perfect time, and Shin and Takas filling the kill feed. Overall, this is looking like a successful post-plant for Mandatory as UCAM have lost control of this first map as we start to go and look at a 4-4 scoreline.
This is the point in the game where you've got to be thinking about a timeout now. We're arriving in that territory because, as I mentioned, it was a serious factor in the game yesterday, and it looks like another strong start could be squandered here if UCAM can't make the necessary adjustments for their defender's side, and that's exactly the case. It brings us onto the conversation of coaches though, Cairo, because I was seeing a lot of praise for Bromas on socials after the run that we've seen from this team so far. You got to remember, UCAM didn't even qualify to this event based on their Stage 2 performance. It was on the points from Stage 1 that they ended up booking their spot.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing about Bromas and UCAM. It always feels like he finds himself a roster, and I'm not saying that like this roster doesn't have like the best of players, but has I feel as if like every single time a Bromas team all overperforms, you know, or like gives us something that you don't necessarily expect. And I always think back to that Ascension run last year.
Exactly, that's the headline, right? He's now led 2 different teams to top finishes at these events. The Dynasty roster in Ascension made the grand final. Of all the teams you could have wanted to face up against, of course it was BBL Pacific, the prodigal sons in waiting now with Santiago soil under their feet. Yeah, it's been a weird one, right? But he's got some trusted players by his side like Famzy, who we've seen across multiple different roles, but still do prefer him really on the duelist. This read which they've got is a solid one as well. But they need some inspiration here, Cairo, because Mandatory are looking at collecting a lead now and potentially building on it.
Seems they want to try and brawl mid as the players start to walk up. The Neon ultimate used, the overdrive gone, and well, those players start to disappear before your eyes, especially when Kada gets his rifle working. The spike still in Mandatory's hands, and it looks like the round is as well.
Kind of doing brilliantly to marshal the situation. A new in-game leader for the team. He does take a bullet to the helmet there, but it's fine because he survives on 10 HP for like the 3rd or 4th round at this point. I feel like every time I see this guy's HP, it's in the red, but Mandatory get through, as they always do. That is the story of this team. The 2nd seed that ends up doing better at these bigger events. And now that they're in front, it's another huge round on the cards.
First rifle versus rifle between the two post timeout. So you're looking at adaptations, you're looking at what UCAM are doing differently. From the last round, they'd started in mid, put more bodies towards them. It looks as if it's the same thing here, Hazza.
Yeah, it's the double duelist. They're playing from Link again, and Bull's sort of been skirting around this position as well. Mandatory building their own default off of this space, and again, you're seeing players embedded behind the Viper wall, most notably Bisq with his TP.
Takas has an operator of his own. Worried about potentially where players could be. It's Takas is up that gets the kill though, and Bisq forced away.
Yeah, a little hot under the collar there playing from the bookcase, so he takes the TP prematurely, but UCAM are starting to re-engage now. Shin 1v3 under the microscope here, but he walks away just in time. And actually gives away the steps, yeah.
Massive information right now, but Shin is going to be so far away in comparison, and you're looking at the lone Jesse on the A site, a top performer in the past couple series. Time is ticking away, but for who? Is it going to be UCAM, or is it going to be Mandatory? With all the wolves starting to hunt down on their prey, they can smell it. Jesse steps forward, playing within his own smoke. The top reacts and sees the information that's going to be huge for the post plan. Shin gets the next one, and Mandatory should have this in their own hands.
Gets to a point where you expect Famsi here as well. Shin is out in the open, so Famsi reads the timing right. How much further will he take this? I don't think there's space. You can't park there, mate.
Oh no, he's trying to surely. Trying to different from the scope. The second just as good. But okay, decides to save the operator and call it quits. A nice effort overall, but Mandatory so far has they're starting to know exactly what UCAM are up to. Because let's be honest, Bromas as a coach, he's very, I guess, set piece oriented.
Yeah, and UCAM have tried to flank in these retakes one too many times now. Mandatory have their finger on the pulse. Just laughing there. It's like, you can see what Famsi's trying to do, right? If there's a world where he can get behind or under Shin, I suppose, and find another player, it would have been huge. Just not enough space.
I mean, Shin's unlucky there.
He is. He pulled the trigger, and you know, if you don't buy a ticket, can't win. So finally, UCAM do spend all their tickets on the big prize, the main one for them, the operator in the hands of Bisq. And it's this mid-focus again that Mandatory are sort of changing up. Right, it's another gear shift, and they're going straight for this direct play towards A again.
Seems like a gear shifted straight execute. I thought for a minute they would maybe go back, but no, it is exactly as you say. The players into the site, taking or trying to at least take them for their own betterment. Into backside, Takas goes. His entry work so excellent as always. Bull trying to escape himself. Can't get a util kill, and we settle in the 3 versus 2 in favour of the attack.
Yeah, Spike's still in no man's land. Going to take a little bit of time for Mandatory to recover this one, so UCAM can get back in position. Famsi already in heaven. He can hold the cross here, in fact. This is a perilous situation.
Well, the smoke came up just in time, so that will allow Kada to go for it. But do we see Famsi take a chance and dip out? All his air is at his shoulder, but decides no. Tap of the spike, see if you can get someone baited out, even some utility. And with the smoke bot, this makes things even worse for Mandatory. So you would think before Kada's rifle gets to work.
Left.
So now it's up to Famsi. 1 versus 3. There's not a whole lot of creds left on his team, so if he were to save, it would be an honourable one. But decides to give this a go, and that next kill is going to be put things into trepidation, you would say.
Yeah, Famsi needs this next one cleanly. This clutch looking a lot more credible than the previous. Natank has the ult, that's the win condition here, the insurance policy for Mandatory. But Famzy has time on his side and his own full utility belt.
So he takes his time to clear out the site. And both of Mandatory's players are playing from main. A double stack. Trying to see if Famzy can clear out close, but instead now knows that both players should be towards the right-hand side of main. Kada peeks. Oh, it's messy for Famzy. And Kada comes out on top. That's now 7 for Mandatory, and an advantage confirmed for the next half.
Yeah, Kada has plot armor or something. I don't know if he knew that his former teammate Mitch was going to be on the desk or not, but definitely showing up for the cameras right now. 12 and 5 to kick this off. It's really nice patience shown by Mandatory in the post plant here, Cairo. Just waiting for the smoke to come up to give them safety to get the spikes down, and even waiting after the fact to find Bolazera out hanging on the olive branch. Ukam not able to build on those first 4 rounds here. And in a game which has often fluctuated between mid-control, passivity, or aggression, Mandatory want to try and invest into this space on the last round of the half.
Proactive with the drone. It's nice use of the rockets to try and bring that information offline, but Bisque elsewhere has got his first kill in what feels like forever.
Yeah, that operator's just not been treated to the right engagement so far, Cairo. It's a frustrating one, but finally able to actualize some success, and continuing to prolong his status in mid is going to make it difficult for Mandatory to cross through late round. Natank obviously is the safety net for them here again. As you can see, Ukam are playing quite passive towards the link position on B.
Entry already been taken by the wheelie of Takas. The support really far back here. And it's Shen who actually catches Famzy off instead. The operator himself getting to work.
Yeah, and so many ults here for Mandatory to fall back on in post. Obviously, Bisque has his own Yoru to try and get back in here, but the stall is just too much.
As Olizera tries to get out and support Bisque, he comes out his own ultimate with a classic. So a tap of the spike forces players in and forces ultimates out. This is now a very awkward situation for the French side. Is it trying to deny it? It looks successful.
Yeah.
Oh, Shen from the smoke. Victory! Oh, what is going on? No way!
Oh, the molly missed! The molly missed! Cairo! I thought that would have been it, but no! Instead of the round wrapped up, Jesse's stolen it away from them. What a blunder!
What is going on? Oh, mate, that should have been a mandatory round. I mean, signed, sealed and delivered, wrapped in a little bow. That could be a massive mistake as we get to the later part of this series. We'll need to find out. But as for now, in the second half, a chance for Ukam to come straight back in.
Prepare for hellfire.
A chaotic end to the second half here. As you can see, it just looked like Natank didn't have the lineup, and I hate to put it up on the Jumbotron like this, but that could be a lifeline thrown in the direction of UCAM after they weren't able to find any rounds in what should have been 7 in a row there, Cairo.
Yeah, it should have been. And the other aspect to this is that we know UCAM have these great starts. So this could really turn the tide between the two teams, especially with two regions with massive rivalries like France and Spain.
UCAM have been very good on their pistols. We stressed that fact earlier, but already here you can see Takas has found himself in and amongst the commotion, which is taking place in middle yet again. It's just sitting at the bottom of elbow right now, but actually mandatory call off that proactivity towards mid and start to shift towards an A site hold, where UCAM are going to be trickling in just a moment's time. This sequence could be huge for the ramifications of the second half.
Oh, Kada, just the wrong moment, decided to take away the molly, so the players are able to break out. Bisk's Sheriff looking good. Mandatory side hold looking even better at the moment, as both teams do go even on the kills, as Severe looks to take control. Oh, and it brings it down to Takas versus Bold. IGL versus Star Duelist, and it's the Star Duelist that comes out on top. Mandatory looking to adjust after the mistakes of the end of the second half, or the first half.
Yeah, a big talking point for Takas in general was that he had underperformed on attack side more recently compared to his stats across the board and domestically, but it's now back on this defender side when we're expecting to see the best from him. You can see how aggressive he was to start things off, helping build the macro for the rest of the team. The call is made, and when you've got Brim and Omen both in the comp, make it so difficult for UCAM to cut out those deeply entrenched players. And with it being their pick to start off this best of 5 as well, Cairo, we've got maps like Haven and even later on Corrosion, Pearl coming up potentially. It's looking very good for them to kick off this lower final.
Oh no, it's just gonna mow them down, has it? Mandatory. They only really lose Shin, and for the most part, it's not really a massive loss all in. So up to 9, very quick change of. Changing the guard now, because we're looking at UCAM to have the rifle advantage, right?
Yeah, I was just gonna say there. Sorry. More paranoia. How many times have you seen 5 players all blinded, especially after they reduced the size, the size of Omen's blind? That's very nicely done. Eco kills all the same though, of course. And well, look, if Mandatory can find a bonus here, that should be the first map in the bag, or so you think. Struggling to see UCAM come back from this one so far, Cairo.
Yeah.
Real sign to life.
Yeah, since that like kind of best start that we've seen, what, 4 rounds, they've won 1. Like, and that was at the very end of that first half.
It's the rifles as well, right? When you're losing in the rifles, it's way bigger of an issue. Sure, you can be a great rifle team and really struggle with your pistols. We see coaches talk about it a lot at the top level, but then you've just got something to work on, right? Whereas if your overall ideas just aren't hitting the mark, then there are definitely concerns here for UCAM.
Yeah, and I think that's the massive aspect to this is with UCAM, like kind of being one of the top contenders, with us now looking at like them having tendencies. That's going to be easy to anti and read into, as Kada just walks into the smoke and nobody there to even trade it out. So advantage Mandatory.
Yeah, just immediately sends Famzi his marching orders. And in terms of the gap close that UCAM have here, well, there is no TP on Bisk either. Jesse has no teleports of his own, so slow scale towards the B site. That kill in mid could be backbreaking.
Yeah, but it does identify exactly where UCAM want to execute, as the players try to burst out of the smokes. It now comes down to Severe holding things down. With 1 second left, Bisk is able to get the spike down. So 2v2 post plan.
Barely, but this flank is already well in motion. Kada in behind, Can UCAM anticipate it?
Oh,
player
Jesse,
standing.
too busy in his smoke, but Kada missing his bullets onto the pivotal bisque. So Shin, 1 versus 2, full belt of utility, and we've spoken about how good his paranoias can be, but his TPs leave a lot to be desired. UCAM finally get the first throw of the second half.
Yeah, it wasn't the blind that we had to be worried about there, it was the TP instead. Brings himself within range of Bisque, and make no mistake about it, he will not miss from that range. Unlucky for Kada, honestly, with how good things have looked for him. And so, UCAM picking up the round that you expect them to. We now need to see if that track record can continue into the next, because when you look at Mandatory's composition and what it is that they've got here, yeah, they are relying a lot on you using up that early utility like we saw.
Kada still looking to play on the main.
Okay.
And does excellently. There's Bisque gone. So that's the flashes that should be used to try and break out of these smokes as a gone.
It's also the difference between the two teams right now. Mandatory side running high on confidence, happy to just take fights like that and risk things a little bit more, whereas UCAM playing a much slower paced, more calculated game, leaving themselves open to aggression. The tank would have been heard jump spotting here, as he does call for support. It's another missed molly, but this one, it's not really his fault.
It's not the worst either, as the Tonka is trying to deny more information. Nice little spray down. Ollie Zera catches Severe, trying to move up into heaven. So we're back to 4-on-4.
UCAM just retooling this post plant as well. Very aggressive from them, trying to interrupt Mandatory before they can flood.
Yeah, Molly looks good. The rifles just up to the mark as well. 4 versus 2, this could be called off as we've even not got started. Mandatory happy to keep what they did have left, and UCAM happy to take the round.
Yeah, this is much better from UCAM, Cairo. When you look at the way the round's being played, Mandatory have such a stockpile of util that they can just dump at you. Those reserves, honestly, just the strength of composition, right? And if they're not setting up proactive plays through Kada, flashing Takas onto an angle, then that's what you're expecting, them to just dump it at you when you hit the choke point. So UCAM ahead of the curve there. We need to see that trend continue, though, in the second half.
Yeah, we really do. Lovely shots all in. But still a chance for Mandatory to come straight back in. There will be the opportunity to have a bit of a buy. That's so
what did it even
unfortunate.
bounce off, man?
I think it's the tiles.
Sunday League football pitch over here. There's just a random molehill in the middle of the grass. What's going on?
Yeah. Well, this is respectable, right? We have a timeout coming from Mandatory, and we were speaking about Bromas in the first half. I think at the same time we have to speak about Mandatory and what they have in terms of support staff.
Yeah, right. Of course, everyone will remember at the same Ascension event, Mandatory also made a grand final, right? Against Ulf to try and make it into VCT. And when you look at the coaching staff, there have been no changes made there either. Madsy and Rhodes still in slot for them. And they've done a pretty good job, right, I think, with this team, keeping them competitive year after year. I mentioned earlier how they were often, you know, playing second string to job life. That remained to be true even into some of these interregional events in sort of the last year or so. But now, actually, they have started to prove that when it comes to this level of play, they have a little bit more tact than their counterparts. And a lot of that does come through the setup, of course.
Yeah, and I think as well, the fact that they've brought in people like Severe, Kada, right? Like having people like Takas, etc. Like some really big names within the EMEA Valorant. It seems we're going to get a very quick match between these two on the B site. But at the same time, Mandatory, rather than going straight for a quick retake, they've gone and taken mid.
Yeah, they're just looking for an advantage here. It's not the best of rounds for them, at least in terms of money. Olazera can't do anything here, then that's an upgrade, and Takas will take it very quickly, refracting back, and UCAM modifying their own post plant in the process. Open spike plant, all pressure on the tank to try and withstand this one before his teammates arrive.
Looks like they are in position though, as they now start to round the corner. Famsi stands in the middle, but with no one there, there's no trade, and the tank does well himself. It's a good ultimate all-in, but the bodies are dropping like flies, as Shun gets into position as well. Mandatory with a set piece of their own, find themselves 10.
It's a horrible round to lose for UCAM, but they look to be engaging with the map in the right way. The idea for them to take that link space, plant it more open, when they realized that there was potential for a flank coming in was everything, but Mandatory then have their own follow-up response to that. They recuperate off of the call from the tank, which would have been that he was receiving pressure in that same area, and just through having strong fundamentals, trading off one another, that's sometimes all you need in those situations. And again, UCAM on the back foot.
Sometimes that's just what you need. So, it looks like a B site has been marked for the time being, as UCAM look to try and execute once again, realising that, hey listen, there's a mistake we made in there. Takas though can't quite find the kill that he's looking for. The dimensional drift of Bisk, oh, it's excellent! And Olizera might have just won the round himself. As now it's just all up to Shen in a 1 versus 4. His rifle work has been good so far though, has it?
Not 1 versus 4 good though, Cairo. I'm not entertaining it.
Okay, interesting.
He's got an ult. Maybe, just maybe, if he wanted to, like a ninja defuse or something, but let's not be silly about it. Hey mate, if this was in Santiago, the crowd's whistling, they think he's saving, hits the ult, breaks everyone's ankles. Why not?
Yeah, that would be madness. But we're back to a 2-round game. UCAM once again showing that the B site weakness. How do you change that for Mandatory? Because it feels like the last round they had a well-called round this time, and they got undone by a judge in a dimensional drift.
Well, it's difficult, right? Because even with the changes to the map, the B site is incredibly hard to hold. We've seen it at the very best level in VCT as well, but now we're starting to see some teams develop maybe even towards Harbour, just so you can flood back in with double walls.
Yeah.
And here, it's a lot of the same rationale, but it's just the layering of positions that UCAM have, which catch Mandatory off. Olizera through mid, getting a couple after Bisk goes diving in aggressively, something that they hadn't previously done. They conditioned the expansive control, but not actually gone for those fights earlier in the round, so it's a big difference.
Oh, that's easy for
Takas there, yeah. No complaints.
So happy as UCAM now trying to find something back through mid. It will get it. So back to a 4-on-4. Oh, okay.
Takas just doesn't let them rest. There is no chance for UCAM to steady themselves as they're constantly being eroded away on every side of the map. Finally, between Olizera and Famsi, they're able to manufacture a response, but it's into Takas domain that they're now heading. First should have been the easiest of the lot, but he can't even get past the post. So with that, it's all on Savaya.
Unfortunately, he won't. Yeah, he's just not going to get a chance. Bisk's operator back to rule supreme, and within 1 now. So if you're Mandatory, you've already burned 1 timeout, and in that you've only been able to win 1 out of 3 rounds. So I wonder if the finger's hovering over the timeout once again. And in fact, it's not even hovering. They've pressed the panic button.
Absolutely. There should be signs of stress creeping into the Mandatory camp by now, considering the fact it's 4 out of the last 5 rounds that they've lost. The gun rounds as well. Big talking point for us earlier in this game, of course, that UCAM just couldn't find a way to get themselves going. But despite what the statistics would say, and that Mandatory have looked better on their defender's side here against UCAM, it's just that macro being propped up by this operator again. I feel like if UCAM are to go on and win this map, it can't just be him. You know, we've got to see Olizera getting his lurk timings as we have. Famsi's got to start putting up numbers as well, Cairo, because there are a few missing pieces here still.
And my mind just draws back to the last round of the first half, and you take one round away from UCAM and give it to Mandatory at 11-8. You still are much in favour of the French side, and there's not that panic to be had. So it shows you the difference that one round can have, and a wide-scale best-of-5 like this. It is map 1. We can see. I imagine there's many twists to the tale still to come.
Yeah,
but yeah, 5 ultimates still to be had. Mad C and Road wanting to speak to the players as the last timeout that the defence side can use, and they're hoping that there's going to be some changes to their fate at this moment in time.
That will have been the crux of the conversation in the timeout there for both teams. A full house of ultimates for Mandatory. Both of them incredibly passive at this state in the game, Cairo, and you completely understand the reasons why. Mandatory could very quickly find themselves down a dark path when you look at the money. Natank's on a judge here as well.
Cover going out.
But UCAM can't leave this too late. As I said, all those ults up, always going to be a problem. When it gets chaotic, could be the difference maker.
Yeah, I think it's all about the adaptation of the post plan. For me, if that is 5 alive for both sides, Takas forced to respect the Viper smoke that's been placed by Olazera. Information gained by Shin, that could be massive. But does Mandatory realise that there's players in the back lanes? Should do. As Kanda is able to react and reposition perfectly. Now you look towards the Brimstone of Natonk as he holds on towards CT by himself.
Yeah, Mandatory, in dropping deep, have spun a web which UCAM walks straight into. We're going to get a deep hit here, but you bring a shorty. There's a judge sat there on the edge of it in the form of Natank, and here come the ults.
Here they do, the null command already offline. Jesse absolutely blinding. Takas trying his best to gain the information, gain the space back, and ultimate going to be bummed. That's now 3 from Mandatory to be used. The tank getting rid of Olazera, getting rid of the pit, but do they clear Jesse? Yes they do! 4 versus 2 now, and it's Bisk's operator that goes. Bull trying to spam his way in. The dart's hitting, time getting low. That's a big dart! That's a round for UCAM! 10-10, a huge clutch!
All 5 ults used, and no round for Mandatory. All it took was a couple of shocks, and the whole illusion comes crashing down. From the surface, the setup was perfect. And you understand their reasoning, their want to invest it all here, but Cairo, this is the watershed moment. It could all change from this point on. UCAM presented a golden opportunity to convert their own map pick from this position.
Back, broken, Mandatory. How do you even come back from this one? All bruised and trying to take the fight on your own hands. UCAM are set up for it and Takas goes running. When do you ever see that?
Sometimes it's the play that has to be made, and Bisk is out for punishment. Whenever you see him on the attack side with the Outlaw, you already know that UCAM have found themselves in a strong position, because it just screams of the fiscal ruin on the other side. Mandatory in the late round here, looking to lean a little bit more towards the B play and collect some info off the back of it. UCAM still haven't set their sights on where they want to finish, but they have options with mid control.
The words of Mad C and Road will be ringing in the ears of the defender side players, the coaches and the timeout, trying to stress the important details which they failed to follow through on. So now they have to try and do it with lesser weaponry, holding down a B site. They've continued and failed to hold on. But Kada's judge looked good. A jump not great, but a hold from Sophia, excellent. Now a 1 versus 3 that Bisk can't stand up to. So Mandatory answers straight back with a poor buy.
Incroyable. Incredible, Cairo. They gamble perfectly there, Mandatory, and it does force the final timeout of regulation on the UCAM side. Kada does a lot of damage, the rest backfilling the space, and then up pops Sevilla. with the kind of performance that took him at least a map to show us from that game we had yesterday. Considering that both Bind and Breeze have been banned here, we're not expecting the Yoru head-to-head between him and Bisk, but across many roles, he's always just so good. For those that missed it, 74 kills yesterday, plus 29 by the time we got to the decider, and they decimated Misa.
Yeah, I think that just shows you the quality of Severe and the fact that he has attracted eyes from Tier 1, right? I mean, played under Fnatic for the tournament where Boaster was ill, and the fact that he had been in trials felt a bit hard done by, I would say, the fact that he didn't get picked up.
I think it's also a weird one, right? Because you've also got to tie in the fact that Mandatory have committed to being a fully French lineup, and while Severe has dual citizenship, of course, he is in a French-speaking team here, which naturally can, you know, sometimes limit the talent pool that you're picking up from, and makes it interesting. Was sort of speaking yesterday on stream about, you know, other players like Shin and Kada as well, even Takas and Atank. All of these players have played in, actually looking at it, all of them have played in international lineups, but I guess in some ways that makes this a bit more of a French super team.
Yeah, and I think that's the other aspect to it, is that you look at the players, you look at the success that they've had, and you could argue maybe Hazza that the information that these players maybe gave out wasn't the best because it's not their first language, whereas if you speak in complete French, then Severe, as we've kind of spoken about, lived in France from a young age, he would understand how to kind of communicate fluently, so it's not as if there's going to be a big gap in that instance either.
Oh, no, of course, right, it's sort of a non-point, right? You know, this is a fully French team. I guess that, like, the point that we're getting at is that, you know, what are the limitations of that on the whole? Yeah, a scene which has been known over the years, right, for being quite emotional sometimes, the players on these rosters. You have these huge roster shuffles. We kind of saw it between them and Job Life as well. So in the big moments, can they carry the weight? That's what we have to be saying here. We've seen Mandatory in many a playoff in Challengers EMEA in the past, these Road and Mad Sea-led teams. Can they channel any momentum from the pickup that has just gone by? So they're not out of the woods just yet.
So with the remaining last 3 rounds of regulation, a big pivot point in the round is this drone. Seems like such a simple piece, but Severe has essentially isolated himself, and UCAM know that. They know that Mandatory will try and mid-round off the back of the information they just gained.
Who's next? Into the late round again with UCAM setting up this conditioning of the B play. You can see 3 bodies still stationed towards that side, and without the quick ability for rotation through a Yoru or a Neon, Mandatory boots to the ground here.
Planted.
And ear to the wall as the spike goes in on A, and you can see this is an expansive post plant from UCAM.
It is, but already on the back lines is Shin hiding behind the box. Cleared though and identified, information gained, able to at least come out with 1. So the numbers even, but in fact, go in favour of UCAM. Bisk low, trying to play on the front line, able to keep himself alive and his team alive. That should be it done. It's Mandatory, tuck tail and run. That's the operator save from Takas, and Severe in the middle of the site does not have time nor life to defuse. It should be here, 11-11. All regulation needed to close this one out.
Nicely done from Takas to at least get away with the op, but the biggest interaction for me there is that fight on the back lines in A main right at the start of this UCAM afterplant, because the player that ends up staying alive is Bald. He had the Hunter's Fury, that was the win condition. As soon as they win this fight and UCAM can confirm there's no one there, that's where they then really start to soak into the cracks of this Mandatory defense. Looking at it here, 11-11. Can a team find the win in regulation? We had 2 13-11 scorelines in their last meeting. Is there another on the horizon here, or a twist left in the tail? A full purchase for both. Just that one ult I was talking about for Bald still remaining.
So the pings go out. They want to try and go through B-Link with the Sova holding on to the main position. But you can already see Shin in his reposition. He does announce himself, but not one that actually gets any kills. So will Mandatory try and fight? Who can win the round in mid without the spike even going down? It's left with Takas to save his operator. And he has 40 seconds to try and stay alive as the Wolves go hunting to get rid of this operator.
5 nights at Takas, but he will not see 6 AM. He can't survive with the op in hand, and so
Match point.
UCAM will rise to the occasion and find 12 first. I can't believe we've gotten to this stage in the game, Cairo. It's looking like a complete night and day performance from them. They wake up, they smell the Saturday afternoon coffee. And Mandatory on a mixed buy means Bisky is just going to go for the op here. Might as well spend every credit.
And I think
so many players looking at mid.
The most part, Mandatory have actually been ahead in the kill count, but right now, UCAM are able to fight mid themselves, win that out. Takas left to put Shin all alone, isolated, and well, UCAM now just sit and wait. What's the reaction from the defense? It's to try and get Takas out of dodge.
Bisk was just a whisker away there. Couple warning shots let off. Mandatory know the style that they're against here, and at the same time understand that Bisk could have repositioned anywhere on the map at this point in time. Instead, you've got Jesse holding deep on B, and actually they will have heard the TP now, so they know at the very least UCAM have given up some A main control. Another late B Inquisition.
And one which Takas has quick access to the backlines. Sevilla is following this up behind, and this is excellently played. Here's the rifles, can't quite get the kill, and that's the most important part. An even trade, but do they know about the table?
Just peeks back into the firing line. They know about Natunk now. Spray through the smoke blindly. Jesse has given a huge advantage to UCAM. Mandatory scrambling to try and flood back in.
Yeah, they are in a 2 versus 4. They're forced to try. There's no more savings, or else UCAM win it here and now. The players peek out. The players have found Bisk with the 2. And that is UCAM up to 13, Hazard.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was UCAM's pick coming in, one which they've looked incredibly good on so far in this tournament. Beating Job Life, of course, who we know reigns supreme in France themselves, the region which Mandatory hail from. But, I mean, this was just an unprecedented turnaround in the second half. You've got to contextualize it, of course, with the fact that when it came to the pistols, they looked like they got off to a pretty decent start most of the time, and that's where they were actually picking up their rounds. But after a couple of those timeouts, they never really looked back, and I still can't help but feel there are a couple of big moments there where Mandatory really did miss out.
Yeah, they did. But with that being said, Mandatory might miss out on map number 1, but we have map number 2 coming straight up. But not before we get to hear from our desk.
Thank you, guys. It doesn't seem like we can get an Abyss game without it going the full distance at the very least, especially not if UCAM is involved. They seem determined to make their lives as long and difficult as possible, but regardless, what a game from those two. It really did feel like at times Mandatory had what it took to take that one to the end, but just not quite able to cross the line before the UCAM players got them dead to rights, MP.
I kind of fear that UCAM having to go for another overtime right there, that would have been quite devastating for them. Obviously, 2 long overtimes yesterday against Enterprise Esports, and this is not a map for UCAM that they have been really comfortable prior to this tournament, but in this tournament with the new composition that they brought in, they look like a whole new different team, winning against Job Life, close game against Enterprise Esports, and now setting or taking down Mandatory as well. Bisk on the front line of that.
Yeah, this was a conversation we had before, MP. You asked about this squad. You said a lot of people, they don't really see them as having those superstars. And I think Bisc had a number of rounds where he really was shining bright. All these errors, mid-lurk presence. Again, we saw it last time these two teams faced on Corrosion. I think he was a massive factor, and he definitely had his impact here with Haven up next as well. A lot of open space there. It's a really good sign for UCAM. Yes, this was their map pick, and I wouldn't be usually that confident. Map number 1 of a BO5 going that close. The team that picked it should feel more comfortable there, but we said it. Mandatory don't hate this map. It's somewhere that they clearly have been capable and ready to fight. But the problem I had with UCAM was that they were always getting close. They carried the water all the way up the hill and spilled it at the summit in their previous match. This time, though, they showed us that they can go the distance and that they can close it as well.
But they were already struggling in the first half, but Bisc was again the player to look on there multiple times, or actually most of the rounds they won on the defensive side. Bisc were able to find an entry round 4, round 5 and round 12. Those were the only gun rounds they actually found on that first half, and Bisc found an entry with the operator. So incredible player there, operator prowess, just amazing overall.
Well, we have a couple of things we can look through from that game to give us an idea of how things turned out. I mean, especially when it's always that close, it's difficult to pin down exactly what happened. But I think there were two different sides here to Mandatory, and not between the two sides of the game. Mitch, talk me through what we're looking at in these couple of rounds.
Well, what I really enjoyed about Mandatory, just in general, was that I felt like they came out swinging from the very get-go. This was a much more punchy attack side. They took the fight straight to UCAM, and they looked to really be oppressive with how they were getting those early duels in. And I don't think we've seen that from them in some of the previous matchups with UCAM. Maybe there was too much respect there at times. And on the defense, with how they tend to set up, the let them have space and flood back in works very well. But showing us that little bit of extra ability to come out swinging from the get-go was a refreshing look.
Absolutely, and I love the way that Takas actually ran that. Two different looks from him as well right there. One really fast-paced attack on the side, Mandatory, knowing how to exploit Takas and exploit that waylay, but then actually slowing things down on the second round as well, letting Takas look for that pick on the operator, but in the end it wasn't quite enough for Mandatory.
We have another replay as well, a very short one, of a Tejo stun kill that I think was quite impactful. Yeah. a learning situation, maybe, MP?
Yeah, I mean, learning that I've missed something in the patch notes. Obviously, I did not know that this have come through. That was from patch 12.00, and I mean, I should know everything that is happening as an analyst, right? But Mitch, I think we shared the same story there. Yeah, we were surprised. I was like, did I see it right on the kill feed? Yes, I
thought it must be a visual bug, but yeah, somehow he actually got it in, and I love to learn, and I certainly learned a lot here. I'm sure Mandatory did as well, though. Look, they managed to push them 13-11, and now Haven, much more of a comfort zone for Mandatory coming up. What we set up was that this could be a 2-1, should be maybe a 2-1 to UCAM, or they managed to take it 3-0. But after a hiccup there in the first and a close game, I really think we've got a wide open series here.
And speaking of which, it is Haven up next, map 2, and it is Mandatory's map pick, so hopefully a chance to get back at them after a very close map 1 on Abyss. We're going to go to a quick break, and then we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Pull up to the spot with the squad, let the bass drop. Laser on the up, brought the chop, this a cakewalk. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, hit them top, let them take shots. 007 on the block, keep the aim cocked. Pull up to the spot with the squad, let the bass drop. Laser on the up, brought the chop, this a cakewalk.
Hello everybody, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA. Our first map of the day is done, but you've got plenty more in store for you. It is a best of 5 in the lower bracket finals here between Mandatory and UCAM Esports. UCAM, they do take their map pick just about 13-11, took it the distance just as we're used to there on Abyss with this team, but that does mean we're heading to Haven next, and hopefully for Mandatory they're able to fight back, get something back in their favor. Do you think that's going to be the case, MP?
It has to be the case, absolutely. Haven is the place where Mandatory have to win, because it's going to be really scary when we look to the map 3. UCAM on the side of Haven, they've been brilliant with this new composition. Obviously have had only one repetition against Job Life, but I think that looked really good. Running the same composition as Gentlemates did in kickoff, I think this have been quite good look for the side of UCAM, bringing in the double duelist Famsi on that Neon and Bisk on Yoru. I don't think we're going to see any changes, and no, I don't think so. Two very different looks in terms of the compositions, right?
Oh, 100%. I mean, I'm a big fan when it comes to playing Viper on this map, but I do like what UCAM are bringing to the table, especially when Takas going for that entry. It's usually going to be him and Severe taking a lot of space, and the thing is, when you're playing against a Cypher, it's going to make life a lot more difficult for Takas to be involved in that opening punch. And I think on the other side, the oppression on UCAM's attack when they do get there, having that double duelist diving in, it's something Mandatory dealt with very well. Actually, they dealt with an even worse version of it on Corrode up against this very same squad, where instead of the Astra, you had the Omen, so you add a Paranoia into the mix by, again, playing back and then fighting back into the space. And I think that's where Takas is going to thrive on the defensive side for Mandatory. But the question is, can Olizera's lurks on their attack, on UCAM's attack, and most importantly his defensive solo site holds, can he match up against that, what is almost a double dive from Severe and Takas in a lot of what we've seen?
I mean, both of these teams have had a lot of success on this in this tournament alone. I mean, you look back, you don't have to look too far back for Mandatory to find a 13-1 on here against MIR, but most recently a 10-13. They started out their series with a loss against Misa Esports to send them down into this situation. Hopefully a little bit of a reminder that they can manage to get this one done, because for UCAM it's been a little while since they played. Back to the group stage for them. We're going to throw it over to the casters to see if we can find some success from Mandatory here.
Well, Mandatory will hopefully be hoping that that's the case, right? They're into their own map pick now in the best of 5, and it all really relies on them picking up some speed here, because as this series continues to go on, Cairo, with UCAM being the favorites amongst the broadcast talent here as well in terms of predictions, it's looking like that will be ever so more likely.
Yeah, I do worry I do worry for Mandatory if they can't pick things back up, but there's so much quality there. You expect them to immediately bounce back. Think of that first series between these two, it went the distance. I'm expecting this best of 5 to be in a similar ilk, whether that's 4 or 5, I do not know. But I'm sure we'll get beyond the initial 3 anyway. So starting things off, we have UCAM on the defence, a side which they have great proficiency, a 70% win rate. So 7 out of 10 rounds played is pretty decent going.
Never doing mental math on broadcast, even if it does seem like the most straightforward equation. But as you say, it doesn't take a genius to work out that UCAM are very good here. Beat Job Life on this map, and while Mandatory are the better of the top two French teams on this one, with a flawless regional record, 8 from 8, they did take a loss against Misa yesterday, so it remains to be seen how much of a knock to the confidence that might present. Already a bit of a slow start, but some deep control taken by Mandatory into Sewer here.
Yeah, and UCAM taking control of mid. A great pivot point for the defence, depending on where that spike goes. But Mandatory look to try and meet this engagement as the two players of Severe in the tank disappear before your eyes. Olizera in there as well, and the spike on the ground. Shin tries to play forward, successful in doing so, and Takas escapes.
Oh, Takas going back in for more though, Cairo. Oh, he might just find every single one of them.
30 seconds left.
With 10 HP, Olizera. Here's the steps. One bullet is enough, and Mandatory take the pistol round. What was that? What even happened?
I mean, it just ended up being an awkward situation where the spike was felled after Ukam's initial duel. Takas picks it back up. He realizes, okay, Famzi's going to match me for pace here, and already running into long. That longer sight line just means he's exposed. Couldn't make it all the way back, had to stand his ground, and fair play to him because it's won them the round.
Yeah, that prowess on defense shown, but Mandatory's attack and how good they can be on that also coming up top. This is going to be hotly contested, as you could imagine, but this round, not so much. We're expecting Mandatory to win out here with little to no problems. Say little to no problems, that's probably hopefully the only one that they'll face.
Yeah, Takas fully committing to the spray there, and Suez does make the round look a little bit worse for wear in total. And
Cage triggered.
I don't think Mandatory have fully picked up on where Olazera is right now out in grass, but Severe's definitely thinking about it.
That he is, and he'll be
Spike
protect the
planted.
President in terms of Shin because he has a rifle in his hands and wants to keep hold of that. Kada picked up the failed one from earlier, so Olazera goes on an investigation, seeing what he can find. Severe no longer looking at the Cypher, will give himself up. So a 1 versus 2 to be attempted.
And already with 1 kill there from Olazera, this is way more damaging for Mandatory and what their bonus ends up looking like. Shin was 2 HP, so the spam would have been nice, but doesn't look like he's going to be in harm's way.
This is no
Still
problem.
gets to give this a go, and Kada now forced to actually bring himself onto the site. Spike time low, I think you'll be able to escape here, Kada.
Yeah.
And then
No
it's
worries.
just about...
Looking at this map for Mandatory though, I think, as we do head into the bonus round, which isn't going to be the most well-stocked for them. This was the map yesterday, which the series started on, where Severe maybe didn't look as good on smokes as some of his other roles. You know, the Initiator, the Tahoe, the Duelist, of course, as well.
Yeah.
I want to see an improvement from him here today. It felt like some of the smokes he was doing on attack, he was trying to fake, condition a little bit with his TP. Didn't really get the value. But he is partnered up with Takas as that second in when you look at the comp. No one else really has the gap close. Does a great job here.
Oh, Hamzy looks just as good. Severe though. Oh, the kills are going here, there and everywhere. And Severe keeps himself alive. What was that?
Jesse just snapping to the smoke and finding a second. Blink and you'll miss it. Ukam walk all over Mandatory C hit. And for as much as I credited them being able to get into the site at the start, it is the small island that Ukam operated from which ended up winning it for them.
Spike down, C.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's happened there. Jesse somehow finding the head of Shin and bringing Ukam the first round. So Ultimate's online, Mandatory. Maybe a little bit hard done by in that last round, but Ukam now begin to bring out the weapons that are awkward, the Odin, the Judge. So Mandatory need to be careful with how they approach this next round.
Yeah, someone's going to make sure that they clear Famzi here. Should have Pika's advantage on the 90-degree angle if they take it cleanly.
That's if they take it at all. Shin's been left here, as well as Takas, the Neon. So this is a real investigation mission for Mandatory.
See Shin cycling the wall as well, just to threaten an additional walk up in sewer. Ukam playing for a retake on the left-hand side of the map. The C site is pretty much open. There's one trap, but Olazera won't be there to defend it. You can already see the orb getting set up to come in from Shin, so what will Mandatory have left by the time they get to post plant? Is it going to be enough to win them this round?
should be. You can see a kill trap set up, but Olizera are distracted by the garage pressure that he has to now react to that. Kada just seen the Euroflash from mid. Here's the steps and well, reacts perfectly. Do you think about the second player, Jesse? That's the other question in mind, as the rest of UCAM try to get out of CT, but Mandatory, they're playing on the front line, playing to try and disrupt, and it's been successful. The Odin and the spam from Olizera combined. 2v1, this should be it done, and it is as Bull tries to save his Odin. A bit here, there and everywhere this round, but one that Mandatory will be happy to see the end of.
Absolutely they will, but Mandatory stringing things together very successfully here. The layering through Garage as well was really nice, with both Kada and then Takas following up that initial pressure. Jesse doing as much as he can to try and contain it. Unbelievable trade. But can't quite find the keys to ignition here at the moment. Cairo on the UCAM side, they've struggled to create advantageous positions at the start of these rounds. They've been very reactive to what Mandatory are doing.
Well, they have. And, oh, shotguns, marshals in the mix, shows you how desperate things can become after a bad run of rounds. As Mandatory begin to put pressure on to Abysk with a marshal, a scoped weapon you don't want to face, and a player with a scoped weapon to be more precise.
Give this guy any sniper in the game and he just causes so many issues. Olizera, what are we doing?
Spike drop.
That was a bit reckless at this stage in the round, especially after taking Takas offline, when you know that Mandatory will be slow to clear all of these angles. The drone from Kada is opportune. While Jesse isn't revealed, they know exactly where he is now. And Biscuit's going to follow in the same sequence of events as well.
No one's clearing Famzy. The shocks are, but okay, maybe Severe is at the end. It ends up being pretty easy in the end. Does the Odin want to attempt it? It seems as if Bald is making his way over.
Yeah, Mandatory actually min-maxing this a little bit. Let Natank take the C long orb before Kadavra then gets the plant and brings his own Hunter's Fury online. Misplay of the ults is one of the ways that Abyss slip through their fingertips, Cairo, but
yes,
they have plenty of them here to start on the attack side of Haven, and with Bald needing to save this to keep his money all right, it's a tough start for UCAM, it really is.
I mean, we know Haven can't be the war of attrition as we expect it on rounds with the fact that we see defense sides really struggle. And I did actually get my stats wrong, just for clarification. I said it was 7 out of 10 rounds, it's 6 out of 10 rounds, and already we are already 5 rounds in with only 1 caught up for UCAM, so we're already against the curve in terms of how many rounds they typically win, which makes things even more worrying for the Spanish side, and that's why we're going to see Bromas hit the timeout button and see if he can bring his side back to winning ways.
Yeah, that's what they'll be looking for. Of course, you mentioned it at the start of the day, but all of these teams, the top 4 that we're seeing in Stage 1, have qualified for Stage 3, which is the direct qualification event into play-ins for VCT and obviously playoffs thereafter as well. I found that surprising, you know, that was news to me. But as you say, then figuring out what the seeding looks like, the actual pecking order from that point, can be decided in games like this, honestly, because as much as we're seeing Enterprise at the top in Northeast and in this event as well, I'm still not fully settled on the remaining 3, UCAM, Mandatory and Misa. UCAM, of course, as I said before, they got here on points. Mandatory placed 2nd overall in the opening stage. And, well, for Misa, I can't think of a region as volatile as Turkey with the departure of BBL and Ulf, now Eternal Fire. So it's about, yeah, establishing yourself in these events, showing that you can do it consistently. UCAM had a fall off after Clash. And now they've got work to do.
Yeah, and it feels like, oh, for a second, this Bisk's operator has been immediately taken off guard. We can come back to this conversation in a second, Hazza. I have some of my own thoughts. We are going to get post-plant from Mandatory right now, but UCAM are in position to try and react.
A couple of stray shots from Olazera there. Finally, Shin fully caught in the trap as it flares off. Does get caught. But there are ults here for them to try and play with. Nothing that can really stall this out past the Hunter's Fury, which does get invested, but cleared from Graffiti. Takas only walking away with one here. Dodging and weaving, needed more, can't find it. And with the divide up, Kada doesn't have the Q. Actually does find one using the shock dart here as it is sent from his belt, but Bald is there to pick up the pieces, and UCAM do double up for rounds.
I think the worst part about this is if he'd been a little bit more patient, that Cosmic Divide would have failed. But obviously that mental timer maybe not as accurate, panicky about what's actually going on the other side of that defuse, or the other side of the wall. But yeah, overall, nice retake from UCAM, and I think the fact that Olazera gets that initial kill before the retake begins probably sets UCAM up for success.
And it's a direct response to the timeout, with Mandatory using one of their own here, not wanting to give UCAM an inch. You understand the reasons for doing this?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, straight away you don't want to give the momentum to the defense. You don't want to allow them back into the game, because once we start to see the attack economy fall, as we look towards the right side of our screens and see Takas on 200 credits and the Tonk on 300, Mad Sea and Road will be reiterating, don't make the same mistakes as Abyss.
Yeah. And on the round that we just saw as well, UCAM had a clear game plan with that Cosmic Divide in play. The A retake feels so much more feasible. How many times have we seen it in VCT EMEA, BBL specifically, a team which on their attack side, once they take it, you're never getting that back. And Mandatory there, not necessarily misplaying the hand, but falling foul to UCAM's game plan. There's an op-out for Bisk again. He's not managed to find too much value from it so far. Immediately shut down on a number of rounds, but with his part to play is Mandatory. Just going for the quick B-pop here.
Trying their best to at least, as Bisk's operator now finding the value, but plant has been initiated, and that is going to pull out a reaction. You look at Olazera all the way through A, all the players being given away by the dimensional drift. This should be easy enough in the end. What is going on to Mandatory? Because they're chasing their own tails and running around like headless chickens.
I have to say, Cairo, I've not been too set on the effectiveness of some of these Mandatory timeouts so far that we've seen. Obviously, in a situation like this, when you see them go for the direct B play right off the back of the 60-second pause, you're expecting a lot more than what we saw there. UCAM was so prepared for it. And even think back to Abyss, when we had all of those ults go in one round. That was also from a timeout, a similar situation. Back to the drawing board, back to stingers for some of these players. Bisk's op was able to do what was asked of it in the previous.
Take flight.
Will it get tested here? Looks like Mandatory might just be splitting C through Garage instead.
Yeah, going away from it. Bisk does stay in position, known as essentially a turret, an information point for the defense, as Mandatory look to try and reuse old tactics, this time through Garage, and one where Takas doesn't provide any information or provide any value in the end. Mandatory do find the break into the site they were hoping for. That spike can't go down at the expense of a Hunter's Fury from UCAM as well.
Big kill from Bisk in transition though, brings it back to a 3-on-3. Nowhere near his ult yet to actually gut the pit, but Bald is spraying away.
Yeah, Shin trying to dip, duck, dive and dodge, and has been successful in doing so. And the top able to get one of his own. So we go to 2-on-2. And remember, Best Glow, he can't enter that pit for too long, but with Shin blind from both flashes, you're wondering, is there going to be any capitalization? The answer, no. The round lost, and Mandatory up to 5.
There's one for your ranked games. What a ratty position from Shin. Keeps the pit up, and no one's expecting to see him on the sole Radianite crate. Mandatory answer back. I mean, this was the exact same as on Abyss as well. What did they do? They had one messy round off the timeout and then right back into the follow-up. It feels like they do make the necessary improvements. Another eco win here.
As an eco run.
Can't help but feel the re-swing from Jesse there into Link was a little bit of a misplay, which ended up bringing the round apart.
And that's the big thing, is the margins between these two, I think are very, very fine. And I think that's the whole thing about this top, excluding Enterprise of course, this top 3 of other teams, is that the margins can be so fine that anybody on their day would probably win the match that they lost yesterday.
A little bit of chip damage, spraying away on both sides to start round number 9 here. As we're getting to the business end of this first half, Cairo. Mandatory still with an ult. Tunk with the lockdown. And already that, you know, sets the ideas in motion on the UCAM side of how they have to try and respond to this. Couple of positions on the map where Bald can spam that out with this Odin.
Deploying drone.
And he's in close proximity to a few targets here, heading towards Garage. Does give it up, and UCAM moving towards a 3-strong setup on the C site.
And it's big players as well, with big pieces of utility. That's a huge spam. The Tonk at the same time though does answer back in that space now with a big question mark on it as Jesse sticks around, gives himself up, but overall that's a big play, gives advantage to UCAM.
Yeah, hunkers down, and now UCAM into this retake, 3-on-2. Bisk has 2 flashes to set up, and Famzy a full belt. Everything in their control. And Mandatory backed up into backside.
Sol and UCAM's co-op, no utility on Mandatory, just rifles, no toxins. It's got to come down to the kill feed, and whoever comes out on top wins the round. But UCAM very slow, very laboured in getting out here, which gives the advantage in terms of time. A chance to try and clutch up. It's Shin's Phantom. It's only got one left to find. It's Olizera, and he's in the ground. Mandatory win a round that should have never been theirs.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable mechanical skill from Shin that bails them out. UCAM did everything right up until that point. The toxins wearing them on down though. Olizera left to just a single point of health. At the end of the gauntlet, Mandatory looking to put themselves out of reach. Coming out of the opening 12 here, Cairo. That's 6 rounds on the board now. 2 answered immediately back, and UCAM in financial ruin.
Yeah, you're starting to feel the despair of the defensive side. One more round could be good. As Famzy comes in with the bucket. Okay, the rest of the players try to go elsewhere, try to find another route, but still they find the answer no. Olizera taking space of his own. You look to what he has, it's only a ghost, so takes position in pocket.
A full setup to play off of though, and that's the most valuable part to Olizera right now. The positioning as well. Kada walking up, will have been spotted. And is diligent enough to drone him out. Olizera's got to try and run here and does get away with his life in the end.
I don't know about this
full retake coming in from the flank here.
Yeah, the fact that you find the player, you stick the plant so safe that now you start to find out, okay guys, CT's free, so should start to now consider the fact that the players are on the flank, and it gets more worrying for Mandatory.
It's a full wrap from Kada as well. He has double shocks and his ult. Only issue is that Cypher trap wire is going to stop him from having the element of surprise.
Cosmic Divide goes in, an issue that Mandatory have faced before, that time on the A side, now on towards C. Kada trying to work with this, but the side has to commit to the ultimate. So Olizera gives himself up, plenty of time still on this. Jesse got, Spike got half. This is going to be a UCAM round. A complete failure in the post, but it was a 2 versus 4. A very tough task to even try and take up.
Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward one, right? Because the first person to stick the defuse in all of the chaos is Olizera. He can't tank that first pulse, so they don't get it halved immediately, but the biggest talking point for the round is how it started. UCAM finally piling on the pressure, changing up the pace, and setting a precedent as the defender side, where previously they'd been a lot more lax, a lot of sitting back from them, and inviting Mandatory to ask those questions first. Gonna double down here.
Well, you can just see Bisk's operator not allowed out. They considered the game plan for the operator, but not for the Neon of Famzy, as the operator rips through them. Sorry, not the operator, the ulti, as it looks like Famzy has everything he needs to make it a flawless round. UCAM has a one away from getting that task of 66 rounds.
66 rounds in one half.
Yeah, there you go, mate.
Jokes aside though, yeah, UCAM have again managed to flip this script on its head with how Mandatory looked at the start of the half. It's shades of Abyss, but the opposite way. Again, getting so aggressive on A, and Mandatory just don't have an answer for it. They're not expecting it to happen twice in a row, and I expect better from them, honestly.
Yeah, I agree. Surely it's in the back of your mind, guys, they could send it our way. Let's have a quick check of the ulti tab. Oh yeah, they have Neon ult. Where is Neon been? On A most of the time. This time they have started C and pulled bodies across from UCAM, but a quick pivot towards the A site. You are walking into Ollie's setup, and we know exactly what he can do to hold down a site.
I think Olizera will be lucky to get more than one from this position though, especially considering the fact that Mandatory are mostly pushing from short, with the exception of Severe left behind on B to pick up the pieces late, or maybe Natank swooping in from long. In fact, the fast line stopped the reveal from tagging Olizera here, so he's still alive on site, still not cleared. Severe finds the kill on B, that was the all-important one. Baiting out in the plant, but that was for any util damage dropping on site. Olizera snaps and finds the answer, hat off his head. And UCAM still not in the worst position here. Jumping into support was Famzy, but it has to be Olizera now, and it isn't this time. Round on the board for Mandatory, they keep their advantage for the half.
Yeah, they keep their advantage, but that advantage should have been much more vast, and overall disappointed by Mandatory's attack side. But when can we say that? Literally, you think back to Abyss. These small margins can be the difference, but will it be a difference for the second time in a row? We'll find out after the halftime break. So a scoreline which would give you deja vu from Abyss, but will it be the same result with UCAM giving us a full comeback and winning out? Mandatory need to make good of what has been a decent start in the first half, Hazza, but a second half start will be a pretty tough ask considering UCAM are on the attack.
Yeah, very quickly we could find ourselves in a similar situation to Abyss. Like we're constantly re-referencing the previous map, but there is so much overlap in terms of how UCAM find themselves on the back foot, just can't quite kick on sometimes. And on the attack half here, with Famzy and Bisk now getting into the game, really, this is the premier opportunity to put Mandatory in a sticky situation. C-split queued up, but Sevilla finds the first, and well, Olizera isn't exactly a telegraph here of where the execution's coming in. Takas, however, tapping away at a couple of heads. Wants to try and follow it up further. In doing so, it's Bisk that drops as well. Only board remaining. He's on borrowed time, and Takas knows it. A flawless pistol from Mandatory.
Yeah, it's a fantastic start. And while you thought UCAM were good on the defence, Mandatory could show you a whole other ball game and levels to this side, because they themselves know exactly how to play Haven defender side, and that's just typical of a Mandatory team, I guess. It was the same last year when I think back to when Enzo was IGL and now Kada. It really comes from the coach staff.
The DNA of this team, at least from the coaching staff, which, if we're talking about Man C, I believe it is, has been here since 2024. There is a real continuation. Takas doing what he does best.
One enemy remaining.
He's finding 3Ks at the moment, multi-kills in every round.
Yeah, and that's
There's nothing to be said of UCAM on this one.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, 100%. And with that being said, like, Mandatory, their chances for the year and how that looks like, it really starts with the building blocks that you make within a stage one like this. And that's the big thing that everyone needs to consider here as well. While Mandatory, maybe depending on how this result goes, might not be the finished product. This is only the first iteration of the year, and everything is geared towards that split too, where whatever points are picked up from here will define maybe a veto advantage perhaps or a different opponent, because we've seen so many times some Turkish Premier rank stars come up from nowhere, 2 years in a row by the way, and kind of show something different.
I'm never really looking at what the chasing pack looks like until we get to
100%.
the later end of the year, you know, because as you say, it can all change in an instant, and for UCAM, they're hoping that that is what happens on this round, and it is. The aggression from Mandatory falls flat, and in that A-lobby duel, UCAM have a double entry through their duel lists.
Gun here.
Quite sure if Kadavra was sighted here, but UCAM are certainly thinking about it, and this pause right now is perfectly catered to every single Mandatory player being on A right now.
Yes, but players of UCAM perhaps waiting for an info dart to come up, 15 seconds on that. Instead, look to retreat. Maybe head towards that C site. Kada gives himself away. No more Neon, but still an advantage for the attack.
Yeah, I think UCAM understand that if the Sober player is staying that aggressive towards A, he's likely supported by someone else.
30 seconds left.
A lot of the time you do see
Spike planted.
the initiator sort of solo that, but couldn't have shouldered the burden without support, and so Shin by his side. They're closing in on Jesse, who's just not looking the right way at all. He gets caught off a little bit, and they're now closing in and just caught completely off guard.
So it's all the pressure on the players on the site, and you look at what they have to hold, Hazza. There's not a whole lot of utility to hold players back.
Well, Lazera The timing on that cage could not be better. Putting a wall, a wedge between them and the mandatory players, which are still arriving from middle. No time left to make this defuse happen. Oh, Bisq finds the final kill in just the nick of time and keeps Natank away from playing the objective. 3-round gap now between the teams. There's really not much in it. You spoke about fine margins. That is another round which is decided by little after a strong UCAM start.
Yeah, I want to know what UCAM have got on mandatory to keep winning rounds like this. Literally feels like seconds are in it most of the time. The thing is though, Hazza, is even though we saw UCAM win that last round, it has had its effect on the economy of an attacking team. And for those wondering why I specify attacking team, they usually get a little bit more economy-wise because of spike plants.
Yeah. That's the one added benefit. UCAM not fully committed to this C play, as you can see. Jesse, Olizera, both of them still scaling up on A through sewers.
Takas, I think, just seen them there.
It's first sight of the situation. It's kind of you've got to be looking at, because with him playing from the corner, Olizera gets dropped. Takas sliding in finds the next. The rest of UCAM are elsewhere on B. They can bring this to post again, but Mandatory have not struggled in converting these advantageous positions, and they will not struggle here either. 10 in the bag, and UCAM just getting run over in that round.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, Hazza. We are seeing an interesting turn of events here. And if I'm Bromas, there's only one thing I'm thinking about right now, and it's hitting the timeout. Because so far, UCAM, they've won one round, which they barely won, let's be honest, and the rest of it has been all mandatory.
Gotta say, I've been very impressed with Takas in some of these last few rounds. Your wishes for a timeout are in fact granted for UCAM. Gotta say, it's interesting, right? We bring up this conversation a lot about mandatory versus job life and how they both differ. Where Job Life have leaned towards an international lineup in recent years, whereas Mandatory have committed to their endemic talent. I think one thing I'm noticing really is that where it feels like Job Life are kind of lacking that star, Takas has the ability to become that player at times. They are more balanced across the board as well, I would probably make the argument for. You even contrast that to UCAM, for example, right? They're without Bisq here, and you can really feel it.
Yeah, I think you can. Bisq just not having the same effectiveness, and I think that's because of the map that we're playing and the comp he's playing into, right? That double controller setup continuously like kind of proven to be difficult, having to play into that Viper wall as well, depending on which side of the map it is. I completely just suffocated out the game, and I think that's why we're seeing Famzy thrive a lot more, because he's kind of on the front foot, playing more rifle work, playing off the ultimate. It's just whether like we can see that change up, because right now, UCAM really need it.
Well, UCAM trying to set the tone with a bit of pace here into Garage at the very least. A bandit for each of the duelists, and that's about as good as it gets on round 17. We've seen them do more with less before though, so a plant at the very least would be a win for UCAM in this position.
Nowhere to run.
Oh, okay. Wasn't expecting them to invest the ult on this round here, Cairo, but Baldur's managed to pick off Natank.
He has. He's able to at least get one, but it's not a rifle that's recoverable. So, question is, how valuable really was that ultimate? And the answer at this point in time doesn't look like a whole bunch, because Mandatory, as they work together to divide and conquer, looks as if they're in prime position to take this round.
Mandatory flooding back in, and UCAM just can't withstand the force that you get placed in front of them as the hammer is brought down on their heads. Effectively, in the end, it is one Sova ultimate for a plant, and so with it being an extra 300 credits per player, what, 1.5k for that ult? doesn't feel like the best of trades, but sometimes you do just have to give it a go.
But it feels desperate.
It
I
does.
think, like, see if it was Hunter's Fury into like a Viper's Pit or a really big defensive ultimate to hold the site, then sure. I mean, Jesse has the Cosmic Divide, for instance, right now. That would have been huge. Yeah, it makes it difficult to try and get out, but just did not come to fruition. And now, I'm thinking to myself, well, if Mandatory win this round, it essentially should be over because of UCAM then really have a poor buy.
Walk down from mid from Shin.
Down mid.
It's just one kill, and losing your toxic screen and the coverage that it had there is going to be very influential on this round. Davra looking to combo his own Sova ult here with the double damage of the Killjoy alarm bot. Doesn't find anything in the end.
Right there.
But a little bit of B space should be enough for UCAM to get the spike in.
Covering it.
Spike down B.
Does the spike
If they
even go
want it, there's
down?
a brawl off the back of it. Yeah, no, it's further fights taken, and still Jesse needing to recover this. Takas in the meantime continuing to go against the grain, and it's all on Kadavra to absorb this pressure, and he
Spike
does.
down A.
Jesse deleted. Just Bisq left on 30 HP. It's been a tough day in the office for him so far on this map, at least. There were shock darts at his feet, and Takas right behind. That's all she wrote. Mandatory up to map point on their own pick.
Match point.
Yeah, map point, which, as you imagine, you favour them to convert. Just as we spoke about at the very beginning, before that round even started, is that the buy of UCAM will not look great, and just before we headed to the replays, you could see that already has it. The Judge was being purchased by Bisq, so maybe some utility missing. Certainly doesn't look like UCAM will have the chance. This is Mandatory's map pick though, so it's no mistake that, or no surprise that we can see Mandatory win this out.
Oh yeah, it's a classic UCAM combo. Bisq leaving the Yoru ult backside. This could catch Mandatory completely off guard if they're not aware of it, and in fact, don't even need the Yoru player in the end, as the rest have all done exactly what was asked of them. 5 versus 3 situation. And another afterplant for the Spanish reps.
Yeah, one which you're expecting them now to convert is Takas did just show presence on the back lines and ran away. So with that, 4 versus 3 on site with a potential ace up the sleeve through Bolt.
Yeah, Bolt taking this timing very quickly. Should completely blindside Mandatory, and with the Tunk struggling to find an entry point at the start here as well. It's not going to get any better for them. Gould finally making the most of his positioning. And so UCAM can carry on for a little bit longer here. They're an extension of play on Haven, but it has to be 5 more consecutive rounds if they're to do it, Cairo. And right now, it doesn't feel too replicable, especially when you consider the ults that they invested there to make it happen.
Yeah, I think that's the big aspect to it, is what was invested to convert. And it's not as if you've really damaged what Mandatory have either. And the fact that, like, you look towards that defense side, it's just the inch of the barrel being seen. That lockdown's coming up. So that's going to be the big retake ultimate. That's the one thing that UCAM will have to consider and try and deny. But at this point in time, would you even really have a chance, considering that it's the KJ? That's a big question. Does the players start on the A side by denying that orb?
Scanning ahead.
Kadavra just fishing for info over the top. Shot fired off at the very least, playing inside the orb for the first time here, the in-game leader. Calling Severe over for support as well, who ends up cancelling. In fact, I think it might have been broken from stray spam, I'm not entirely sure.
Oh, Ball's just been seen and he's stuck in a corner. Or is there a chuck in a cage for him to try and bail himself out? As Famsy now investigates B himself. I thought it was by himself. Instead, no, there is good utility there to try and support. Severe at the back of sight, combining with the Tong, denies the B entry.
Oh, Mandatory wanting to cut out Bald as well in the meantime. Finding kills on the A site. All down to Jesse and Bisque, and they are caught sleeping at the wheel. Mandatory absolutely decimating UCAM there on their own map pick. And while this series could have started strong for them, and they could be 2 maps up at this point in time if we're being cut and dry, they will absolutely settle for that. As you say, this map and series is now guaranteed to go for at least 4.
Yeah, I was expecting that, to be honest, considering the first series we've seen between these two. But overall, has been thoroughly impressed, both showing what they can do on their own map picks. But hey, listen, we will eventually head into unknown waters between these two, and that's what I'm excited for.
Yeah, it's actually the last couple of maps in this series which we have seen played between the two. So it's going to be an interesting one for sure, but we'll have to see what the analysts think of this one as they give us the breakdown.
Thank you very much, guys. Mandatory, as we somewhat expected, I think this was the likely outcome, have managed to fight their way back here on Haven. They have had a string of, well, maybe not a string, it's been broken, but a lot of good results here in this tournament on Haven, and this is no exception. Definitely showing UCAM that they are not going to be able to steamroll them. I think for all of us on the desk, I feel like Hazard and Cairo mentioned it as well, the expectation was that this would go for at least 4 maps, and that is going to be the case this time around. It's on to Split next, and I'm excited to see if Mandatory managed to run away with some of that momentum, or UCAM will be able to fight back, MP.
Yeah, I think Mandatory definitely showed why they went undefeated until yesterday in Haven, and I think that was the question mark when these teams actually faced against each other for the first time in playoffs. Why didn't Mandatory pick Haven? It's been undefeated for them. It's been a great map for them, and now they showed that they can absolutely deliver once they picked out that map. Takas on the front line of that. UCAM, I think they had some great ideas, especially finding that fighting that A lobby in the defensive side. That was great. They found success in that back-to-back rounds, but in the end it wasn't quite enough, especially when we switched out the sides.
And that is kind of what we came to expect, right? We talked about especially Takas when it came to the defensive side, when it came to flooding back into C site, retakes, when it comes to scrapping around Garage, which we saw from the pistol round was still going to be the case, that he just thrives in that environment. And I really think for this squad, there are a lot of win conditions. There's a lot of strengths to lean on, but when Takas is feeling it, it becomes a near impossible feat for your opponents to take it across the line.
Well, now that does move us forward in the series. We can take a look back, obviously, at some of these performances here from this one. I do think Shin, obviously, MP had a very big impact on what we saw there on that map.
Especially on the first half, I think Shin was dropping some numbers, finding a lot of value on the first half, but then on the second half, he was kind of slowing it down. Shin obviously had that great clutch 1 versus 3 situation, and when we came into this playoffs, Shin was one of those clutch factors. I think 4 out of 7 clutches he won prior to playoffs. Incredible player, but kind of fell flat in the end of the map.
Yeah, I do think a lot of that, though, comes down to the fact that his position, especially on that defensive side, he has to keep his utility online. It's so important for control across the map, which means he has to play that little bit more reserved than maybe he normally does. And then when he did try to get aggressive, remember the round he walks down mid, gets picked off, you see how quickly they will go, oh cool, no Viper wall, straight into B. That space is ours, especially with the neon flood. So I understand why he maybe takes a back foot. Might not be the case as we go through the deeper parts of the series.
Well, on the other side, we also had Famzy making a big impact. I mean, the 4K, the second half was solid as well, but not quite enough to put the team on his back, as it were. And I do think that is kind of the case. These two teams, we have, over the course of this one, mentioned a couple of times for both of these teams that standout players, they pop up and they kind of go away, depending on the map, depending on the situation. And again, this time around, good performance, not quite enough. Sometimes you do need, like what Savaya did the other day, to really push forward, Mitch.
Yeah, and I think the interesting thing about that is, like, when we talk about the Takas having a fantastic defense, he was still okay on the attack. It wasn't like he fell flat, and the concern was him running in to the Cypher. Famsi didn't have that trouble, right? You imagine he would have that little bit more space to work with when it comes to the attack, not just because of that, but because they have more of a traditional double dive. I mentioned how Severe alongside Takas would constantly be taking that space, especially on C, with the Omen TPs in alongside the space being taken by the Neon. But when it comes to running a Neon and Yoru, I thought Famsi would have that little bit of a better time. And yeah, that 4K was fantastic, but I feel like round to round impact wasn't there quite as much. Like the system wasn't working the way it should be for them.
Yeah, especially on the defensive side, Famsi was highlighting. He was finding a lot of kills, especially entry kills, but especially like you highlighted, on that attacking side, Famsi was falling flat once again. And I feel like that's the struggle when you go back to this Neon Yoru composition. It's been great for UCAM, it's been great for Famsi being back on Neon, but this was just the struggle. He couldn't quite get online, he couldn't quite break those defensive side stuff. And I think we talked about that as well. Shin, Natank, all of Mandatory kind of prepared already for that dive, and they had great utility to stop Famsi all the way.
Of course, before we look forward, you know, we take a look at the highlights all the time, we discuss things. Let's take a look at a low light as well. I feel like, you know, we highlighted something here. You just, you know, that's
but your gun is poking out. No.
It's down to the
Somebody needs to do up
bro.
his fly. I don't know. That's an unfortunate situation to be in. Quite literally, pants down in the middle of the site. Regardless, we have more maps to go. At the very least, 2 here. So we're going to head to a break. Let the players get ready for the next map. We're going to be heading, I believe, to Split next. So we'll see you in just a little bit. Challengers EMEA, day 3 of the playoffs, and we're now 2 maps deep into this best of 5, and the scores are all even. And for Mandatory, we're going to a stage where we haven't really seen anything from them this tournament. They can't really decide how much they dislike Split, but I think it's pretty clear that they don't really want to go there. In the best of 3s, they've either been banning it first or second. Sometimes they've left it as a float, but regardless, they have not been picking this map. They have not really wanted to go there. They're going to be taken there now by a UCAM that once again wants to get their own back after a pretty tough result on here yesterday, MP.
Yeah, and I want to take that back to the game yesterday. Obviously, UCAM played against Enterprise, many OTs right there, a lot of for Mandatory to watch. But the one thing that UCAM was struggling is keeping up that momentum on both halves. UCAM were able to fight find pistols and 5 rounds in a row after those pistols. So 5-0 lead for both of the halves, and after that Enterprise took a timeout and all of a sudden they went on a roll. So UCAM couldn't quite keep that roll going on. I think they need to keep that going on, especially against Mandatory here. They have great composition, especially for the attacking side, to break that mid Viper cloud, Yoru, Neon, double dive with the Sky. I think UCAM do have a great composition here, but they need to start it quickly.
So I wasn't terribly confident for Mandatory. This is a map that they've been losing to Job Life, who, let's keep in mind, UCAM demolished in the group stages here in Challengers. So when you go back to the French results, it wasn't the best. They've reworked this completely, and almost counter to how we open things up discussing the entire series is, well, if we get to see Severe playing the Yoru, he's gonna pop off, baby, check his breeze. But here we are. This is a map that he was playing the Yoru with. The Yoru Waylay died. Now they swap it up, not only playing Yoru Rays, but taking Severe and putting him on an Astra, a completely different look to this setup on what we've seen before. And for UCAM, that might throw their preparation out the window a little bit.
Well, for Mandatory, it's a new look. Maybe they can shake things up and manage to upset UCAM for the second time in a row here on this map. We're going to find out on Split with Hazard and Cairo.
Very impressed with Mandatory's performance across the board so far. Other than a couple of mistakes at the start of the series, it does feel like this one is now back within their control. But Split throws a spanner into the works. We spoke about the veto and the Des discussed it as well. As we head on to Corrosion and Pearl later down the line, there is the potential for them to, you know, seal it. But at this point, it's an opportunity for one of these teams to take the lead. And you would be hard pressed to argue that UCAM are in the better position here.
Yeah, at this moment in time, I'm looking at it. Both teams only registering 1 win, but who comes out on top, it is completely anyone's guess at this point in time. Really struggling to have a lot of hope. Is to see, like, not a lot of hope, how to put it, like, you know what I mean? I want to see good Valorant, and between these two, it's already been hotly contested.
UCAM starting out on the attack side and already breaking first contact on A. It's the pack of players in Garage, though, that are the most poignant of the issues for Mandatory, and already you can see Natung trying to seal them away, binding with his Sheriff.
Spike down.
Already
B.
plenty of damage output. It does net a 3 versus 2 situation.
I got the spike.
But look at Bold.
Yeah, he's very late to this party. The spike, though, has escaped, and with that, you're looking at Bold to be the prime candidate in this round to win. But Bisk is, I thought for a moment, returning to the B site. No, A site should be where UCAM hit, but Bold moves at the wrong time and nearly gives himself away.
It's a parting gift to the players on B. Still, UCAM not entirely certain of whether this A site is completely free or not, but I think Bisk has the right idea. And Bold trying to exercise off the back of that.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, left a lot to be desired though, and still he gets another bite at the cherry, this time able to net himself a kill. So we go to a 2 versus 2. Bisk still low though.
Player standing.
Oh, but Bisk finds the head of Shin, and with that it's a 2v1. Open plant, Taka still roaming around in heaven here on A. And can't find Bald in the vents either, so the late win conditions set up yet again. The captain able to reverse the deficit here as now Bisk will land the remainder of those shots, filling the chest cavity of Takas, and UCAM start off with another pistol.
Yeah, screamer of a start for them, with Bisk finding 3 kills, and the plan puts him so close to that dimensional drift. It's a good game plan to play around in the future rounds if they'd like. For a minute though, you're thinking that Bold maybe have let Mandatory into winning this round. It's not the case. Now we head into a position of UCAM having the advantage in the economy department.
Go, go, go.
And mid walk down for Mandatory with 4 classics here. There is one bandit on the tank. It's difficult to see, honestly, from the HUD sometimes, but he's the one leading the charge. And actually, UCAM are interested in this.
Somewhat interested. They are trying to fight into what is a firefight, one which they need a kill through the nade. Jesse. And now, yeah, Bisk's Marshall trying to get to work. Just a little bit of movement error in the end, but still nets himself at least one kill.
Yeah, Ozera walking out on A. He gives up the ghost, but that is quite literally it. So, still no real upgrades on the mandatory side. And
Spike planted.
looking at this here for them in general, you find one more, then Ukam's bonus is looking nowhere near as strong, and especially when you consider the credits on each of these players.
Yeah,
400 or less for the remaining 3.
100%, but with that Bulldog recovered, things end up being a different position entirely. Okay, maybe not. Okay, that's the Bulldog gone, so Ukam should be in a position to win out, which they double up on. So overall, excellently played. That Bulldog rescued. So the next round, the bonus round, looking extremely more dangerous.
Yeah, I don't know, man, to be fair. So we'll have to see how it goes here for Ukam. We've done pretty well to recover that, honestly, in the 3 versus 2. And it's yeah, it's Bisk's ult online more than anything else, which gives them a window to make something happen. And it looks like he's going to send it A and then TP into middle and help the rest of the team re-clear, but no rotation called.
So the Viper and the Fade of Kadabra have seen as the utility looks to descend upon the Judge used, and players caught Famzy in amongst it, as well as Olizera up on high, but he hasn't announced himself until now. So the players looking to try and retake into an empty B site. Where is the spike? It's elsewhere, Hazza.
No, there was no full commitment. As Bisk was flying in with the dimensional drift, he heard Takas take the gate crash into spawn, knew that Mandatory had swapped up the strong side. Olizera playing this late lurk, but it's just buying so much time for Ukam in post.
And it is Sevilla, the first one on the site, on the scene, and already, well, there's not been a whole lot of bloodshed. You can feel it in the wind in the air, an omen, ominous. But as for Ukam, they have already set themselves up and they'll net the first shed of blood. Sevilla not wanting anything to do with it, wanting to try and escape. And it looks like it will be the end. So Ukam find themselves through a brilliantly worked game plan. At least Sevilla is able to escape with one rifle. There seems to be a little bit of beef between these two.
Yeah, just some bantering.
Yeah.
Spray of the body.
Seen a few
Don't know if we can read into it too much too early here.
No.
Interesting, right? Because these two teams have only played each other once in their history as organizations and rosters, of course. That was in this same competition in the initial round. Ukam going on to the upper final, Mandatory battling through the lowers. And now on the back foot, Ukam winning the first map. Response from Mandatory was great on Haven, but it's another bonus picked up by the Spanish org.
Well, Takas just rears his head, and unfortunately for him, sees Bisk decides to step away, and that A main space now being taken as Olizera still says that I'm here with that bullet. And Mandatory are now starting to move all around the map, but the spike heads elsewhere. And if Sevilla gets caught out, or if he finds this kill, this round can now be put on its head.
Yeah, Olizera still floating around here to try and dig out Sevilla, but he's going to double up instead. And this wonky buy might just make Mandatory on the board. It's starting to fall apart as Bisk is... Oh my god, Bisk! Wait, how much health did Takas have there? That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know, but it still works out in the end. But Sevilla on for an ace clutch here to try and deny 4 for Ukam.
Has to save though. I don't think that there's a world where he wants to go for this on 850 credits. Or there will be concessions in the following round for Mandatory. Light investment, and yeah, as soon as he can't find Famzy cleanly, that's it. Towel thrown in, and Ukam go 4 for 4. A familiar story in the last couple of days for them.
Yeah,
just got to wait and see if they can build on it.
I think they can. I mean, I'm looking at them. I'm seeing how it's been going so far. They have a game plan. I don't know, like for the most part, right? Like Severe, I think, is the one that they really could have upset that. But it feels as if sometimes UCAM, they have these game plans, they have these like set strats that we see them use time and time again. And when they kind of go away from that, that's when we really see the attack struggle. When that goes away from the kind of the narrative that we expect. At this moment in time, though, the narrative is Bisq 11-1, UCAM 4-4, and Mandatory having to time out.
Yeah, as much as we'd said that Mandatory were looking clean across the board, UCAM are so hot and cold with Bisq, and I just want to know, is there anything else behind this, or is it just a strong start, and are they going to begin faltering again as Mandatory will turn up the heat? First time out called here, of course, for them. And yeah, you can see, I mean, even from the defender's side, they're happy to take these risks and get super aggressive and up in the face of UCAM.
Yeah.
Sometimes it works out for them. It did through Savaya, but then other parts of the round let them down in the meantime, you know? You can't be taking risks on every single corridor of the map at once. You have to pick where it is that you're wanting to, you know, show that aggression. It can't be in mid and A main at the same time.
Yeah, it feels kind of BBL-esque in its the sense that you kind of risk it all to win it all. The difference is completely different individuals on these teams. It seems as if it's going to be a very quick A play across the board at this moment in time, and UCAM have reacted perfectly through mid.
Jesse and Olazera here just guarding the position in A main. Face check from Mandatory, information traded. Fade ult committed towards ramp because that's where UCAM are starting to circle in. Mandatory looking to hold their ground in A main, but they just drop one at a time. Bald finding both. Takas walking inside of the fast lane, but he's the next to fall. It just gets no better for Mandatory here. And again, for all of those risks that they were looking to take, they are rewarded on none of them.
Yeah, it's brilliant. I like the idea from Mandatory, but the UCAM reaction even better. Severe once again left in a 1 versus 3. And it looks like he's going to actually attempt this.
He's fully committed to it now. No one else on the team has money. He knows that he's got to go for broke because they won't have anything left anyway. But he will fall in his attempt, and so there you have it. Like you said, it's all about the reaction here from UCAM. Just immediately taking that mid control as soon as they felt that the A extremity was being over-invested. And that's the benefit of you know, playing a default like that and actually having the control that they've enjoyed. I've been really impressed with Bald's calling so far.
Yeah, I think like Bald maybe hasn't been the best in kills department. His utility's been pretty good as well, but it's the calls where that's where he's going to show and reign the supreme. First time now, you look at UCAM, and it's a do-nothing default, something that teams of the past would do, wait for a reaction from their opponents. And right now, Mandatory have switched things up. They aren't going to show, but they are gambling and starting to lean heavier towards one side of the map.
Portal closed.
Mandatory were giving UCAM a lot to work with in the past, but as you say here, it is plenty more reserved. 3 players towards A, and Takas offered a route of escape if he was to be challenged. As you can see, UCAM are just running the clock all the way down, trying to get as much utility as possible out of this defense before popping their own ultimates to siege the A site.
It's a nice response for the showstopper to try and deny Bisq's shorty working out, but overall it nets nothing as UCAM are the first 2 kills in the kill feed right now, 5 versus 3. And it just does not get any better at all. Kadabra dying to the molly, and with just Severe left all alone, where do you change things for Mandatory? The French side continuously leaving the lone Brit to try and win it all and continuously netting nothing, having to try and save the rifle, but he's encircled with no way out, has to try and brawl his way through, can't do it. Ukam finds 6.
Yeah, really feels like Ukam are subverting expectations here. Despite the fact we had them to be favourites on this map, I don't think we were anticipating it to come at the cost of such a heavy drop-off from Mandatory. I'm getting a lot of the same vibes as I did from the Stage 1 Grand Final in France, where it felt like between Job Life and Mandatory, it was a question of who had 3 good maps versus who only had 2 good ones, where it was very one-sided all the way to the decider. From map to map and or past our opener here, looking like more of the same. Opening kill on the eco for Ukam. Mandatory Sheriffs are going to need a whole lot more.
Yeah, I need to see a whole lot more at this moment in time. You can see the raise of Natonk. It's going to be a hard clear. Is he? Well, it seemed like a hard clear. It is. He gets one of his own. And the rifle being snatched away. Zera looking to juggle them away from that position. So now Ukam just goes straight into an execute.
Quickly pivoting towards this B push. Severe sticks his neck out, tries to make something happen. It's the sort of gamble that you're willing to take on a round such as this.
Planted.
Shin still chasing that rifle up, but Jesse watching over it here in Garage. And the 2 players separated from one another, not expecting anything much from Mandatory in this position.
Enemy remaining.
Nah, nothing at all. Holding on to the rifle, holding on to the rounder, Ukam, as at 7-0. You start to question yourself about Mandatory and the setup, the game plan. We were commenting a lot about how good the coaching staff have been, but when things start to go wrong, like right now, Hazza, there's got to be questions asked of not just of the roster, but also the game plan and what Ukam set out to, what Mandatory set out to do.
So probably give it one more round max, and then you're looking at a double timeout on the half, because Mandatory need to give themselves some kind of a platform from which to work, or you concede all chances of making that comeback happen. Yep, that's how we got there. Thanks, production. And it is a full buy now for Mandatory, so nothing needed from the ground.
Well, it's big commitments already from Mandatory. We can see the players trying to force their way through the pissy players. It was player. Famzy gone off the board, trying to get this execute underway on towards the B site, where plenty of utilities being committed at this moment in time. And for Mandatory, they're respecting every part of it.
Yeah, Ukam just know how to deal with the setup. The question is, are they prepared for this retake? Savaya with the Cosmic Divide, and of course Takas the Yori roll as well. This combination that they've used so many times to clear out the pit.
Yeah, but the pit not entirely clear, is it? As we can,
nice.
Yeah, you can see Olizera still in it, and Ukam responding brilliantly. Olizera still alive, and that's the big issue, is there's no sort of problem solving from Mandatory. It's throw it at the wall and stick, and unfortunately, everything is sliding to the floor.
Sky's out.
Yeah, I mean, just the awareness on the Ukam side. Bald sitting in the one corner that Takas was looking to exit the ult from. When these two played last time, all the way to the decider, it came down to a little bit of micro like that made all the difference for Ukam to end up winning it, running their own strat. And well, here, they've managed to counter the same play from the Mandatory side. From, you know, bad buy to bad buy, it's a vicious cycle, and with another timeout called, you need at least the majority of these remaining rounds if we're to entertain the idea that this one can turn on its head, Cairo.
Yeah, I think that's the big aspect to it, is what actually can we see turn round. Bisq in unbelievable form, 15-1. That's I want to see his ACS, since we were speaking about ACS earlier in this Hazza on the desk. Yeah, Bisk I think will reach a new level if he continues on. And generally, like, you look across the board, Mandatory are pretty much matching what UCAM are putting up. It's just Bisk that's the difference.
I don't want to say that this is just a Yoru diff, because I feel like that's a surface level analysis of the situation. So it's interesting, you know, Zesht speaking with us, talking about, yeah, like how Takas has been better on the defense than the attack right now. Well, we're not even seeing it here either, so yeah, I wonder how that's reflected at the end of the best of 5, which UCAM are very rapidly chewing through at this point. A 9th round queued up if they can find it. All comes down to the A Heaven fight.
And split straight through. Mandatory answer back. Spike on the ground, and all is there on Jesse now to clutch up. Jesse, a real high performer from UCAM, and he looks to make his approach from the ramp position, where he will have to take on Takas, one whose form hasn't been at the heights so far in this series.
UCAM just biding their time here, trying to sell the illusion of a wraparound.
It probably would have been the right decision, considering it was only Natong that was holding that down. So Mandatory finally get the first round, but not after the second timeout.
Yeah, I think the most important thing here is that they are on the board. You know, Takas gets a couple, Natank as well, and the A-hold is successful. But what do UCAM want to do right off the back of this? Are they going to play into that conditioning? It looks like, at the very least, we're going to see a potential double dive into top ramp here, as Bald is dragging the attention of the rest of Mandatory towards B.
Yeah, and the tank needs to try and hold this himself. One off of the showstopper, so one kill would put him in excellent position. But UCAM, they start with a sprint and stop entirely, waiting to see if they can play chicken with their opponent.
Mandatory just magnetized to this position though. Horn not broken, Fancy still getting one, but the biggest of bailouts is from Shin. Quick double. And in part of that sequence, Mandatory now restoring order in a 4v3 and a rotation back towards the B site.
Yeah, the question is, at this moment in time, in a 4 versus 3, how do you bring things back? Perhaps even gifted to you as Kadabra, now forced away, trying to escape, just does. Spike can be recollected, but it's Bald within the site that's going to be the real issue. A good stun, Jesse trying to get a couple kills to bring this back, and has an escape.
It's a path paved towards the A site. Severe looking to try and get ahead of the play, has already cleared out Garage and will attempt to wrap back around mid, but Jesse has all the time in the world to plant. He's still not certain of this. Barely enough time to go back to B if that's what he's looking for. But will settle on the A plant eventually. Just giving Savaya a way back in.
10 seconds left.
A chance. He's heard the spike being attempted and has decided to up the pace and get close to the site, as he knows where his opponent is, or at least the vicinity of which. One star to play with does Jesse. And already, as mentioned, the Cosmic Divide, Savaya, a couple stars of his own. It's time. Ticks away, Savaya up close. A great response, a great flick. Gives Mandatory the second, but not quite the lifeline just yet. UCAM still have a gap of 6 rounds.
Another hero moment for the Red Hammers, and with that, Mandatory continue their march back towards the tail end of this first half, Cairo. 2 rounds won, with 2 more to play for coming out of the timeout. And that could be absolutely everything here. We have seen Split in recent times trend back towards being an attack-sided map, and honestly, they give themselves 4. I think they can be very happy with how that will have ended.
Yeah, and I think after the last 2 rounds, the way they've gone, UCAM straight away timeout. Bromaz wanting to make sure that their attack side doesn't miss a beat. And it feels so far the way that these 2 teams have gone, it's been very tactical, very, I guess, readable in the sense of the way the coaches will time out. And yeah, at this moment in time, couple of ultimates in the mix, couple of chances here. Don't want to allow your opponents to really recover in this half.
No, not at all. Especially when you consider the map that we've got coming up next as well, Corrosion. A 13-11 win for Mandatory there on their pick the last time the two teams faced, and the Decider Pearl, a 13-11 win for UCAM. If they can take the advantage here, they go into two maps which there was little difference in when they played previously, and it then comes down to the coaching staff, the leadership structure, what adjustments have been made. This is UCAM's map to lose at this point in time, right? So
There.
it is an absolute must from this position, and you can see the reasons why they've just taken a moment to recalibrate.
Important last couple rounds, and we've seen what a difference one round could potentially make in a map.
And that was kind of the story of Mandatory yesterday as well in that game against Misa, as Bisc is brought offline early.
Big win, but big loss at the same time. There's a question mark unanswered for Kadavra, and forced to continuously shoulder check. While this wall cycles, Kadavra forced to use more utility, and now right under pressure is the Neon ultimate. Absolutely takes him out the game. Jesse finding one of his own, so advantage UCAM and post.
Jesse detached from this, but the real push is coming in on the Mandatory side. Natunk finding two, Olazera still overlooked. Still finding value from this position all the same. Diffuse underway on site. Jesse can buy a little bit more time. Cosmic Divide from the defenders, and no extra utility to make this a problem. Fully guarded by Sevilla. It is fantastic from Mandatory. 3 rounds in a row, and UCAM starting to crumble.
Yeah, I mean, it feels as if you take out Bisc, you are completely off board. He needs to at least get one, or after that. Peak isn't even able to do it. And then right when you see the spike go down, you see UCAM get a couple of their own and think, hey, this is on. And then suddenly completely flip-flops. So last couple of rounds, or last round, sorry, ultimate's important here, as we don't know which will come online, and with Bisc one away, you feel as if UCAM have the advantage.
Takas on the front foot here early, but Olazera defending his ground well. Molly lands at the feet of Kadavra. Really should have had a second there. 4-on-4 situation as UCAM are already making their presence felt elsewhere. So many times that they've set up with one away from the rest. Bisc does trade out as the TP won't come in time to save him. So a 3-on-3 to settle the status of this first half.
Yeah, and straight away both teams ripping ultimates into the mixer, and Bald looking for more and gets it. So a 3 versus 2 advantage to the attacking post, but dipping away allows Shin some real estate, but it does not convert him any sort of value. Natunk now in a 1 versus 3 has shown some decent performances so far in gunfights, but it's all about winning straight up as time is against him. And he needs to at least get that spike half, but with the Neon of Famzy up close and utility to deny, you can't help but feel the Raze has no way out. And that's the answer. UCAM 9, MDR 3.
Switching sides.
Such a big round for UCAM to plot on their course towards success at the end of Split here. Just 4 required for them to push us onto the 4th map in this series, with a potential grand final point on the line. That's what we're waiting to find out. We'll see if they can do it on the other side of this. So the second half riding on the pistol round here, as UCAM are already up with 9 rounds pitched to their name. It's not going to take much for them to see off split and send us on to Corrode, where Mandatory could find themselves in the eye of the storm. Plenty of work to be done for them to rebuild confidence and convention in this one. Starting off with some garage space on B to kick things off. But that is rescinded and no players there to reinforce it.
At the same time, UCAM respond by being able to clear out that B space and now begin to move bodies onto the A site, where both have 5 alive and nearly have every single player towards this side of the map.
Biss taking the TP as well. He was 15-1 at one point in that first half, but without him hitting the highlights, you do start to wonder how UCAM will end up looking. We have the numbers here though, and the bodies with blue shirts to defend the A site. Famsi finding the first, and behind the smokes are Mandatory. Still the fumes just chipping away at them as Bisk is allowed to rally off many a shot. It's Famsi doing all the work though. 3 from the Finn, finding all but 1 on the Mandatory side. Takas, the last player left.
30 seconds left.
He has the B site at his disposal, but that's about it.
Yeah, he's not got the chance to really get the spike down. Attempts it, but is easily found. Double digits for UCAM. And we find ourselves at a major advantage point. And I don't even think it's a turning point yet, because the next map will be mandatories, but one which we certainly can see like a much more clearer performance between these two starting to come through from UCAM. I think it's that man at the top there, Bisk, who's been the real difference maker, and he's been on a bit of a journey through Challengers so far, has it?
Yeah, he has a long way away now from the KPI team that he was previously on. That was his best shot, really. And making it back to the big leagues with a newly debuted rookie Sayonara, as it was. Now on Vitality, of course. Yeah, it comes from a rich background of CIS talent and has really had to work to find his place back in things. I think it'll be interesting to see how he looks, as the desk was saying, when this Yoru nerf hits, and how much broader his agent pool can be. We know he's a great sniper, so Chamber's obviously an option, but that's the thing, right? These seasons, they're not short-lived. We were speaking about the Premier promotions and new challenges to the field. You can be qualified for Stage 3, but what Stage 3 looks like when we get there, absolutely no idea.
Yeah, we spoke about it 2 years in a row. We've had a Premier champion come up and make it to VCT, that being BBL Pacific at the time, and also ULF. Surprising as all. ULF, not the organisation, but the players, if I'm right to say.
The players now, right? Eternal Fire, as it is. SOP confirmed moving to Foot today as well.
Yeah,
for those who love a little roster move, a little bit of gossip. The tea is cold in this round, though. There is really nothing exciting to report back about. UCAM is running Mandatory flat, and so with no spike plant on the pistol, no force, we look to this one to see if things can improve.
Yeah. The weather report has him as one of rain in the mandatory camp.
Yeah.
The French should be used to it, the ones towards the Paris side anyway. But as for UCAM, things looking sunny. So they're looking to convert this bonus round, which they did in the first half. But last time they had ultis in play to do so. The players of Mandatory walked straight into Famsi's judge, which to little to no problems finds 2 kills. Advantage to the defense.
I mean, just his positioning is perfect to counter this fast pop from Mandatory down to the last 3 members. Player advantage here for UCAM, but it's short-lived.
Yeah, doesn't last long at all. Bisk now playing on the edge of heaven. Good flash, looking to run and gun, but unfortunately ends up in his own grave. Where does Kadavra go? Famsi's low here and does only have a judge. You can see on the other side of the map, Jesse dancing about the idea, but with Kada not clearing the corner, UCAM are up to 12.
Match point.
That's the death sentence, and it should be the map done here as well. Double pistol, double bonus for UCAM. As I said, they won 3 of them in the Enterprise game. Bonus rounds, that is. And so, putting themselves in the best possible position. The one thing you want to see from Mandatory, maybe if they're able to win a couple rounds, is just building that confidence back up. I know a lot of coaches talk about it. The most, the biggest scoreline gaps are the easiest ones to just brush off and move into the next, but can't help but feel Corrode could face a couple issues if, this kind of performance persists.
Yeah, you don't want a hangover from a map like this. Players now looking to try and make their way through mid. The utility there is in response. Good stun, even better rifle work. We still end up, I was going to say, somewhat even. Not before Jesse comes in and gets a double, collects Spike and puts Shin in a very awkward position. One in which he has to collect Spike, get the Spike down into post plant, and they know where he is. Now, UCAM.
Yeah, the flash there from Bulld's absolutely everything. Element of surprise is lost, and UCAM have this one in the bag. Shin's got to make it back through vents. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. We came into this one thinking that they would be the better team on split, but UCAM have blown Mandatory out of the water. A difference of 10 rounds between the teams there, Cairo, and heading into the back end of this veto now with there being little difference in it the last time they met, you have to be worried for the French second seed.
Yeah, you really do, and it doesn't get any better whatsoever. I think the French Mandatory side were really hoping to come into this and prove an issue, but now all hopes are put on Corrode for your tournament lives, essentially. Now, it's a map that has shown success in the past, but when you go up against UCAM Hazza, I'm pretty sure they'll be able to contest you on almost every pick.
Yeah, UCAM know exactly what parts of this veto they had to target to improve, and you're expecting that now as we head to the business end of this best of 5. The thoughts from the analysts coming up though, and to decipher where it is that this one goes next.
Well, it can only go up here for Mandatory, you would hope, because that is not a great way to be in the middle of the series. Yeah, it was more likely than not that we were going to see a win there from UCAM, but the momentum that they built and the way they shut Mandatory out of that map puts them in a very tough situation. Not only are they on the brink of losing the series, but they found almost no holds being barred there in that map, so there's really no way that they can take anything from that and run with it into the next map. This is a very difficult situation for Mandatory here. What is the road back to bringing this to a 5-mapper, MP?
I mean, I'm not quite sure. For UCAM, their success have been found in the pistols. Double pistol, double bonus is what Hazza said. He highlighted the game yesterday against Enterprise Esports as well. But I want to take it even further to the whole tournament. Taking a look at all of the games in split for UCAM in this tournament, it's the same story time and time again. Whether it's Pixel Lumina, Enterprise Esports, or right now Mandatory, UCAM have been able to find the pistol, bonus round, and if they had the chances in terms of that game going long enough, they've found 5 rounds in a row starting from the pistol round. They didn't lose a single pistol in this series.
I mean, and even from that point, like I just sorry, Twiggy. I feel like from the very get-go, this was somewhere that it looked to be in complete control for UCAM. There was no pressure, there was no sweat, and this is a problem that I think we expected could happen. We see that things haven't gone their way in the past. They change up the comp, they go somewhere new. Maybe it's an element of surprise, but also giving them tools to play that little bit more aggressive on the defensive side. It did not work out here, and I think this is you can commend them for trying, but hell, I would have loved to see the bind. It at least was better by 1 round last time.
Look, there are plenty of players we could have highlighted out of that one, plenty of things that we could have highlighted from UCAM, but I think right at the start, the tone was set by Bisc, MP. There's no other way to put it.
I mean, what is the confidence of this man even pushing up up close and personal with the dimensional drifts, so confident. But look at this round, he's just drifting by with the classics, right-clicking away right there. And I think they were down a few players right on that round, and Bisk, the one player to bring it back, 304 ACS, not quite on the level that Severe had yesterday on Breeze, but 300 ACS, anything over that, it's brilliant.
It was fantastic. And I mean, you have to remember as well that limelight was being shared, especially towards the end of the game, where you saw Famzy start to step it up as well. And when the duelists feel that confident, you see how it manifests in this just unpredictable gameplay. Mandatory go for their first full buy. They look to get aggressive towards ramp, and there's a judge there waiting up close, sliding out after getting two. It made this an impossible feat for them to even get some ground. They were being tripped up from the second, barriers went up. And I think a lot of that confidence for Famzy, it came in the second half, but Bisk was the one injecting it into all of his teammates by just dominating in every fight he could even get near. A really impressive display, and that's the concern, is momentum now for this squad.
Yeah, and I love you highlighting Famzy and the shotguns that this team actually brings on. I think that's one of the key reasons why they keep winning so many bonus rounds. They are so comfortable with the shotguns, especially in split. Corrode as well, we've already seen Famzy get many multi-kills right there. Bucky, Judge, it doesn't matter, that Neon up close and personal, it's gonna be amazing.
Well, now, I mean, it's a tough road ahead for Mandatory here, who are definitely down and out after that one. Well, maybe not out. We'll find out very shortly, because we still do have a potential 2 maps left to go. Best thing about a best of 5 is that you can have a road back to victory. But unfortunately, the bad thing for a best of 5, and this is something we mentioned at the start of the broadcast, it's something that we've kind of been thinking about, it's been in the back of our minds this whole time, is that Mandatory banned out Bind specifically because they did not want to play it against UCAM. That led them into Split, which again is just another one of those weak spots. And in a best of 5, since you have to play so many maps, you can't get rid of all of the maps you want to. If you don't have a strong map pool, especially against a team that has a very different map pool to you, you're in a very tough position. And now it is a fight back to get in control for Mandatory, and that's not a situation you want to find yourself in this position. So what do you see as a possibility here for Mandatory? What would you say? I mean, Mitch, well, both of you have been in kind of team situations, but Mitch, what would you say to the players now after that kind of result? A 13-3, barely even touched anything good for Mandatory there. What can they do from here on out?
Oh, they were down, they were dejected, but just think back to the last time they played this squad. 13-4 was in the middle of the series, and then it was still a very tight one, a 13-11 loss to close it out. Corrode is somewhere that we've seen this squad thrive, and we're going back to comfort. We're going back to somewhere that Takas can have that impact on both sides with escapability on Waylay if they stick to that comp, which I'm imagining they will. We also saw the constant learnings the last time these two teams clashed. I don't think Oli Zara is going to be able to get away with as much of that slow play on the attack side, where Takas was being caught off sometimes. This time they're going to be more than ready for it, and we've already seen it in the series. So I think comfort is really what they can fall back to here. That was a map that we started out this series by saying map 1, map 3, probably almost definitely going to UCAM, and they already managed to challenge for the first one. So there's no reason they can't make this reverse sweep happen, reverse-esque sweep.
Yeah, and I love the Mandatory. I love the composition of having that KO Severe getting on more and more online as the tournament goes past. Him having multiple different setups for Takas and some aggressive setups on the defensive side, just setting up those flash drives is brilliant. But Severe getting online in those maps, especially yesterday in that Breeze, I think that's brilliant in terms of self-sustaining that KO as well and bringing himself online with the flash drives. I do think this is going to be incredibly close map, and Mandatory, obviously they won it previously. Still interesting one.
Well, 2-1 to UCAM now, and it is the uphill battle for Mandatory. We're going to head to a quick break and let Mandatory regain their senses for the rest of this series. We'll be right back.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore.
I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes.
I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll
Don't be fooled or mistaken by my angel face. I'm just a hot head looking for a reason to break. I'm the wizard of death, I'll come visit you next. Whisper my name on it next to your very last breath. I'm caught inside the fire again. I'm the wizard of death, I'll come visit you next. Whisper my name on it next, tell your very last.
Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers, everybody. It's crunch time for Mandatory. They are one map away from being eliminated from the tournament in third position, and that would leave UCAM in a grand finals for a rematch against Enterprise in a best of 5, but it's not all over just yet. We're moving back onto Mandatory's map pick here, and this is their final chance to get back in the series and gain themselves some momentum. It is Corrosion. It's not a map which we would consider to be, you know, bad for Mandatory, right? This is a situation where they could conceivably get back into the series, but I think there is now this kind of momentum under UCAM, a fire that's been lit under them after that 13-3 victory that very possibly could be overwhelming for the French side, MP.
Yeah, I think you highlighted the point greatly. This is not the worst map for Mandatory. It's actually quite good map for Mandatory, but on the other side of UCAM, it's quite great map for them. One of the greatest ideas that Mandatory had in that previous match against UCAM that I really liked was Kara. Most of the time, he was droning up that B lobby on the defensive side, just trying to get some information. So UCAM at one point kind of started dodging their drone, and second to last round, Kara called for Takas to follow up on that drone, inserted Takas deep into B lobby, and from that, Takas were able to find that pick, kind of instantly dismantle the attack that UCAM had going on, and I need to see more of those from the side of Mandatory.
I am
100%.
Yeah, I'm interested to see now. Oh, actually, you know what? We have something that was highlighted. It's just popped up on my runner show. It's interesting, isn't it? I think that was something we wanted to talk about. Mix, you brought it up in the pre-show. A little interaction, a little wall bang maybe on Corrosion.
Well, this is exactly off the back of what MP just said. The drone goes up in one of those later rounds, and it's Bold who ends up getting picked on that deep run. But that was a response. There was a response rather here. Bold decides to walk up after the drone cleared it and realizes one player's got low money. That guy's the one with the drone. Maybe Kat has got the shotgun, because he loves playing with the shotty, and you can hear it in Pavlos's voice. It was such a beautiful moment, and I think it goes to show both of these teams were making these adaptations round on round, learning from what they were seeing. And Kata, after a series of shotgun play, after a series of putting the drone down to get that deep information, was punished for it there. It was a really good read, and you can see the moment because he has the Prowler out and then goes, nah, actually I'm just gonna clear it with the Odin. And this was really nice. Bold as well. We've seen it all series. He loves pulling the Odin out. A man after my own heart. I know Sue's out there probably pumping her fist as well, and this is a beautiful map for it. I think Fnatic know that better than anyone, as they learned at Champs, and I expected somewhere that Bold is going to be trying to have that same impact. But now we see layers on layers because they've adapted to each other during a series. Now they've had a lot of time to think about it, and the stakes are even higher.
Well, last time these two played up against each other on this one, obviously it did end 13-11 in the favor of Mandatory. It was the one map that they won, so there is this kind of feeling, right, for Mandatory. Maybe, as you mentioned, Mix, right, going back onto this one, there is that situation after the 13-3, you can rally your team back up, you can get them back in that state of mind where there is a possibility. There is a way back into this, and if we do get to map 5, then it's all on the table once again. MP, there's no surprises here, I don't think.
No, absolutely not. It would be crazy to even switch up some compositions here. I think Olizera highlighted it on one of the interviews that they have multiple comps for multiple different maps. But they felt so comfortable with this double duelist composition in Yoru and Neon. I think it's just the perfect look for UCAM. They're so comfortable with their own agents. Sure, they flex around those agents a little bit differently. Maybe sometimes they have Astra, sometimes they have Omen. Now, obviously, I think why they have Omen in this map is so they can have another layer in breaking into those sites, especially when Corrode is such a defensive side map, at least what I would say. So I'm not quite sure if you agree, Mitch.
Yeah, I think we've seen it in so many of the games that have happened throughout this last year or so. But one of the things that I think Mandatory did so well to avoid that extra utility, like the paranoia coming in, the double dive from Famzi and Bisq, is that this is where I think more than any map, except maybe the Seaside on Haven, they play that second phase defense. They let you take the space, they fight back for it, and it looks really good. The amount of times I saw UCAM take control over Elbow, get towards the site, and then pump the brakes for 40 seconds, not being given the opportunities to fight that they want, and then having a barrage of utility afterwards. That's where Mandatory, if they can keep building on that system, can find a lot of success here.
Well, it's about that time. It's do or die for Mandatory. This could be the final map of the series, and if we don't see them rally back together, then that would be it. UCAM in the finals, but we're going to have to find out now here on Corrode with Hazza and Cairo.
Yeah, Mandatory already getting as far as they did in Challengers EMEA Stage 3. They were swept in the lower final that time by Ulf, and for UCAM, they've never even been to a playoff stage of one of these events in the past. So breaking new ground, and to seal it with a win here would put them into the grand final against Enterprise. The region's best as it stands, but we still don't know who fills that second spot. Corrode here to potentially decide it, unless Pearl is required.
Yeah, familiar ground for both of these teams. When they played it last, it was Mandatory to win at 13 and 11. For UCAM, what are the lessons learned? Are we going to see any sort of fixes to the setup for Mandatory? Can they even get a better performance than last time? That's what we're here to find out as we get things kicked off and potentially our last map of this lower final.
Mandatory, of course, will be hoping it isn't as they start out on the attack side with a quick pop in towards A. Savire on this KO, it's off-piste pick, to say the least, but the setup isn't quite there for Takas, and so his woes on Duelist continue.
Doesn't seem to get any better either, as Bisq is keeping his form from the last map. As the players of UCAM go and clear out main, swapping positions with the attack of Mandatory, taking that A site. Still though, they want one back in their favour.
I'm not sure if UCAM entirely know where exactly Mandatory have gotten off to, and yeah, they guess completely incorrectly. They still think that this is actually a B play. Mandatory also searching for their opponents and not finding anything, discover that there is a free A site and they can set up a post plant here.
Get to work getting that spike down. Well, it'll take a little bit of time for UCAM to respond and get into position. So essentially 3 versus 3 on the site. Big contest between both packs at this moment in time. Mandatory taking more of a reserved approach as UCAM look to rejoin their numbers.
It's going to be a full retake, 5 members strong on the UCAM side from Defenders spawn. Jesse starting to bridge that gap now as the orb from Olizera goes up and the stun in behind it. Famzi's hands are busy, just a tap for now, but it baits out the peaks, and the rest of UCAM sign on the dotted line. The kill waiver of Mandatory. Another pissed around for them in this series. I'd have to count it up, but they have not missed at the start of these maps.
Yeah, speaking about signing on the dotted line, it feels like whenever there is a pistol round win, the deal is that UCAM then go on to win at least 4 out of the beginning 5. Always good for a start, whether that's setting themselves up perfectly from a bonus round or doing damage to an economy and building up ultimates. Whatever it is, the game plan, excellent. Can Mandatory now find a way to stop that?
Have looked it up. 4 pistol rounds to 3, actually, Cairo. You'll be intrigued to know. Ukam just one better than Mandatory. The spoils shared in a dead heat on the first map, and then for each of the team's following picks, both finding double pistols. So maybe a bit of recency bias creeping in there, but we know Ukam are good in that metric, and yeah, it's these strong starts really that have been the backbone of their performances recently, Cairo.
Yeah. And I think having a man like Bisk being able to do that, we spoke about him in the previous map, the fact that he's always able to use the outlaw and keep the economy strong. As for this moment in time, he is all alone, and that will allow for a little bit of a gap to be walked into by Mandatory. Not expecting much of a problem here though.
Yeah, finds one through the smoke as well there to double up. Bulled with covering fire on this Odin, much to the enjoyment of Mitch, I imagine. Only one there, but oh, I tell you what, this could get a little bit worrisome. It doesn't in the end. Ukam do put a bottle on it, but there you go. Anti-eco converted, and sort of build on what you were saying about Bisk as well. That's one of the areas also where they've done so nicely, being able to pick up so many anti-ecos, actually build off the back of that.
Yeah, and I think as well what you're seeing a lot of, if you remember, like a way back when, the way the meta's shifted and stuff like that, like it was always like make sure you have as many rifles as possible and etc, etc. But I think we're starting to see a trend with the kind of change in sprays that people are buying Spectres, buying the lesser weaponry, just to make sure that those anti-ecos are being converted. It's not often that you see like a low buy do win out on that second round.
It's also Ukam using and abusing some of the more, I guess, not broken weapons in the game, but the stronger ones, like the Judge, the Bucky, and even the Odin, and most importantly, I was going to say the Outlaw in the hands of Bisk, but it's the Sheriff here that's nailed on a belter of a first shot, and actually, Mandatory do fight back, but Bisk's found another through the corner of the wall. Bisk 3 now. Time to jump. And with the mask on his face, starts to carry the torch on this re-clear and retake. Spike was looking to go in. Mandatory still haven't planted it, and he does drop back, but there's Famsi with another one of those guns. The Judge open, and Bisk puts the finishing touches on a brilliant bonus round.
Yeah, not only does Bisk get 4, but gives the information to Famsi through his own ultimate that there's going to be a player going through the smoke. I don't know where the molly's meant to be landing, but it's Bisk's shots that are just otherworldly, from another dimension, you could say, like that. But overall, yeah, this is the difference between the two teams and why we're seeing Ukam have strong starts every single time they win a pistol round.
It reminds me a lot in some ways of how Comeback was.
Yes,
on BBL Pacific. Back a sort of year or so ago before he made the move to VCT, a permanent one. Famsi finding value from the Judge again, but the comparison that I'm drawing is, the Outlaw really good in some of those rounds, and he's back on it here as well, knows that he can punish every player in striking distance on Mandatory.
Yeah, I think there's a really big theory about the scoped weaponry in the game right now, especially with the Outlaw, and whether like there is a chance for scoped weaponry to be a meta. I guess the conversation I want to really have is, does EMEA really utilise that to its greatest level?
Well, that's the thing. In EMEA, we don't really have much chamber usage at all, so you find it hard to pair the two up. You're obviously equally as capable in some ways as Bisk has found himself part of the makeup of this A-hold from Ukam, which has done a great job in slowing the push of these pistols so far. Severe has slipped the net and does
30 seconds
have
left.
a slim opportunity here to get a plant in at the very least before we consider the possibility of this 1v4. But he does walk out into the courtyard in the end and finds himself getting punished. So there you go, 4-0 start from Ukam. Mandatory really struggling on the round count ever since split.
Yeah, they have, and it feels like the hangover from that last map that we thought could potentially come about has begun to take its toll. 4-0, Mandatory need to have a response here, or it will get even worse and look similar to that of Split. And the question then becomes, when do we actually win a round? We'll wait to see if that question does get asked, because there is a Hunter's Fury in the mix. There's a chance for Mandatory to really build upon something.
Yeah, 3 rounds from the 16 played on Split. That's now 3 rounds in 20 played, carrying over onto Corrosion. Another opening kill. And where do you start to look for answers? You know, is it Takas, who I was hyping up earlier, because he's another one who's only got 6 kills in that time as well, so...
Famzy hasn't been cleared here, has it?
Ukam just taking full mid control on so many of these rounds through Famzy. He's walking down, often with a shotgun, this time with the Phantom, of course. It gives them a pivot point for rotations towards B, which they've also had no issues in anchoring. Happy to leave Bisk with his operator off on A. Mandatory now pushing into a site which is prepared for them.
And Holozera with the molly prepared, so as the players come out, the player's going to be vulnerable. But actually misses, so instead has to brawl, and in fact scared of any engagement coming his way. Scarpers sight taking cleanly.
I think the molly actually bounced off one of the Mandatory players, not entirely sure, but coming back into this retake, Nightfall available for Bald, and actually the null command taken offline by Famzy's flank.
Yeah, it's that pivot point you spoke about previously. That Nightfall now noting that all of that backside CT clear, but at the same time, Ukam have had issues trying to get back in. But Bisk's up, and the Odin coming through at the perfect time. The Sheriff not working this time, and neither will Bold. In the end, Mandatory get the first round through Kada's heroism, but has at the same time a lot of issues for both teams in that last round.
Yeah, for such a top-heavy UCAM team at times, it seems like Mandatory are the ones looking for a hero right now. Spam from Bull's Odin made sure that the death of Savaya was a binding one in that ultimate, but it's on the good graces of the captain that digs them out of a bad situation in the end. Still plenty of money behind UCAM here. And with the tank looking towards the sky, you can tell this is a fast play with the Brim Molly.
Yeoman now in the middle of the site through the ulti. Bisk having to respect everything sent his way, and now health low. Players are lucky to even make it towards the positions they want to. As you can see, Jesse now forced back as well. 1 versus 1 that's going to be massive in main, and it goes in the Tonk's way, so advantage to attack.
Fully consolidating this post plant now with the Brim ult available.
Now the flash forward, tried to play forward, but Bisk somehow wins out. As time ticks away, it goes further into Mandatory's favour because of that ultimate that we spoke about. Takas holding on, players denied entry. It looks like this will be Mandatory's round, and that's saving ultimates in pocket for later on. It will be the lead halved, but problems still to brew for this UCAM side.
Classic UCAM win 4 rounds and lose 1 somewhere along the way, whether it's the bonus or the rifle thereafter. Sound like a broken record, the amount of times this scoreline has cropped up. Cutting their losses at the end, keeping the AWP, that'll be important. There is enough money to keep Mandatory honest here, but the fact that they don't invest the Brim ultimate, that they do still have a little bit more left over to fall back onto, makes you feel positive all of a sudden about their chances in this one if they can consistently find those entries and find ways to shut down Bisk, but it's to his site that they'll go knocking this time.
It's not an operator you want to come up against, it's not a player you want to see. It's just a flash of blue before your life gets taken. Still managing to survive. Holozera flashed up, able to get a kill. Although Cadaver's ultimate will get the indirect trade. So 4 versus 4, shunting from nowhere. Tries to get 1, but can't. And now Famzy under pressure and can't live up to it. So with that advantage towards the attack and spike down.
The question is, where was Bisk in all of that? Holozera able to let off the molly, but at a deficit now in the retake.
That they are, now have to clear up close and not against Cadaver. We've seen him pull it off before from this corner. A nice double kill like last time, but it's 4 overall in the round, and Mandatory within 1 as they seem to find the kryptonite towards this defence.
More magic from Mandatory's captain. So it's a timeout from UCAM here to try and settle the situation. A fragmented 7th round in the start of this half as the wheels are starting to come off for them here again. Like I was saying, Ollie there had just enough time and space to get the Viper Molly down. Had a couple other players who expected to be on site. I don't know if Bisq took that first TP or not towards the other extremity, but yeah, I mean, found himself in Link. And the support, it just wasn't there. Leg shot onto Takas, unlucky way to start things off. You can see what Mandatory are trying to do playing through this KO, but there should be answers here from Ocamp.
Yeah, and I imagine that's exactly what Bromas is talking about, what the differences are, and especially considering the fact that we highlighted it before. These two teams have played against each other on Corrosion previously. It went to 13-11, all regulation needed, but overall it's one that should be fresh on the back of their minds. Understand that this would be the 3rd game from for UCAM, including that one against Mandatory previously. Same for actually Mandatory as well. So overall, it's not been that long since having that match.
Yeah, it was really the second half which UCAM struggled with in that game. Just 4 rounds on their attack. Already got 4 here on the defense, of course. They were able to find 7 last time out. So that's where we set the bar, you know? 8 rounds or more, and you're feeling incredibly happy with the result, I think.
Yeah.
But this isn't the half where we're looking for those improvements to be made. This is just getting themselves in the game and signaling their authority, as Bisq has managed to do multiple times. When he fires off first, Mandatory don't often have an answer.
Well, that is Natonk off the board, and UCAM start to earmark their space with their own smokes. That's a good paranoia. Doesn't look as if there's been any capitalisation off the back of it. Bamsey coming back in, caught by Takas, pulled from the back of site, combining with Olizera. UCAM will get their 2-round lead back.
That's another one of those rounds where you see the difficulty in playing solo way late. Because Takas dives in, he sticks the refract initially, doesn't look to immediately bail on the situation, is rewarded with a kill, but then the follow-up just isn't there. Everyone else is curtained behind the Viper wall, and you've seen the best teams in the world, like NRG, for example, be the main name that was playing this at Santiago. Difference is that, you know, Mud is incredibly self-sufficient. Bisq again on a forward line. How do Mandatory deal with this?
That's the question.
There's a drone here from Kada, but how do they follow it up?
The answer is by not even getting a chance to fight. Bisq immediately goes for the TP, no support, but doesn't even need it. Gets his chance when Takas dives in. And that's when that solo wheelie really starts to struggle, as the rest of Mandatory do as well. 3 players remaining, advantage UCAM.
Like I was saying, that NRG team thrived on a slow attack speed and taking their openings. They found one here on the A site, and Shin has got deep into defender's spawn. UCAM retaking from the courtyard. It won't be straightforward for the 4 players.
Oh, and the Prowler already identifying. That's a good stun. The players trying to escape from a Mandatory. The attack, just managing to escape, and in fact, buying himself a chance. A 2 versus 2, and which to work from. Olizera full of health. Now it's just Jesse, who doesn't even get a chance. We're back within 1. It's these 2 dance around each other, toe to toe.
Another situation where, as the Neon player, you find yourself committing to a spray because you're so far ahead of the play. Famzy can't reset his aim on this second duel. And with Natonk staying alive, Shin by his side, they managed to spin the 2-on-2 in their favor. What a moment that could prove to be, as UCAM aren't able to consistently build on the success that they found here at the start. That is now 4 from 5 conceded as Bisq brings the op back out.
Continuously looking to play through it. And actually being left alone all towards the B site as Mandatory look to continuously find and use the weakness found. And
This is
Famzy once again, look at moving down mid.
the swing round for the first half, Cairo, because if UCAM lose here, then you can say goodbye to 7 rounds. Mandatory diving in to try and assault this A site again through elbow. Bisq once again stationed here with his scoped weapon.
Oh, that smoke came out at the perfect time, but Bisq even better at using the most expensive weapon in the game. The Hunter's Fury has netted 1 kill. Famzy's judged another as he tries to dance forward. It's neck and neck, but UCAM who come out on top. The swing round stays with the defence. The Newton's Cradle steady for 1 more round.
Such a key round, a crucial one for UCAM to pick up here, Cairo. As I said, money would have been shot if they ended up losing it. They've kept the operator as well on Bisq, and Panic Station's mandatory maybe. Timeout called, first of the half, still for them. And as it's trending, about on par with where this one was last time out. A good recovery, all things considered. I just look at the previous round though, and the big takeaway for me just has to be that mid control from UCAM again.
Yeah.
That's the only way you're going to match mandatory for pace if they're hard hitting a site.
100%, and I begin to ponder the conundrum of between these two, right? Who's going to benefit the most out of this timeout? Because now Bromas gets to sit down and settle any sort of instability that his team had, while we're seeing the likes of Madsi and Road kind of sit down with their team and say, look, listen guys, what the hell is actually going wrong here when we're hitting sites? We're not following up on Takas's space. But it seems like at this moment in time, it's also a big swing round in terms of this timeout and who comes out on top.
It's crazy, right? UCAM could have lost all of their money, but now mandatory staring down the barrel of a similar situation. Loss bonus not yet maximized, and UCAM back in the saddle, looking to claw away at the mid control, which mandatory have actually been able to afford themselves here, as Takas moving up with Shin in behind, who is potentially threatening play towards A.
But Kadabra has just walked by the full stack of players.
He hears all the steps
he walks
as well.
in, kills the pit, walks in towards the site. Mandatory, proven to be the dagger under the skin, the thorn under the nail, as UCAM's defence has been left.
They don't know about Bolt though, and that's the spike.
That's a brilliant timing, and it also plays in Jesse, who gets another with Spike on the ground. Kada has to try and rescue this.
Oh my God.
A 1 versus 1, and now both players should right about know where each other are. Kada clears slow against Jesse, sees the head, and will take it clean off. I don't know about you, but that's not your normal round.
No, far from it. The flanker becomes the flanked, and then all over again. Pulled the one that slipped the net. Jesse here as well, and you're thinking, okay, 2 versus 1. Surely Kada can't do it again. He has the jump on the first, and Jesse sitting on the angle, crouched, is only going to end one way. Mandatory find their 5th, all to play for here in round number 12, or it's going to be a dead heat.
Doing a thing.
Smoke drop, Takas straight up to the smoke. You know this is going to be a straight execute, folks. No point even trying to think about anything else. Bolt is just not going on check. What is going on? Just players TPing into his head, into his crosshairs. UCAM up at what's going to be 7-5 essentially through sheer simple mistake.
Unless Kada has anything to say about it. Target-rich environment in front. One for the ult, but
yeah.
Bisq finds one and kills off the game instead. UCAM will settle for the 7 rounds, which they were able to find on their defender's side against mandatory the last time they played Corrosion. That was a map which was lost by a matter of 2 rounds in the end. So all questions posed towards this second half, Cairo, to see if they've got what it takes to overturn that deficit.
And so, just like that, we are one half away from potentially finishing out this lower bracket final. It's UCAM now on the attack, a side in which they struggled before.
Kada right now, the captain, leading by example for Mandatory to make the push on towards a grand final that this organization has yet to see in a Challengers EMEA stage. Nearly triple the kills of the players beneath him, just a couple away from reaching that marker. And with Famsi bearing on down, it's got to be another heroic display here. Grouping up behind the brim smoke, but it's Shin that's going to pick up the first here, and all Kada has to do is buy time. He can't quite buy enough though, so the plant comes in for UCAM.
And UCAM look to play in towards CT. You can see 3 bodies heading that way. If they can find Severe here, it would have been huge. Spesk now left all alone in that position.
Severe does eventually show himself, disciplined enough to hold off those UCAM pursuants as the rest of Mandatory are now starting to retool themselves in the courtyard. Takas finding one in the smoke, doubling up on it in fact, but Bisk will look to outdo him in his efforts. It is a 2 versus 3, and with UCAM's back to the wall, you do start to worry for them here, but time playing against the French retake. Sapphire will nail the shot onto Bisk. It's a 1v1, bandit in hand, no time for the defuse, and Bald will claim it in full. UCAM winning another pistol, their 5th in this series, and it might just be the final one that they need.
Whichever.
Yeah,
Anyone
6
feeling
points
generous?
of health is all Severe had, and nearly got a chance. His timing off on the tap. That's the unfortunate part. You can see UCAM desperate for a little bit of real estate because of where that spike is planted. That's what they brawl for. That's why you see them continuously moving. And instead, they find a lot of fights, and it makes the round turbulent. Look at this kill board, the kill feed right now, the board, leaderboard. Sapphire on 3 kills has how many times do we see that?
Not often. Unable to replicate his performance from yesterday, but that shouldn't come as too much of a surprise. It's not too often you can average 341 combat score across 3 maps. I remember you were asking earlier, how close did Bisk get with his split performance? That one just around the 300 mark, so it only puts into perspective how crazy Severe was yesterday.
I mean, you think about that, and Severe's across a couple of maps, right? It's not even as if it's like one map performance like what Bisk had.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's the consistency, and that's what's really lacking from Mandatory here. Everything just collapsing after the promise that we were shown in their performances to eliminate Misa as well, another front runner I think for many, hailing from the Turkish region that we're looking to as really being the standard of quality in Challengers, of course, after last year.
30 seconds left.
Stack of Mandatory players here in the last 20 seconds. Could get interesting, folks, so keep an eye on this one, but can knock them down like dominoes in the end, and unless Shin can find one, the round doesn't make much difference.
Yeah, not a whole lot happening there, I'll be honest. And Shin moving in to the crosshair of Jesse will find himself his death. And it's actually the judge that's recovered by all his error here as we move in towards the next round. Plans perhaps for the Neon to use it on the entry. So already UCAM showing their prowess in the adjustments that they've made on the attack.
I think we've definitely undersold the value of Famsi so far in this map. Bisk and Bald, the heavy hitters in terms of numbers, but the amount of space he's been able to take for UCAM to then backfill and follow up is half the reason why they're in front by this margin.
Down.
Leading the charge again through middle. Here he is once more, judge in hand. The Tunk doesn't want to touch that with a 10-foot barge pole, and even on the way out, he's lucky not to be taken clean off by Jesse.
Yeah, misses his mark just ever so slightly. As the players of UCAM begin to infect mid, Mandatory take the A main space, and that's going to be an issue for this execute should it come in.
Deep line for Takas as well on B, so both extremities under the Mandatory banner. Bald has plenty of util to re-clear here, but just walks carelessly straight into Kadavra. That's the call for the rest of the team to accelerate through Link, and should be heading on to greener pastures with a plant in just a moment's time.
Yeah, I think this will be similar to the pistol round with Matt UCAM trying to fight and find space in which to walk. You can see there's plenty of bodies sending their way towards CT. Severe once again from the same corner, vulnerable, good flash, but unfortunately gets cooked. So 3 versus 3 on site.
Fancy again the catalyst giving them so much space, and finally UCAM with a foundation towards spawn have to keep an eye on Takas. His timing's everything.
Yeah, unfortunately he didn't look out, but a quick flick puts Jesse in a 1 versus 2. Paranoia not hitting, so the player should know where his position is. Kada swings wide, but Shin holds on. We are still within a few rounds of these two teams.
Remarkable round there in the end, as Famzy does so much work to just strip back any control from Mandatory here. Takas, a great job at finding the double kill. His position late was the key to unlocking the round eventually. Lazera sleeping a little bit there. But into the next full rifle, you can see Biss bringing out the Outlaw again.
Should have had a chance is the reality of it. As you say, the Outlaw coming out and Severe with the Judge. So few choice weaponry coming through, and Ollie Zera finding Takas, who was pivotal in the last and a real hero in terms of the mandatory defense.
Yeah, he's done very well to get himself back into this game, but moments like that have happened a few times now in this series where he has been punished. At no real fault of his own, you know, it's all based on timing. It's been a bit unlucky, all things considered, but UCAM now working off the back of it. Should be scaling towards A. And you can see Mandatory have a rotation to match. Natonk arriving as well. No quick rotations for this team on the defense. And I think you could say that about a lot of their compositions.
Especially when the meta really revolves around quick rotations in terms of Euros and Neons.
If not fully lent into it, where UCAM are entirely on board with Bisk, and he's the spearhead here again, ult into the site, spotting at least 2 of those targets.
Yeah, and they know the players will flood in towards that like position as the utility once again is good, and Bisk even better. This UCAM side are wanting double digits and are about to rip it out of the hands of Mandatory as Severe once again left all alone, Judge in hand. The question really begins to be asked of the setup. It is every single time Severe is left alone. Will attempt to 1 versus 5, but it's not to be advised. It's double digits is found.
UCAM here on this map of Corrode, this is one which found itself part and parcel of Dynasty's pool with Bromas, with Famzy, and when it comes to the dive here, it's just perfect micro, honestly. Bald setting up that Nightfall, cutting the audio on the site players. Bisk exits the ult, nobody hears the sound cue, and just that half second of a drop that he gets on the anchors makes all of the difference. Then having a selfless Neon player to back you up like that, absolutely huge.
Yeah, when have you heard of a selfless Neon player? 1 in a million, Famzy, for this team. And it just goes to show the kind of different sort of identity this UCAM team actually does have. And again, like they did, at the end of the day, right, say what you want about the timeouts and X, Y, and Z. UCAM did push Enterprise yesterday, and that's the one thing you have to consider. It went both maps to more than maximum overtime, right? Like to the point where you're starting to wonder, is this doable? But Enterprise come out on top. What that scoreline looks like in a best of 5 tomorrow, entirely different. This UCAM team does have quality.
Especially with the double ban for Enterprise as well, on top of the strength in map pool that they have and the additional time to prepare. But yeah, just building off what you were saying about the selfless Neon, I think we saw that quite a bit with Heretics losing Miniboo, and how much of a difference that can make, right? If we're talking systems,
Bring them down.
really can't undervalue how much that offers. And with UCAM putting a heavy price on A, Kadavra willing to go down with the ship there. 2 impactful kills.
Oh. Yeah, and unfortunately Shin tries to be too cheeky. Just watch Takas here, because he likes to play on the edge. As he tap of the spike, Takas just comes out, takes a kill clean. At least there's trades, and that's the big thing about UCAM. You look at the remaining two, Severe and the Tonk, and they're so disconnected.
Yeah, UCAM got to be thinking about A main here, because a weapon recovered for Natank could be everything, and Savai is just going to do enough with only a Sheriff. Has to be Bisk now. And at this point, he should have a rough idea as to where Natank makes his reprisal from. Bisk can't hang on to it. And so Mandatory do instead a real lifeline for them at this stage in the series.
Yeah, unfortunately, it just goes awry for Natank. Can't quite connect his shots. A thrifty round puts this map into a little bit of trepidation. There's a bit of kind of hitting towards the lead overall. UCAM at this point in time are got to be careful that they don't let things like that slip and don't consider every possibility, because that's what Mandatory are going to do. They're like a dog stuck in a trap. They're going to have to gnaw off the leg if they really have to. And with 5 ultimates remaining, I'm seeing this French side come straight back into the mix.
Full house of ults as well. Where have we seen this before? The one rogue rifle was the undoing of UCAM in the previous. Here, Natank even thinking about just dropping the orbital strike into middle. It's going to work out. Everyone else fighting off the back of it. Jesse can answer in kind for just a moment, but it's short-lived. Severe with a couple more, and the gap continues to close between the teams.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see there, Severe was 2 and I think, what, 12 or something? Start a half, now up to 8 and 16. How quickly things can change, and UCAM, Bromas, straight away on the button.
Timeout called. Just making sure that they can keep UCAM in check and not let this game run away from them. This is the best opportunity that they will get to reach that grand final. Just 3 rounds away, 3 already in the bag. If they're able to pick up another one here, they will match their tally of attack rounds against Mandatory last time. And again, I reiterate this because this was the side that they struggled on the last time these two played. So we're wondering where those improvements come from. It does certainly seem like right now, those fast-paced executes, the double dive through Bisk and Famzy, have looked pretty good. It's in the late round where they've then got to play off one another a little bit more in the slower pace, which I have my concerns about, I think.
Yeah, they when it starts to default a little bit more when they're forced to go elsewhere.
Mandatory just have this cold demeanor, this cold streak about them that whenever the pressure is up, I look at every individual there and say, yeah, I think they're capable of winning a clutch, you know? Whereas on the UCAM side, they're a handful maybe. Bulls, Jesse.
Yeah. I think it's very much like, I don't know, we can come back to this in a second. Takas' operator comes up when it's needed.
Who's next?
You look at this, you look at what's left. Bisk is actually having to use an ultimate of his own. Dimensional drift not affected by the ulti, but at the same time, the rest of the bodies of UCAM are ready to slide in and try and to unlock this site. Famzy's successful in doing so, and realistically, they've only one less player than their opponents.
Yeah, Bisk scrambling to try and find his man. Takas now lofted up in the heavens. Retake coming in from multiple sides here. It's the Link players that have to make the most of this, though. It's the Tank and Shin that have struggled.
Oh, Jesse couldn't get a smoke down to stop the operator. Starting to distract. Shin with a triple kill. Huge from the Omen. And we're within 1 at a moment's notice.
I was saying struggled. Shin only on 8 kills, but finds 3 in the round here, and Mandatory make this a 1-round game. Worrying signs for UCAM. That was, you know, only a mixed investment in eco, whatever you want to call it. Now comes the full buy, or as close to it as they can get with light shields. Still so many ults for Mandatory to use. The spacing so far has been perfect. Lazera banking the pit. You're just wondering what the game plan is here for UCAM. Doesn't look like a quick hit this time.
Oh, once again, a similar play style by using the Basically, they nearly gets a kill through the Hunter's Fury. Nice set piece all in. Similar to the one in B main. Does it force the hand of UCAM?
This is the MIBR Aspas rollout that we saw from Champs last year, and as you say, Mandatory nearly rewarded for it, and at the very least, they've gained valuable ground. Takas is the first point of contact on this line, and you've got Shin right in behind, so a late UCAM reclear, which they've tended to do towards A, could be problematic.
But it could. What was Bold doing just in a smoke on B?
They're splitting B.
Is that going to be the distraction? No, instead, it's a quick flick in towards the B site, and nobody's there to contest. Severe gonna respect this.
Yeah, they don't run into the trap that was laid out for them, and actually UCAM find the entry point through Bald instead. Famsi another kill in transition as Cadaver is trying to fall out of heaven. But like Icarus, he steps too close to the sun, and Mandatory might just be slipping away at the key moment in this game when it looked like they were right back into things. Unless Takas can pull off the impossible with this pit in his face, which he won't, then it's the 11th round queued up.
Severe wanting to keep what is gold dust in his hand at the moment, considering the next round and perhaps the one following. Chances very thin. Oh, Jesse, that's a bit horrible, mate. Overall, we're up to 11. UCAM now finding themselves in prime position to convert this one, and Mandatory second guessing themselves. Has a bit of desperation in that last round.
Whatever happens,
Yeah.
don't panic.
UCAM working the map really nicely. I think Mandatory had a good macro read on the start of what they wanted to do. Perhaps over-invested a little bit in A main when you consider having two players there, but you understand the rationale when you consider this is an area that UCAM were constantly trying to re-evaluate late round and build off of. But Bald the star again, I mean, not just the calling, but the kills that he's been finding, so impactful. So back to mid it is through Famsi on what is the most important round in Mandatory's campaign so far.
Yeah. It might be the first EMEA Challengers of the year, but one which could have massive importance towards the later part of that. The original, or the Mandatory team from last year, they felt that as when they got put in towards a do-or-die position towards the end of the year, and it looks as if UCAM are in do-or-die position right now. It's up to Jesse in a 1 versus 5, and doesn't even get a chance. Flawless round, and back within 1.
I think that's probably the best demonstration that you're going to see of how Mandatory have now been able to handle some of these quicker rounds from UCAM, dropping deeper on their site holds, letting them expend that initial utility and then fighting them in the choke points. Takas' op getting so much value. We want to see this calculated play from them, because right now it's looking like all 24 rounds are going to be required to settle the difference between these teams, as has been the case on Corrosion in the past.
Of course, these two went 13-11 the last time in favour of Mandatory. One more round would be an improvement for UCAM, but the way things are going, it might be a little bit of a struggle to get there first, as Mandatory lock things down through Seviers. Oh, Shorty and his rifle, 4 kills all in, but Bold, the captain, the leader, needs to come up with a legendary clutch. And a 1 versus 3 right now. The smoke dissipates into Takas' op, but he's up to the task. Now has to rescue a spike.
Has a seize and the ult. Another 20 seconds on the reveal, but Bald has time to play with here. 3 kills deep to this 1v5. It's Natanki's got to beat first.
That is the key on the Nightfall. Instead, tries to go dry, but unfortunately, too much friction to even get things finished there. Op saved, and up to 11-11. Regulation needed between these two.
As the in-game leader there, Bald knows that if he invests the Nightfall, that's one less tool he'll have to throw at Mandatory in the closing stages of Corrode. Savaya finding 2 separate shorty kills with 2 different shots. Not often you see that, not least against a purchase like this from UCAM. Takas' op involved in every following round since it was purchased, though. And again, Kadafra not showing any fear in challenging the extremities early. Wherever UCAM look to go, they are meeting resistance.
It's the first time in a few rounds that we've seen UCAM not hemorrhage a player very early on.
Revealing area.
First time in a while. And Jesse's shown his position towards the B side of the map. Does that make Mandatory blink? Well, we've seen the rotation. Severe might. So he starts to head and reinforce the A site. Kadavra coming out on B main as a reaction, finding Jesse makes things even more problematic because they're walking into the operator.
That's what I said before. Just unrelenting Mandatory in taking these fights, and so they've funneled UCAM to the scope of Takas. The op collecting another and another. One by one they will fall to his hands. The shorty to follow it up gets a third, and Board again needs a 1v5, this time for the dreams of an OT. And Severe is on the case to finish it up. Mandatory taking map point first.
Big round to win. And a similar scoreline on the horizon. We kept speaking about deja vu and what things remind us of has at this point in time. You're expecting the Mandatory to go and win it since this turn of form, this turn of fortune. They've had UCAM just feel as if they've been completely figured out, and Mandatory have all the answers that they need. No timeout, no opportunity for Bromas to break things down. One ultimate apiece. This is going to be an interesting last round.
Incredibly delicate situation with UCAM now finding themselves on the ropes. With an impending overtime, Mandatory bring out another set piece. Oh, Kadavra's not cleared the corner. Fancy not just going to find one, but maybe even a second here as well. Takas does live a little longer. Just again trying to commit this op with his commander-in-chief, but as all of the rest fall, it looks like UCAM might have just done enough to stop us going straight to a map 5.
It's a horrible blunder to lose out, but Severe and Shin have to give this a go. It's the last round of regulation, and both have almost a full belt of utility.
2 flashes for Severe to try and get this started. Blind on Shin as well, but Famsi playing up close, cordoning off this space. Severe still finds the kill, and Shin the one right after. 3 versus 2 situation now, but only Severe left standing. Seized, caught, tangled in the web that UCAM have sprung out in front of them. Just one small mistake there in failing to clear Famsi, making all of the difference. And so an extension of play is required this time to settle the difference on Corrode.
Yeah, well, I mean, at least we have seen an improvement from UCAM with the fact that we go to overtime this time out, and it's straight away a timeout that we get in overtime. Don't think I've said time that many times in my life, but yeah, I think this is a good time to take a break.
Yeah, one more time for the road, why not?
Yeah.
I have to say, if that one round of difference is enough for you to see that UCAM have made an improvement, I feel like the palpable difference was the actual halves themselves. And the issue for me was it just took too long for them to finally settle on a style that looked better for them, the more calculated, the more patient, really lending to their strengths here. Because that's ultimately the game that Mandatory then have to subsequently play on the opposite side with their Waylay, right? They're looking for these openings, even on the defense, it feels.
Yeah. And
when UCAM want to be a bit more reserved and invite that pressure, they're doing a brilliant job at absorbing it. Side change, though, for overtime. And it must be said that Mandatory have potentially missed that first opportunity. Can they make amends here?
That's the question. The players, majority of the players, line up outside of the B barrier. This is the same set piece they've gone for time and time again, except this time the players have actually woke up. Takas is going straight forward. 50 points of health after being legged by the op, but his spray just not working out. Jesse, Bold, Famsy, the full gang coming in when it's needed, and Bold spam close, but with no cigar does not get another kill. So with that, a 2 versus 5 to try and clutch up from.
Straight into the meat grinder. UCAM just mow the mandatory players down in middle. It's like the last one left standing. Can't even win the first fight, Cairo. If UCAM are to finish this with a full house
Switching sides.
and win the second OT round here as well, that is such a kick in the teeth to the efforts of mandatory. I mean, you saw what they were trying to do through Takas, and he was a whisker away from finding that kill. But the rest left to die, and now back on that defender's side, which served them well.
Yeah, it was like far too close. Takas back on the op for the defense side. His chance to get his operator working. UCAM, straight away they've seen something and are committing 5 bodies to B, and it's the right call.
Some sort of a tell in there, perhaps. After how committed mandatory had been to their extremity control, seeing this one open up a little bit has to be promising. Kadabra here stationed on site though, an absolute beast so far, but he's been taken down by Famsy, and this might just be the beginning of the end.
It could be post-plant to come through, and UCAM straight away, they want CT space and they've got it. So how do you try and break back in? Mandatory are putting more bodies towards that side of the map.
An expansive post-plant here for UCAM, looking to win on the map where they struggled before, and that might just be the difference between the two teams in this rematch from the upper bracket. UCAM dropped down into the lowers, but looking like the better of the two teams now. Signs of life at the end of the tunnel for mandatory, and it's only Jesse left. 3 targets to find, and he can only find 1. The wait for an attack round continues in OT, and we will go again.
Opportunity again blundered by UCAM. And I can't believe I'm saying that, considering that you look to that post plan. They even got one more in post, right? That was a 5 versus 3. I thought it was all but over when the retake comes through from CT, but they tried to force the issue, not considering it could have been a 2-pronged approach. Disaster. And now that will linger on the minds of the UCAM players as they move into their attacking round. Or defensive round, apologies.
Both outfits given an opportunity to close out this map, and for UCAM the series. So far, I've got to say, they had the better of the two, absolutely, with that post plant on the previous round. So it all comes crashing down. It is reset, and Takas can't find the opening this time. Jesse on a crack of an angle.
Yeah. UCAM say you're not bisque, little bro. They know how to play against an attack side operator, and one much quicker than what Takas is.
Takas has been the downfall of a couple of these rounds, but the thing is, he was playing out solo last time when mandatory was setting up their attack. There are players behind it this time, but as you suggest, UCAM have already walked down mid and cleared out the space.
Yeah, the tank lucky to walk away with his life right now. As things start to get more worrying, as we can see, Fam's actually in position. He can maybe catch off the Brimstone as the players of mandatory try to set up post, and it's the most perfect post plan you could possibly want.
The tank has Molly, so this 1v1 on the flank could prop up the round in its entirety. Mandatory in pole position to pick up an attack side round right now, and 4 bodies strong on the A site.
You can see how much Bold wants to try and delay his push. Is now mandatory secure the post plan. A 4 versus 4. Famsy tries to escape and can't quite do it, so it goes into mandatory's favour. The attack looking to finish things off. Can't even get onto the spike. This could put us into an advantage for the best map to come through. As the OT comes in, the players move into the rifles, and at that, mandatory have 14.
The longer that this series goes on, Cairo, the more I might start to favour mandatory. And of course, that very much relies upon them winning Corrode here. But for the experience that they have as a team, when it gets to these high pressure situations, they just don't tend to buckle.
Yeah. I think between these two teams, they're very much personality-wise similar to that of the countries, right? France being that cold and calculated kind of sense of a team, whereas you look at UCAM and they're very Spanish and the flair that we're seeing them hit the sights, and the fact that it can be sometimes leave you a little bit to be desired if that flair and that kind of Spaniard-esque kind of play isn't there. So that worries me a little bit here, considering that if Mandatory are in crunch time, this is where you would want to place them.
I mean, both of these teams, well, Mandatory specifically with flag bearers in their side, but UCAM definitely representative of their region in more ways than one. An organization which has promoted many a talent towards VCT. Ara Flickless in the past, Famzy even for a short stint of time on GX as an interim player. But then for Mandatory, this is a hammer forged in the flames of many a comeback story, many an underdog moment. They haven't been champs of their own region since 2022, yet we see them on this stage every single time shine brightest.
The tank trying to spam through middle right now, as there's a lot of targets he could have potentially hit. That Molly going to do a lot of work to deny the space. In fact, I don't think that's actually hit as the flash comes through and the players are just running into it anyway.
Lot of damage on Jesse there, down to 10 HP. Has to be a player that they can trade off here! The tank just drops a nuke on their head and that's it. Map is done. We're off to a 5th. There's no way Olazera can eclipse that kind of a spray down. Natank ascended for the French side before, and here he'll take them to new ground. 15-13. We're going all the way.
Yeah, we certainly are. I thought for a minute Olazera might have had a chance, but that's not the case at all. Unbelievable from Natank, and I'll tell you something right now, Hazza. We are in a very interesting position as we go all the way to map 5.
I was just setting it up there in the build-up to what was a ridiculous play from Natank, but this Mandatory team, how many comebacks have we seen them do? How many times have we seen them battle against the odds? Many a series in my mind crop up, but once you get past this point in the series where it looked like they were down and out, I'm now really thinking that map 5 might just be theirs for the taking. That's what we're waiting to see though, and of course our analysts with their breakdown of a chaotic Corrode.
Well, last time out for Mandatory, they were a map behind and it was Severe that pulled them out of the ditch. This time around, it looks like in the nick of time, it was Natank that gets the job done, and maybe we can see a route to the same road that we saw against Mesa Esports. Another upset for Mandatory. I mean, something that we seem to see time and time again. No matter what their roster is, keep in mind, Mandatory have caused so many upsets in EMEA Challengers and made such deep runs for how we consider them. We always underestimate this team. Here they are once again. And it looks like it's very possible that we could see a situation in which Mandatory eke out a win. It's very, very close, and UCAM off the back of that are going to be feeling like they threw that one away, MP.
I mean, I think that's going to come back and haunt them. That 5 versus 3 situation on the post plan, UCAM should have definitely taken that one away. And you highlight Natank right there, but to me, this started from Kara being so consistent throughout this map, and Takas, that defensive side operator like Mitch highlighted at earlier stages of this match. That was incredible. The pressure that he was able to put on the map. Kara obviously assisting with the drone for Takas to get that aggressive position. Incredible confidence from Takas as well. I think he started building up that momentum throughout this map, because on the first side he didn't look that confident, but once he got that confidence under the way, he was unstoppable.
Well, you know, another guy who followed the exact same storyline, Severe. I don't know what happened to him between it wasn't even the second half, because he was still like, what, 5 and 15 or something. Like that little flash he threw off the wall was his 5th kill. And then all of a sudden he pipes up. And this is what I love to see. When you're coming back as a team, it's not about what we saw earlier, where you've got like Bisq leading the charge and everybody else gets confidence from it over on Split. You need that confidence to be earned by every single player to make that bounce back, to win those 2 maps back to back, to climb back into it even when against the odds. And I think the discussion of UCAM, again, I said it earlier, carrying the water to the top of the hill only to spill it there. It seems like this is the story of their challengers run so far. They have so many advantages. Finding them isn't the problem, converting them is. But you have to give credit to some of these players like Severe for being able to have that bounce back, because Cat has been consistent all day long, I would say, but this map certainly from start to finish. But it's when you're getting decimated, when you're getting owned, and you find a way to bounce back, that sort of mentality, that ability, you don't find that every day.
Well, I mean, before we look forward to our final map of the day, we can take a look back at that map here. We've got a few points to take a look at. Our first would be a 4K from Severe, right? Round 22. I mean, what a start, obviously, for UCAM, just getting the momentum going. Oh, okay, that's... What are we looking at? That was not... Huh?
That was what the Waylay ult counter,
yeah.
MP?
Yeah, that was a major mistake from Mandatory that round. Famsi being completely he was just sitting on the corner, one corner that they didn't clear. Absolutely crashed the first half, the regulation actually of that, and Mandatory couldn't quite close it out in the regular time. Obviously, in the end, in the overtime, they could, but minor mistakes from the side of Mandatory, some overcookings as well, especially in that overtime. I think after taking the timeout, they kind of overcooked a bit and died on every angle. I think it was A, mid, and B at the same time. But still, a great look in the end. Major mistakes here and there, but still, they got it all the way.
Well, I mean, with that final round under their belt, of course, and what a final round it was. There's only one way to close it out, right?
Yeah,
look, he may not have been able to see a couple of those players, but regardless...
But you know the crazy thing about this, just to say that, like I said, everybody had their moment, and I think other than that, Natank had a pretty bad map. Like, he wasn't able to connect a lot of the time. He was being picked off, and then to really have the cherry on top that everybody played their part and played their role. What an insane spray that was from him. I don't know how Hazza and Cairo kept putting words together. I lost all of mine. It was just grunts and moans over here, but that was phenomenal to witness.
Never mind. I'm not going to say what I was going to say. That's
the effect that play had on me. Don't worry.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. It is what it is. This test is just filled with that kind of thing. Anyway, Pearl, our final map here. And this one, I mean, historically, we haven't really seen a lot of this out of UCAM, but the last time that we did see it, it was a victory for them against Mandatory. So history, could it repeat itself? Could Mandatory take that momentum that they just eked out there in the final throws of that map and run with it to the finish line? We're going to find out very soon. We have a break before then. We'll see you guys in just a little bit. Hello everybody, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA. It's that time of the day. We have reached the final map of the best of 5. I feel like from this point on we have set everything up that these teams are so closely matched up. There is no way anything but a best of 5 could go the full distance. And pretty much every best of 3 has gone the distance as well. Even when it was a 2-0, it was the longest 2-0 we've ever seen. So I think it's only right that we do see the top 3 fighting it out for that final place in the grand finals, and that's exactly what this last map is for. Pearl between Mandatory and UCAM Esports for a chance to fight up against Enterprise Esports in the grand finals. And this one, this should be interesting, right? It was such a close map last time we saw it between these two, MP.
Now, once again, it's a decider map. UCAM, I think they gave up so much space in that previous match against Mandatory, especially on the defensive side. Mandatory had all of mid if they wanted to, especially now that Mandatory has had the chance to go on and watch those WODs. They will realize how much there was gain on, or was to gain on. But same thing happened to Mandatory. I think it was the pistol round where Olizera actually found quite a lot of space in mid, went all the way to Sewers and brought that fight onto Mandatory's spawn, that defender side spawn. Mandatory, they fixed it against Misa Esports. That was a brilliant match for them, 13-2 on Pearl. And I'm gonna be honest, if they bring that fight that they brought onto Misa on Pearl, I think it's gonna look scary for UCAM, especially now that Mandatory are riding that high on Corrosion.
Yeah, they've got the win in their sails, and last time they faced it was 13-11 with both pistol rounds and the follow-ups going to UCAM. Like, their defense didn't actually look that good, but they built a strong enough foundation that even those little shaky end parts didn't really bother them that much. The question is now, with Mandatory already showing a lot of learnings, we don't have a ton of time, but last map they adapted massively compared to the last time they played. Kata's aggression nowhere near as predictable. It was on opposite sides of the map, and I think that this is somewhere that I expect them to possibly come in with the leg up, because yes, this series could have been a 3-0 out of the gates in a lot of people's minds, in my minds as well. It could well have been to UCAM, but once they got past that hurdle, once they got decimated on split and bounced back and showed individuals can dig deep even when they're up against the ropes in the corner, they can take their punches and keep on going.
All right, well, there's only so much we can say here on the desk. It's all up to the players in the server, so we'll throw it over to Hazza and Cairo.
Thank you so much, guys. Yes, we are here at the end of the line. All roads leading to Pearl between these two teams. And with just 2 rounds of difference in it last time, are you expecting anything else here? These are the moments that players at this level dream of. Having an opportunity in a 5th and final map to go to a grand final, which we've not seen for either of these teams.
Oh, it's just going to be a straight charge for UCAM down towards B, but it's well stocked with utility and bodies as they fly in. It's Shin to get the first couple. Could there be any more? It certainly looks like it. Mandatory. They're not slow to wake up this time. But UCAM look for a different avenue of approach.
And there you have it. The hammer swings first in this final map, Cairo. Shin set up for a kill on Bald if he doesn't check this, and he won't. It was left hanging, but 2 versus 4 still not the best of situations, especially when most of Mandatory are still on B.
Spike down B.
And with Olizera going down, that should be it for the pistol.
As all she wrote is Mandatory find the first in this last map between these two as they look for their opportunity to take on Enterprise, who seem to be, at this moment in time, the kings of Tier 2. All the way to that grand final, still awaiting that crown.
Yeah. And look, the longer this game goes on, the happier they're going to be feeling about the whole situation, because the coaches that are watching it, I'm sure, aren't the ones playing in the server. So as long as they put the homework in, then Enterprise should be well equipped heading into that with a double ban as well. But just looking at it here, Cairo, I mean, from the start of Corrode to the end of it now and the pistol round on Pearl, it's a complete 180 in terms of who you favor. And as we said before, Mandatory working so well with momentum in these situations. Everything pointing towards them pulling this one off.
100%. It has to be said though, these two did play on this map the last time as well. They did go 13-11 in favour of UCAM, so we can't quite rule that out entirely just yet. Is the attack at this moment in time, all on pistols, find it a difficult spot to be in?
Yeah, no openings for them in the round so far, but the Des discussed that very point that you bring up. The fact that UCAM, you know, even had pistol round wins in there and stuff to help prop up the round count. Mandatory already making a force for change this time around as Takas lands another tag, and this one is fatal. Famsi down to 15. He's late to arrive on the scene on B as the rest of his teammates have already fallen where they stand. Spike dropped. Just a tongue there for the meantime, but Takas hits a devastating shot in transition, and it's as clean as you like for the anti-eco.
I mean, yeah, pistol round's definitely going to be a big adjustment for Mandatory. Imagine there'll be other adjustments in there for both teams. Learnings as both teams are trying to, are essentially being shown all their weaknesses under a microscope. With only 2 players in it and a death, that being Shin and Kada, it does leave a lot to be desired so far by UCAM as we head into our first rifle round.
Tried to go for the A main dive on the previous round. Takas was able to volley that one back. He's going to try it again here with an operator in hand, but instantly hits the refract back into that deep line support of Mandatory on site.
Yeah, Manzi not taking a lick of damage even though there was mollies down. Bisk though very quickly takes out Takas.
And it all just unravels there really. For Mandatory, looked like they'd manufactured a strong start, but we've got to be looking at Shin here. Just embedded in the corner by B pillar. Seeing if anyone on the UCAM side wants to walk up, but as long as they don't, Mandatory can keep this stack of players towards A.
Needs to be careful in this position. This reclear through mid will be huge because it gives more real estate to the attack when they get to that post plan. More control. 2 players to the good. Oh, sorry, 1 player to the good, apologies. But one of those is an operator, so it's one and done. Severe needs to get a kill.
Yeah, it's after Takas' early death, but Severe still has all of the utility here. Kada with the recon should be coming up fairly soon, but Olazera nails him through the wall with a haunt of his own. And Famsi following up Natank's reprisal of the backside space means there's no recourse here for the defending team. UCAM move into a very comfortable post plant, one which they will take all the way to the bank.
At the end of the day, we've said it before, can win a pistol round, but all really matters when it comes to these rifles. And with the fact that we have seen Mandatory force in, it puts things in towards a difficult spot for them. Kada and Natonk. Oh, hello, Shin. Oh, Shin. I was going to say, there's going to be a couple of buys in the mix, but with that last loss of Shin going off, that leaves Sevilla with the only operator, the only buy kept over, allowing for a full buy on Mandatory. Point I'm trying to get to, the next round will be a massive swing round because Mandatory's economy won't be in the best spot.
Well, UCAM did really well to deal with the threat of presence here on the Mandatory side. That's what you've got to do to hold the A site. You need that backside control, players towards Secret in pit. But effectively cleared, no one was looking there for the reveal that time around, and so UCAM back to this A main default again. I say default. Traps are up. It's only Olazera really detached from this right now.
Just shows you how confident UCAM is in the ability and the luck, but he's rejoined the pack and ready to hit in. Ultimate online. This is just going to be a straight up execute for UCAM.
Cypher utility is more advanced than it was previously. Traps up, but Famsi paths around it, weaving his way through into Secret. Jesse finding one on a blind spam into Flowers as well. Lays the wreath on the Tunk's grave as he is dead and buried. Player advantage again towards the attack side, but this time Takas is up and breathing. Op snatches one back in the conversation, but still a strong post plant held here from the attack team.
Yeah, there's not a whole bunch of utility on this defensive side. At least they get onto the spike though.
Not too much in post plant here for UCAM either. They gotta go swinging. That's exactly what Jesse will do. 2 foul from him. Kadavra trying to clamber it back together, but Bald with 2 of his own can bring UCAM level.
Yeah, it is big to win out for UCAM right here. They managed to consolidate their economy in the last round, and this one destroy mandatories, putting themselves in such an advantageous position. It's rifle rounds that win you games. And it's been shown right here again as UCAM look to have a good early start, this time without a pistol round win.
Says a lot, doesn't it, about how dominant they've been at points. 13-3 on split still. A reminder in the top of your screen. Even Haven behind that for mandatory, obviously much better for them. Teams trading blows, but it's not going to take much to settle the difference. And with Bisk catching Kadavra, just hanging a shoulder around the corner on B long. UCAM do have an open B site at their disposal, but mandatory are already right in behind here on the flank of their own.
They are, but is it going to be A or is it going to be B? That's the question they're asking themselves as they start to look towards this middle and investigate. It's only the Fade on the A site. They actually had an opportunity to perhaps jump over the wire if they really wanted to.
Would give away a sound cue at the same time. Bald can't make the silent jump happen. So mandatory still not really changing the guard at all. Maintaining a stalwart position at this point in time. Smoke is setting up Natank, and that is a rifle that will filter its way back through into mandatory hands here. A retake attempt is a possibility in what is still a 4-on-4.
Yeah, Spike is planted open, but nobody considers the flank. I thought for a moment they hadn't. Bisk and the Astra have, as both all turn their rifles round.
Gotta expect a player here towards the map as well. It's Shin. Not gonna miss this time. Bullet right through the brain of Olazera. All of a sudden, UCAM on the back foot. Not only that, they're stuck in the site here. Shin one more. 2 versus 3, now 1 versus 3. It's gotta be Famzy, and it isn't this time. Mandatory out of nowhere make magic happen again. A team built upon moments like that have been able to pull it out the bag yet again.
Yeah, I think, again, just sloppy really from UCAM, which is the worst part, and they'll know themselves that it wasn't great. A post plan which had the right ideas about it, but for some reason just a little bit of panic stations in the post, and I guess the disconnection in terms of identifying where the threat really was. I don't know, it's hard to really put it in a position where you're thinking, like, how do you chop things up? How do you make that better? But it does need to be better for UCAM in a position like that.
Yeah. For a team that's so good at winning anti-eco rounds, especially on their defender's side through Bisk, really do struggle on the attack every now and then. We've seen mandatory win their own defender-sided eco rounds. And right off the back of that, Takas with the opening kill onto Famzy. A 2-5 start for the Finn. Not what he would have been hoping for on this 5th and final map.
Investigating mid, Takas's operator is here. You can see right now, this is going to be an issue. I thought for a minute we were going to see Takas get the kill, but instead forced all the way back under pressure, and UCAM are backing this up.
I'm back. Yoru exiting the ult on the other side of the Cosmic Divide here, but UCAM still prying away at a mandatory backside hold, which is doing just enough to hang on. Headshot from Kadavra traded with Olazera is enough for him to win that duel, and Takas still clinging on. Clinches it for them in the end. The buy round shot down. Mandatory going from strength to strength since that eco win.
Yeah, it's come from the eco round win, and I mean straight away going to see UCAM go for the timeout, talk about what's been going on and how this has been essentially a disaster from the get-go for UCAM. couple of rifle round wins that looked good, identifying the A site weakness, but right now, Mandatory have gone from strength to strength.
They have, and not only that, I mentioned it in the build-up, it's games like these which build your character, build your legend within the region. If you want to be acquired by a top team, then you have to perform in matches like these. We needed to have that conversation for a while about the players and staff on UCAM getting their shot at Tier 1, but if it's games like this that you can't get past, then maybe that's the reason why. I'm thinking of someone like Jesse, for example, top 6 with Twisted Minds last year at Ascension, consistently finding himself in rosters that we consider to be challengers. However, he's leading by example here. It's the rest of UCAM probably need to match that performance or even go one step better.
Agreed. I mean, you begin to ask other questions when things don't happen, and I don't think anybody on UCAM are deserved of those questions, right? Biscuit maybe has a particular playstyle you need to play around, but someone like Famzy, for instance, as you said, Jesse, Ollie Zera after his Apex run as well, who I thought showed the goods. Takas, who will show it once again. Operator in play, identified, and drops the ultimate straight in. Under pressure, where is the support? Through the back of sight, as Takas continues to reign supreme through his operator. Mandatory up to 5, and bearing on down a significant advantage.
Yeah, I mean, looking across this series as well at the different agents that we're seeing the Mandatory players playing, I think this is a great one for them. Pearl fitting the roles nicely. I think Savaya's Teho particularly has been fantastic, just stopping a lot of these floods, helping support with Natank as well, back on a Sentinel, where many will remember him in the Northeast contingent for his time on Phoenix with Gentlemates here.
Oh yeah.
In the grand finals against Apex all that time ago, but these are players that know what it takes to play in games like this. Whereas UCAM, despite a finals appearance against Vitality and EMEA Clash, just can't call upon the same kind of situation.
Well, Famzy clearing the space for his team. It was a good season. Unfortunately, took a bad damage there. As the players tried to force their way out of heaven. Doesn't work out for Mandatory, and now they're all corralled into one space and a 3 versus 4 with a big disadvantage of no sound and decayed health.
Mandatory right up against the wall here, especially with the Cosmic Divide in play, giving a pocket for Olazera to work around. Are they still considering this retake of 3 players?
Surely not.
Towards the ramp side.
They're going to have little to no time as well.
Much to go off, and yeah, you can already see Natank heading for the hills here. No chance to recover that operator, so that will be the way that it ends. I think he wanted to run back into Link and collect it, but it's already been scalped by Olazera, so no chance for that to happen.
Yeah, the thing is as well with that last round is you're like, well, UCAM came straight back in after timeout and won, but yeah, they also burned like every single ultimate they had available. Like you had the Cosmic Divide, the Neon ultimate, you know, we had Nightfall as well. Sure. When did Ollie Zero use his? But like, you get the idea.
To me, it's the pacing more than anything else. They've shown they're happy to consistently double down on these aggressive, quick plays. That B round where got Takas using his ult, I guess helps because they knew they weren't going to be up against it in the next. Level playing field here though. No one able to call upon any ults.
You know what they say.
Immediately take middle.
Seems as if right now Mandatory almost happy to give up this space, happy to let UCAM have it as they explore the deep portions of this part of the map.
Locating target.
Spam almost working out. The question really begins to be asked of where does UCAM want to finish, because you've got the Euro outside of 8, we've got Jesse holding B main, and a lot of potential 1 versus 1 that could really change the map, and that's a big one there as Shin takes out his opposite number.
Yeah, dynamic shifts. Olazera looking to get in behind from Link, though. Might just play his timing late for the rest of the team.
Could do it. Shin looks to try and escape, but
30
instead
seconds left.
burrows deep, holding on towards the site. Can't be supported through Olazera's cam. That would be a big point of information, which seems to have already been gone. Shot out and no chance. So Shin now feels the weight of the world on his shoulders, the weight of this round. As Bisk already's in the kill feed. Big information and big support. It looks like everybody's here for Mandatory, and it all comes through Shin.
Brilliant work from Shin. A massive quad kill when he's asked of, stands up to the task and then some. Savia flooding back in as well. Great info on that sewer play as UCAM went straight for the belly of the beast. Up the guts to start. Couldn't find the final pieces to make that B play happen. This attack side so far has been really staggered. They're looking lumbersome at this point in time. I don't know how else to describe it. Oh, missed C's from Bald as well.
Simple things like that allow a round to collapse. For instance, Takas now so deep in A main at this point, and UCAM, well, they look to try and head towards B. This will be telegraphed through the information that Takas can gain.
As laboured as the start of the round ends up being, Famzy has managed to slip through undetected here. It's onto the shoulders of Shin yet again to bear that weight of the B push, but with the tongue by his side, they're feeling damn near indestructible. Every bullet bouncing from his chest. Shin shutting it down again.
Haja, I say that the only way UCAM were able to win on that B site was sending 4 ultimates into the mixer, and now as they try to hit it normally, they're finding the full weight, the full force behind the hammer of Mandatory and slamming down, declaring that this is no way you can pass. We're going to have to get another timeout here coming through from Bromas. Things have not been going the way. With 2 remaining rounds here in this first half, UCAM's chances of winning this best of 5 and making it to a grand final in the first EMEA Challengers could completely fall through their fingers.
Not for the first time, but we've been in this situation before for the players and staff on UCAM, and their own respective journeys now culminating at this point. Bromas talking to his individuals, and look, he was at the head of that Dynasty Grand Finals game that we saw in Stage 3 last year. You'll remember with Famzy as well, when it came to Ascent in the veto against Ulf, and they were just repeating the same mistakes over and over, just trying to force an exit. It allowed Ulf back into the game, and that's where the series lived and died. I'm worrying that it's a similar situation here. Bisk too, a play-ins grand final for him with KPI that entirely collapsed as they didn't show up on the day. So much history in the server, and so much so it appears to repeat itself again.
Yeah, feels like the ashtray begins to fill with close but no cigar. It's Mandatory look to escape with their own chance. Players who have done it time and time again, showing up when needs be, been to Tier 1, played within Tier 1 teams, subbed in. UCAM always getting close but not finding what they need. As they look to once again try their trade at the B site, and you know Mandatory are ready for this.
Mandatory a little bit further back than they had been on previous B holds, but Shin again! Not spotted before he strikes. Savia right in behind him with the Armageddon online. He's there to support Kada if needed, but the captain can do it all. Olazera chasing shadows in this 1v3, you feel.
30 seconds left.
We haven't seen anything of the like, anything of the sort on the UCAM side so far. Into the understacker they go as the Undertaker is there to bury them. Savia sending Mandatory onto an 8th.
Last round in...
I think at this point in time, you're feeling that UCAM have crumbled. UCAM have got what could be a big round ahead of them. One round gives them a lifeline for the second half. That's just putting it plainly. Lose this out of their own hands in a way. If they lose a pistol round following, Mandatory then have the runway lit up and greenlit for them to go. Already holding for the cam, which UCAM continuously have been using. Not used, so Famsy tries to get up close, and unfortunately the operator not hitting.
Go, go.
Great reactive use of the hinder there as well to just blockade the space. Not only is it Takas' op, they've spring-loaded this with 3 or so players. He wants to challenge back in. I don't think he realizes how many there are here ready to fight him.
Yeah. Already Bisq found, but look at the players, look at how they're trying to think of an idea of to go through in towards deep spawn, and Olizera with a chance. Takes an upper position, and off angle is Severe at the same time finds Jesse. A Mandatory want to try and re-clear this, they have an idea for it. See Olizera, Takas at the same time is reigning supreme, and you know Olizera is being smoked out of the shores. Mandatory find 9.
Switching sides.
What a half from Mandatory. That might just be it. We said there was signs of dominance up on the horizon for them here, but not in their wildest dreams would they have expected to be up 9-3 at this stage in the game. Ball in their court, everything for UCAM to do if they want to turn this one around.
The life force of UCAM begins to dwindle, but if it's going to come back, it has to come back now on this defender's side, on this pistol round, because if not, Hazza, as we said, Mandatory have a real opportunity to finish it out and go and face Enterprise.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel like UCAM can hold a candle to the resilience that Mandatory have shown throughout these 5 maps in the series. Shin sparking the cannon which has fired them right back into this. Moments of brilliance, and now it's Bisq again that everyone on UCAM looks towards making the difference. Triple Sheriff purchasing the pistol. As they fire down B long on this defender's side, the boys in blue have found a first kill.
Might still be another page to turn to in this story between UCAM and Mandatory, as most of the damage has been taken on the Mandatory side. Shin tries to poke and prod the A side of the map now with Natonk making their way through. Playing in front of the smoke, I think the barrel has just been seen, a ping goes out, but a body dropped. 4-4.
Shin with a window there, but Bisq. Equal exchange on the opposite side of the map. A trade in effect, and still Mandatory trail from this position in the man count. Big engagement, and a low HP Bald is finally knocked off his feet. Takas there as well from B long. The site has opened up and the script has flipped again.
Yeah, mandatory swarm, managing to find some gaps in which to work through.
30 seconds
The
left.
spike can go down, but mandatory want to pay attention to the small details, make sure there's nothing that they have missed.
Spike
As the
planted.
last two remaining players come through, they'll be link position.
Yeah, but with Shin already having a star here to play off and sitting himself so deep towards defender spawn, it feels like the round is almost rigged against UCAM at this point. The kills have to be clean inside the site itself. Shin making that approach off the steps, the audio there for him. It's Shin again! And with 3 to his name, Mandatory are just 3 away from the grand final.
What do you expect with Shin on that B site? He has shown us time and time again that he is a top player. His kill work has been excellent, his utility up there with the best, and double digits found after 13 rounds is a damning headline for UCAM. I mean, look at it, 15 and 6 from 13 rounds has it. That's guaranteed at least like, what, 1 kill a round at this point in time?
Yeah, I mean, Mandatory on this map, as they were yesterday. 13-3 at the end of the series against Misa. Could it be the same here? Bisk's Marshall buy has inspired some confidence. The desk were talking about it. If you've got one person playing well, it feels like there's someone to rally behind, and
Right there.
even to that extent, it's just not going to be enough. 1 kill here and there. Mandatory just looked too good across the board.
That's the problem. Make it to map 5. You have a chance. It's a 1-map shootout in the end. You know your opponents are feeling tired as well. Your mind starts to drift towards the mistakes on Corrode. How UCAM should have had this done, should have had this finished. They had the advantage on that round, sure. And now Mandatory at a gap of 7 rounds. Feels like it should be them to win it now. The spike is nowhere near Kadavra. And it will feel like a magic trick once this round goes the other way.
Olazera is only here on a classic too, so as long as he's cleared and cut out from position, then should be no problems for Mandatory. Oh, Olazera does find 1, and the appendage of the tongue just poking out there. Chance for him to pick up another, in fact. 3 on 3, no upgrades yet for the defense.
You know, this gets a little bit worrying. The tongue does flick very cleanly on towards Bolden. Jesse making this an awkward one. Olazera does have his upgrade, a Spectre. At close range, should win out against the tongue, but not if he takes a load of bullets to the chest. Mandatory, 2 rounds away from meeting Enterprise in the grand final.
A team which simply has these 5th and final maps woven into their DNA. You take them the distance, they're going to give you the game that it deserves. Sure, this round isn't the cleanest, but they've got an 11th, and now it's just 2 that are required. I said someone needed to step up. We need something to rally behind on the UCAM side. There is nothing right now, no highlight to take. Jesse and Bisk both find one with the Marshall in the previous. But it all starts and could very well end with this rifle round.
Couple of bullets flying. It is an even trade. Both teams happy, both teams ready to retreat from position. But it is UCAM who come out on top with a ultimate point rescued. Oh, and Shin caught out as well. He's been the top performer for this map so far.
Yeah, usually as the B-long player there, you want to smoke to scale behind Shin. Nothing of the sort. Takas diving into A instead. UCAM defending out on this elbow here from Art, but Takas just too many targets to shoot past in the end. UCAM get the round that is required of them, the same way Mandatory are.
Okay, 11-4. I wouldn't consider this a comeback until we reach at least 7 rounds for UCAM. I'm not writing them into play just yet, but signs of life from the likes of Bisk, which is a key performer which we need to see.
That's the thing, it's not only got to be the next 3-4 rounds for you to start believing in UCAM, but it's the individual showing up as well, the feeling that those rounds can be replicable. And with no interjections on the Mandatory side, They don't need much to win this now. And with Takas diving in, the util's perfect, and it sent Bisk the complete opposite way. Bill trying to follow up the act, but he just can't do it.
Yeah,
and this
feels like
ragtag purchase has a bit of life.
I was going to say, it feels like this side of the map has been vacated entirely, and as they try to refill it, Mandatory head elsewhere. An Olizera site, which has plenty of utility, perhaps a kind of TP over, but with him vacating the site, Mandatory now have the biggest opportunity they could hope for to reach at least guaranteed overtime.
I mean, it's a bold call to make here for UCAM to just play full retake on B. Famzi is still hanging around with the judge, of course, but as you say, Olizera has not actively looked to play from his setup most of the time. Cam gets broken. That's a cause for concern and rotation here as Mandatory are looking to overwhelm Famzi. That judge can be potent.
It can, but if it gets hit by
30
the
seconds left.
paths from Takas, everything goes awry. It is going to come through. It's Olizera instead who gets hit and even lit up through the scan, and all the bodies from Mandatory trying to descend upon. It's Takas's rifle goes huge, and all the bodies for UCAM drop. That spike needs to go down, and that's Bisk's only opportunity to deny. It won't happen. A 1 versus 4 now in which he has to try and pick up from.
The steel crate separates. Bisk has no business here. Savaya adds the finishing touches, 12-4. Mandatory 1 round away from their first Challengers EMEA Grand Final. First for this lineup. And that first step back to retribution.
It feels like it was destined once we got on towards this map, once we saw Mandatory start to clutch up in the way that they were. When we started to see the performances from the individuals drop off on UCAM. There is a couple of ultimates in play here, that's the only thing to consider.
UCAM do get themselves a main space to start. Famzi still rocking that judge. I haven't seen the impact from his neon in the last couple.
Portal closed.
Oh, nice.
Takas trying to be the provider. Bisk doubling up. And so as his Sheriff finds value, that is the light in the dark again that UCAM were searching for.
Yeah, but that light looks like it's flickering with the kill that Natank has found. Kadabra now stepping up, does at least get one, so makes it even. 2v2, Spike identified, sure, but with both players now heading in this direction, and that Nightfall not finding value, this could get worrying.
Shin on the outlaw here as well. Scalps the head of UCAM. Board deleted. All on Olizera and his Sheriff.
You are divided.
There are weapons to be recovered on the road back to the A site, but it's a long road back to another grand final for UCAM. Mandatory are almost out the woods.
So Olizera picks up a Phantom and picks up the clutch. 1 versus 2. Decides he's not going to go directly to the spike, wants to try and get some clearance here. But where is the post plant from? Seems to be worried about main. The cam clears that, so now it's towards CT, and there's 2 portions in which 2 pathways that any of these players could be in. In fact, there's 1 in each. Sees the first, great reaction. Now just 1, it's Shin, a player who's been so good so far, but he's already in backside and already taken out Olizera. Mandatory, they'll get the revenge, Hazza, but there's Enterprise lying in wait.
That there is. Shin the star at the end, the light at the limits of that tunnel, and I have to say, Mandatory, they really gave us a series in the end. This was the kind of situation that we've seen from them so many times over the last few years, one which has become a fan favorite for that reason exactly. I'm sure they will be giving a fright to many of their fans along the way, but it must be said, they've shown up when it mattered most. It's that experience and that credibility on their CV which we constantly refer back to, and they've proven exactly why they they were the better of the two here on Pearl. For as close as it was in that first round of uppers, this was clear cut, and Mandatory make their way to the grand final against Enterprise tomorrow. Cairo, your final thoughts on this game in what was a fantastic lower final?
Yeah, I think both teams showed the goods, but I think there's a bigger task ahead. It's like beating a boss and then the second phase is coming. That is Enterprise, Hazard, and they are to be scared of.
They absolutely are. The Northeast representative ready and waiting to climb that throne once again, as the organisation were winners back in Stage 2 of last year. A completely different lineup, completely new ambitions. Can Mandatory seal them away and find the upset that many people would be looking for? That's what we're going to find out tomorrow. But for now, our beautiful analysts to break it all down for you.
Oh, you think we're beautiful? That's cute of you, Haz. Anyway, it's done. Mandatory managed to get it done. A lot of people said this. Everybody is still referring to this as an upset. Everybody is saying Mandatory, they shouldn't have been able to do this. They're the underdogs coming into this one. They managed to do it. Again, they seem to surprise us every time we see them. And here they are, once again, backs against the wall, and they make it work. MP, I mean, this is a wonderful, wonderful game for Mandatory to end it on, no?
Absolutely. I think UCAM ran out of steam in that last map. Mandatory being the main reason for that. They didn't let UCAM do anything on that server. The adaptations that Mandatory came through with on the defensive side, you saw that one small trip from Natank in the sewers completely dismantled any of the control that UCAM actually had on mid. And I love Mandatory actually poking and prodding in those A and B mains, trying to find those entries and get a lot of ground, especially in the early game, and adjust from that.
All right,
exactly.
Well, I'm so sorry. We have somebody waiting in the wings. I will bring it back to you guys in just a second, but I am going to throw it over to an interview. I'm going to say goodbye to you guys and say hello to Severe. Congratulations, first of all, on the win. I mean, again, you seem to keep surprising us.
Yeah, I mean, it was a super tough game. Honestly, I think both teams were tired out by the fifth map, and it was just whoever could endure it the most by the end of it, and we came out on top. So, well played to them.
All right, well, I mean, you made the lower bracket run. I think a lot of voices in the scene have wondered how far your team can really take it, right? Do you, from where you're sitting within the roster, consider your wins upsets or underdog stories, or do you think your first match against UCAM in the playoffs was more the outlier for you?
Honestly, the first match against UCAM, they caught us on a really bad day, I'd say. The players that were on the server that day were not the same that were there today or yesterday against Misa. So we really stepped up, but we never considered ourselves underdogs in the slightest, to be honest. We've been prepping super hard. We've had a good month of prep since the French League ended way earlier, and we were super confident coming into a tournament. We consider ourselves, to be honest, with the form that we had in Prague and that we showed on some days in officials, we 100% thought we were the favorite in our eyes. But of course that's a bit biased since I am on the team. But
of course.
Yeah, no, there's no underdog here for us. We're in it to win it all the way to the end, and hope to do that tomorrow.
All right, well, I mean, it seems like every time you're about to kind of lose a series, you're right on the edge of that one. Obviously, Corrosion today, it got so close to being the end for you. Someone on the team steps up to the plate and saves the day. I mean, for you, obviously, yesterday, you were 1-0 down. You dropped 57 in 2 maps to bring it back. Kada dropping 25 on Corrosion, and then, you know, the clutch as well, right at the end in overtime. Do you notice that, and do you consider that a particular strength of your team?
Yeah, I think the really big strength of our team is that anyone can pop off at any moment. Even when we're in rounds 2v5, 2v4, we're so good at rebuilding the rounds, getting people into positions where they can capitalize off what we've done previously. And yeah, anyone can pop off at any moment. I remember on Corrosion, Cadaver was having an insane game. So at some point we were losing 6-10. We said, you know what, just give him a Vandal and let him go peek. He peeks, he kills 2. So, you know, I think we've really got this power where no one is, you know, lacking firepower. We've got a really good balance of smart players, a lot of firepower across the board. So yeah, that's definitely one of our strengths.
All right, well, towards you and your history specifically, this is your 8th season now in the regional Challenger Leagues, and you've experienced a hell of a lot of teams, a lot of different roles, success, a couple of tough times. This is a great run, though, right? This is a very big run for you. I have to ask, is this the best system you've played under in Challenger Leagues?
Yeah, definitely the most experienced team I've had, which helps a lot. Obviously, previous teams, previous dynamics. For example, last year was an academy team, so the main thing with KC was that I was learning. Basically, I was rediscovering how to play the game actually, a lot macro-based and stuff. But I think this year's team, Mandatory, we're made to perform. We're made to reach our goals, get to Challenger Stage 3 and dominate so that we can eventually make the VCT stage and try and go on a run for champions. We have a long way to go still. Even though we've made the grand final here, I think we can do a lot more work to be done, but I'm super confident, and I definitely think it's probably the best team I've ever played in.
All right, one more question before I let you go, and the last thing I want to do is lower the mood, but you mentioned it already, obviously. This is your second grand finals this season with Mandatory after a tough loss against Job Life. Yeah. You've outlasted them, you've taken out the team that eliminated them, you've made a lower bracket run. It's clearly been a learning experience, and it seems like it's been building towards something. Are we about to finally see you get the grand finals win that you deserve?
Honestly, I lost last year, my first ever grand finals. I played off season with Fnatic, lost in grand finals. I played against Job Life a month ago, lost in grand finals. I'm done. Yeah. I'm done. I can't let it happen anymore. So tomorrow I'm showing up on the server. I know some of the guys on the enemy team, but tomorrow they're in for a rough one.
All right, wonderful. We love to hear that. Thank you so much for having a chat with me, Severe. Get some good rest before your game tomorrow. It's been a pleasure watching you today.
Yeah, thank you. Have a great evening. Bye.
You too. All right, there you go. Not happening anymore. No more losses. That's it for Severe. That's it for Mandatory. They are getting this one done. And I mean, you can feel it. You can feel the confidence radiating off of them, right? And it's a tough opponent as well, right? You're playing against Enterprise. It's a team with, no matter what roster they've had, they have been very successful in the Challenger Leagues. It's an intimidating one to come up against, and to have that kind of mindset going into it, there's got to be a good reason for it, right, Mitch?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you especially see the resilience of this team, not only in the fact that on Corrode, it looked like, and I think Cairo kind of called it out in the moment, like the bell might be tolling. I think he said, it's not Hell's bells. But when it came to the moment, they locked in, they kept it pushing, and then a taste of their own medicine delivered on that final map. This is a squad that could have been 3-0'd in this. We saw the possibilities for it. The second map came up. Haven looked good for Mandatory. It was a good recovery. But after that backfire of getting rid of, or allowing, the bind ban to go into play, allowing Split to come through, and then falling flat on their face there to turn this series around the way that they did, that is the sign of a great team.
Yeah. I mean, look, this, I think, there's no better way to put it, right? We saw against Enterprise yesterday that UCAM were their match, right? It may have ended 2-0, but it was two ridiculously close, ridiculously long-lasting maps, and you could have seen it not only just go to 3 maps, but it could have gone exactly the other way. It could have been a 2-0 to UCAM. I think Mandatory beating them in this fashion sets the stage for tomorrow incredibly well. I mean, MP, you're going to be there, obviously. Actually, both of you are going to be there, of course. I won't be joining you, unfortunately. Yep. But what do you think? Is tomorrow, like, I think we said after yesterday's broadcast, UCAM would be the perfect grand finalist against Enterprise based off of this game. Do you think the same can be said now for Mandatory?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the fact for tomorrow is the team that can endure more is the winner. Enterprise, obviously having that off day, will make sure that they are rested, they are well prepared for tomorrow. But I think Severe hit the nail in the head, especially in this matchup. They were the team that endured most. UCAM kind of, in the end, didn't quite have that boost in the last map. And Mandatory, I loved how they looked today. Severe even said that the previous match that they played against UCAM, the players weren't quite on the server as much as they were in this matchup, and we saw that Kara obviously popping off. Takas had some great moments here, and Natang to end that series with a 4K. Severe had his moments here and there as well. Shin, incredible clutch factor. this team, they have great players, great synergy as well. And I think that might be just enough to make Enterprise at least sweat a little bit.
But don't forget that tomorrow Enterprise have a big advantage, the ability to ban out 2 maps to start the best of 5. We came in today and talked about map pool advantage for Mandatory. If they can push it past those first 3, they get a lifeline, they get a chance to bounce back. They seize that chance with both hands despite an electrifying start from UCAM. And this is something that, again, to go back to what Cairo said, he said you can't beat a bit of AC/DC, man, but they did. An electrifying start put out in the end, snuffed out. And I think for Mandatory to do it again when they come into a stacked veto system that is against them, the upper bracket gets the advantage, as they should, as well as a day's rest, as well as looking at this series and thinking, which one of these maps do we want to ban? What advantage should we take away from Mandatory? Maybe it will be that last map. Either way, I'm really impressed with what Mandatory were able to do, but in everybody's mind, the final tomorrow would be UCAM versus Enterprise. Now Mandatory need to live up to the expectation they've just set for themselves.
Yeah, it's a big thing to get over, and get over just a lower bracket run in of itself. There's a reason why we always talk about lower bracket runs like they are something wondrous and something incredible every time somebody pulls something off like this. Even if it is a short bracket like this, where it's only 3 games for the lower bracket run, it's still impressive because you have to beat the team that beat you to begin with at some point to get that lower bracket run done, and you have to beat everybody that they got through as well. So it's going to be a difficult one for them, but right now they look up to the task. I mean, if they had won that final map 13-11 or in overtime, it would be, well, who knows what's going to happen, but they look fired up, right? That was an incredible final map. It was more than enough to make up for that split performance, I think, and it should make for a really good stakes for tomorrow's match. Now, tomorrow's match, obviously, the grand finals, a best of 5, as Mitch mentioned. The upper bracket, what's it called? The advantage goes to Enterprise, so they will get the better veto going in. They'll get those 2 bans. I won't be there for it. Unfortunately, you will be joined by a different host, but the same analysts, and it should be a very, very good time. So I hope everybody will come and watch that one. I can't imagine it would be anything but amazing. I'm going to ask for your final thoughts now. I'll start with you, MP, before I say goodbye.
I mean, it's a match that we haven't seen quite yet in this tournament. Enterprise have faced UCAM, have faced Misa, but haven't quite faced against Mandatory. So I think it's going to be exciting. Some unknowns here and there, but gonna be 100% exciting to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that we've seen Mandatory perform the way they did today, my mind is set again on a long series come tomorrow. But the question for Enterprise really will be, where does that veto go? Because Mandatory going to a lot of games with that deep map pool being a huge advantage, with the constant change in bans for them being an advantage, well, they may have to play 2 maps they're not very comfortable with come tomorrow, and it's all in Enterprise's hands where that veto goes. So there is definitely an uphill battle coming, but they've done what most would consider to be an impossible feat here today in taking UCAM down. I know they thought they were the favorites, but that definitely was not the community narrative. And now, well, the sky's the limit potentially.
Still a lot left to do for Mandatory, but the possibility is there. Can they dethrone Enterprise Esports? We'll find out tomorrow, same time, same place. I'll say goodbye for you for tonight. Good night and goodbye.
running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Anytime you clock a butterfly, I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. You give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me, keep your eyes on me, keep your eyes on me, me. Keep your eyes on me, keep your eyes on me, me. Keep your eyes on me, keep your eyes on me, keep your eyes on me, keep your eyes on me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside.